everyone! Welcome to the Project Next Patch Preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamas have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. river currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama, lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool. They got me and I got them too.
Tak rasa api tak kunjung padam.
Marah
Ke hadapan kita sehaluan. Jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Lakukanlah sama-sama, lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo,
Kami tak sedang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG Prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit. With just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas. Tron Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. Tron Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch Tron Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Tron Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
I have created mankind's most advanced artificial intelligence, the world's most dangerous weapon. It can think for itself.
You think you're in control of this? You're not.
I came here from the digital world. I'm looking for something you've discovered.
So, you've been spying on me.
I was directed to kill you. Hacking seems pretty tame by comparison. My world is coming and they are going to destroy yours.
Oh my God, there's hundreds of them.
Tron Ares, only in cinemas this October. Filmed for IMAX.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-16 minggu ketiga hari kedua. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan minggu ni Tron Ares daripada Walt Disney Studio masuk ke MPL. Bawa vibe mereka dan energi mereka yang neon, vibe digital dan juga sci-fi sentuhan sukan iaitu Grid. Tron Ares is coming to your cinemas daripada Oktober 9, so mark your calendars. So actually sebelah Rose ni kita ada first booth mereka iaitu photo booth. Korang boleh datang sini untuk ambil gambar with the sci-fi vibe untuk postcard story dan juga IG feed korang. And moving on over to the second booth, di mana booth ini dipanggil Light Cycle. Ini adalah booth mini game di mana kalau korang ride either one of these cycling bikes, korang boleh mendapatkan hadiah mystery. Of course, siapa skor paling tinggi, dia adalah champion. So, kalau korang nak rasa sci-fi vibe ataupun Tron Ares di MPL Malaysia, you guys can get your tickets from the official MPL Malaysia platform. And of course, guys, boleh datang ke Dewan Sri Putra untuk ambil gambar dengan Tron Ares, Vibe Sci-Fi, MPL Malaysia dan juga players-players yang kita ada. Remember, the grid meets the battlefield. And of course, kepada semua orang yang tengah nonton dekat rumah, kita pun ada ini gaya kod untuk korang claim. Korang boleh isikan kod di bawah ni di dalam MLBB anda untuk mendapatkan hadiah in-game. Of course, guys, it is now time to start the match. Tanpa membuang masa, mari kita ke casters.
Good morning and good Saturday, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to MPL Malaysia Season 16, Week 3, Day number 2. 3 best of 3s coming up, and it's going to be a long and exciting day. You're here on the desk with all of us. My name is Husky. Alongside me, on my left, I have Gideon Q, and on my right, I have Sadafa. You guys were here yesterday for some interesting games. We got some pretty exciting results as well, and I gotta say, these results would not have been possible without our phone sponsor, Infinix, because they've been with us for this journey and they're going to be with us for a while more longer, which is a very blessed occasion to be celebrating. It's just launched and available on Infinix TikTok Malaysia, and it comes with a free magnetic cooler. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the phone that is even more affordable than the GT30 Pro, which is a GT30, starting at a price of under 1,100 ringgit. Only phone in this price tier with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. And hold on, there's more. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Comes in 2 colors, green and blue. Get yours now. So,
that's a lot.
What has yesterday taught us, Gideon?
So yesterday taught us a couple of things. At the very least, in terms of the patch, I think people are still kind of figuring out what to do. And more importantly, I think with the map rotation, so far Broken Wall has been the most significant change. With the recent new one, there's also the Nimbus Cloud, of course, the flying cloud area. The only time that I think that actually going into a bad matchup might not be as bad as I thought it was going to be. Esmeralda into the CC. We thought this should be an easy matchup for the CC. Ends up Esmeralda, with the help of the flying clouds, can get through the hardest phase, which is the laning phase in the lane. And then after that, completely outscale CC in impact.
And that is something that I want to see more today. I'm going to get to it in a bit, Sadafa, because we're going to talk about today's schedule. There are some teams that played yesterday that are also hitting the battlefield today as well. And some resets is going to be required for certain players. We're talking about SRG OG Esports against AERO Esports as our opening series, followed by GMXK Kelantan taking on Todak for match number 2. And we will close the day out with Monster Vicious against Team Ray. Now, Todak played yesterday. I was able to catch a glimpse of it while I was outside, and I came into a 0-14 scoreline before the game ended. Walk me through that.
Straight up, Todak is sus this season. I cannot sugarcoat it at all. This team, there's something going on behind the scenes that we just do not understand. There's a complete lack of direction. The drafts are okay, but otherwise it feels like the players are very, very uncertain about what exactly they want to achieve and how exactly they want to achieve that. I'm going to go all of my way to say that today I cannot even confidently say they will beat GMXK Kelantan. That's how bad it is right now.
And I mean, that's good for the desk, because we do have some time before that series comes to us, right? Hopefully, we get more time to really think about Todak's stance, because I feel like there's going to be a comparison between last season's Todak and this season's Todak, and then the whole discourse starts all over again. But thankfully, for our opening series is SRG OG Esports against AERO Esports. We also want to give you guys a quick recap of the Week 2 Best 5 rankers. In the XP lane, we have the good old Cram. In mid lane, we got Stormy. Gold laner is our latest rookie, Amzik from CG Esports. Jungle will be Amar from Homeboys. And of course, in the roamer role is also our player from CG Esports, good old guard Valence.
All of them achieving the highest stats possible for the individual roles here. Obviously, I'm going to put a bit of a highlight on Amzik as coming in as a rookie. So far, it doesn't feel like he doesn't feel like he's uncomfortable for the time being. And that could be a good or bad thing because so far we've only seen him play one hero, Granger, for the majority of the games, right? And obviously there's a Harith as well, but generally leaning into the Granger 9 times out of the 10 so far. And I think that for Amzik, he's shown great stuff, but then you start looking at the rest of them, right? I'm a little concerned for Amal right now. Even though the entirety of the team still looks a little shaky, he's still coming out with some pretty high KDA ratios. More importantly, his average damage per minute is keeping at the top of the charts.
Yeah, I think Amal has still been doing quite a good job for the side of the Homeboys, has remained pretty consistent overall, but I do think he still suffers a little bit from hero pool. It's not that he can't play a lot of heroes, it's just that he doesn't perform quite as consistently on every option that he has. Still solid though, it's just that Homeboys needs a slight bit more synergy. I also want to give a quick shout out to Valence at the very end there. Hasn't been in MPL for a little while. Always enjoyed watching him play when he was here. Still enjoy watching him play now.
Yeah, and I agree with the points that you guys brought up, especially how uncomfortable it might seem for Amal to be on that list. On top of that, he's sharing that top 5 list with 2 of the players being from this team. SRG OG Esports, the Red Giants, the MSC 2024 winners, 3-peat MPL champions, back-to-back, whatever you want to call them. They are the current gods with Cram, Innocent, Stormy, Sakai's, and Yums.
This lineup is just approved by Jared Leto. It's so good, right? Everything about this team has been keeping Malaysians excited to watch MPL for good reason as well, with great showing coming into the internationals. They come back for another season and so far undefeated, and maybe this time we'll see how much they're going to stretch the meta, maybe with an Obsidia, maybe with an Alice.
Yeah, and taking them on is going to be the team that actually took them down last season in the regular season, AERO Esports, with majority of the fundamental members still there. We've got Kusei, Zekif, Kim, Hazel, but they brought in Smooth this season. How are the odds looking, Zaffa?
Well, if this was before yesterday, I would have said that AERO Esports had basically no chance. After yesterday, they have a bit of a chance. They are looking a little stronger. They've gone back to basics. They've started to identify again, okay, this is what our players are good at doing, and it's better to keep things simple while we figure out and navigate the new patch that's ahead of us. So if they keep to that, I can see them putting up a fight, but the Giants are still so scary.
I mean, they certainly are. They have only been playing double fighters. They've put out some wacky picks like the Bango that is ruining a lot of our ranked games. So if anything, AERO Esports will have to beat them the way they did last season with just more quick-witted decisions. Because every time when we look at SR, we have to talk about the unbreakable mid trio, Sakai, Stormy, Yums, and the question of all that is who can slow down their tempo.
Yeah, I think that AERO, if they're going to look to slow down their tempo, they got to start attacking Sakai. So far, we've seen that between Yums, Sakai's alongside Stormy, I think the duo in the mid is the one that are inseparable right now. And even when we talk about quote-unquote separating, they're still looking for impact across the map by splitting their influence. You have Yums on one side, you have Stormy head to the other, and Sakai's is one who gives a little bit more direction into where the team should eventually kind of group together. But overall, I think the weakest link probably has to be Sakai's if I'm looking to try and break this chain.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think Skies is probably the player you can attack the most, especially now we are seeing a lot more early invades and aggression into the jungle. There have also been a lot of teams who have tried to specifically target Stormy. Quite often he actually ends up being first blood, though it doesn't really seem like it affects him that much either. So affecting that flow has proven to be difficult, but I don't think it's impossible.
I mean, we're looking at the, I'm going to coin this term right now, no one can take this away from us. It's called the YSS combo. Yum, Sakai, Stormy. 10 points for that. With that being said, the teams are ready to walk onto the stage and get into the battle stations for this rematch Let's see if SRG OG can finally stop AERO after what happened last season in the regular season. Let's see if AERO with the real refined smooth and with Sadafa's vouch can draw some blood from the Red Giants. It's going to be extremely interesting. Without further ado, it's time to bring both teams onto the main stage. Introducing our marshals who will ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches. Thank you for your hard work, Rez, May, Nuna, and Izzat.
Selangor Giants OG Esports.
The Red Giants stepping in strong, bearing the titles of conquerors. They are looking to add one more victim to their list today. Facing a team with winning momentum, will they stand strong and leave unscathed once again? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Selangor Red Giants OG Esports!
AERO Esports.
They went through many hardships to secure their first 3 points, returning to face the final boss, the frightening 3-time champions. Can they create a miracle, or will they need to bow down to the Giants? Ladies and gentlemen, let's fly high with AERO Esports!
Introducing the head of League Ops, Franklin, along with the coaching staffs of both teams, the mastermind behind every game. From SRG, we have Coach Arcadia and Ozora Vecchi. For AERO, it's Coach Tazi and Jifter Gaming. Let's keep the festivities going with fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. This is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship. Ini gaya kita. This is MPL Malaysia. It's time for these rivals to throw some hands.
All right, GG to both of these teams. Hopefully it's going to be a banger, because now even our coaching staff has a bit of history amongst each other. SRG will be taking first pick on that blue side. Ozora Vecchi and Jifta, I'm pretty sure, and I was trying very hard not to laugh, I'm pretty sure Jifta brought something to the table. Something was in his hands, and I'm pretty sure it's a meme, but this is assuming that they win the game.
Yeah, I remember when Jifter Gaming, departed from SRG OG, and there's this long post about him moving on with live exploring, and then he comes back into AERO, and here they are on that stage, and AERO was the only team that took some points from SRG in the last season. It is going to be quite a rematch. We also talked to Stormy as well regarding the trio mids in the MPL Malaysia, and he says that for him, the trio mids in MPL Malaysia are still a challenge, but not as tough as an international tournament. So he hopes that they can give a stronger competition so that the team themselves can train harder in the local league.
We've already seen the importance of the trio mid, of how much impact they can have, especially in the early game, and how well they can dictate the tempo of every single match in the Land of Dawn into the late game as well. SRG OG has perfected this formula, and they're still looking for chances to improve on it as well. I do agree with Stormy, it's not as if our other trio mids here in MPL Malaysia are just sitting there like ducks, but there's something missing. There's still improvement that needs to be done in order to really stand up on the international stage, and SRG has been hoping for that for a long time so that they have a tougher competition here.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because my follow-up would be, what does SRG OG have that other teams lack, right? Aside from, high win rates and white hero pools like what Yums has, 51 picks total on Show, 25 on Grong, 19 Matilda, 13 on Kalea, and 11 on the Ruby Roam. All of the win rate are above 65% on average.
Now keep in mind, this is the all-time MPL MY picks, right? Again, This is throughout his entire career of which he has been playing. And maintaining some of these win rates above 80% is ridiculous, especially when we're talking about the most recent one, Kalia, almost comparable to a Ruby who is picked 2 times less.
Which is crazy. And again, what does SRG OG have in the mid trio that a lot of other teams might lack, right? Because you did brought that up, Siddhartha, that it's not like the other teams are just sitting there waiting to be taken down, but there are some improvements. And I want to get your opinion on what that improvement the other teams need to have.
Well, let's start this off, right? The biggest thing about having your mid trios is the fact that your rotations need to be very, very clean, but it also inquires about your laning state between the mid duos that fight each other in the mid lane, right? Most of the time we see that we are getting priority. SRG is pushing out these lanes for free. They are walking away with minimal brass tacks. And I think that's the most important part, right? Teams who understand whether their mid duo is strong or not need to find opportunities in the laning phase itself to either force a brass tacks, force a recall, or at least make it difficult for the roamers to walk away feeling comfortable about the space that they take.
And we have the head-to-head between both roamers as well. Of course, ZK played 2 extra games compared to Yoons, but the overall numbers are not that far apart, right? ZK's stats have also been looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think ZK has already popped out in everyone's minds as a very promising new roamer here in MPL Malaysia, even catching the eye of Zorn himself all the way from his debut. And I think he's managed to remain consistent, but I do think that there are places he can still improve on as well in order to really reach the status that Yums has achieved. Improving on that hero pool, being a little bit more consistent even on non-playmaking heroes would go a long way to achieve that, because Yums has already displayed that flexibility throughout his tenure here in MPL Malaysia.
I'm gonna throw a ball now and see who wants to pick it up. When we talk about mid trio, there's always the relationship between the roamer enabling the mid laner. And for me, when I look at AERO Esports, I have a different opinion on that. I feel like for AERO, instead of Zkif enabling Kim, it's the other way around. It's Kim that's enabling Zkif. And I want to know what you guys think of that, starting with you, Gideon.
Well, I think a lot of it comes down to the philosophy of what the mid laners believe to be a quote-unquote winning lane. And I think in a lot of cases, we've seen that Kim does take a back step when it comes down to, I'm going to carry this game. More so, I'm going to uplift the rest of my team, understanding his role. And unless he gets something like big, like Farsa for an example, which we don't even see Kim pick up most of the time, he's generally playing for the good of the other 4.
I think it's an interesting dynamic, because when we look at both Kim and Stormy when they debuted in MPL, they were both known as highly aggressive mid laners. They like fighting, they like being the top damage, having very strong KDAs, but that has since shifted. Both players are starting to take more of a backseat as more supportive roles in their squads. With Kim, I think leaning a little bit further back in that state because they want to play setups. They want to play around Hazel, they want to play around giving farm to Kusei. Though he can still play aggressive, it's very dependent on what hero he actually gets.
Yeah, we've seen some heroes that only he has picked so far. The Novaria, for example, he's picked it a couple of times, and he has found some, considerable success on it. We see the Selena, the Loi, also one of the few players that plays that Loi in the current league, and the Kim Zkif connection was kind of what helped them take down SRG last season. As we hop into the drafting phase, we will start with the map draw. I already hear a CC ban, I assume. Let's see which map we're going to be on. Broken Walls obviously is the more popular one across all leagues, but no luck with that. We are going on to Flying Clouds for both teams.
Okay, alright. Now Flying Clouds is going to be a little interesting because yesterday we did see that Flying Clouds actually supports laners who have a weak early game, and once you get to level 4 where it starts to even out, that's where Flying Clouds really makes the difference. It helps you survive and gets you free resets to rotate back into your lane really quickly after the first 45 seconds, which again is when we're expecting the waves to actually collide with each other, which is perfect because now, yesterday we saw Smooth taking a huge lead over CC's, even though he was playing Esmeralda, a losing matchup. And now against Cram, I think that's something that they're going to be actively thinking about.
It's a very interesting role that Flying Cloud has taken, because when we first saw this map, a lot of people were expecting, okay, this is going to allow for really interesting late game 5v5 team fights, but it turns out to be a better utility when it comes down to that laning phase, because as Gideon has already pointed out, heroes that want to trade but may end up losing too much HP in their particular matchup have a lot of benefit from this, because they can just recall, heal up, get back to lane very, very quickly and with easy access.
I guess as long as you don't pull the net skis, you are fine, right?
Yes.
As long as you don't do that.
Hey, he learned that for MY, that for sure. 100%. 100%.
Even in the
that.
Philippines, he is still doing something for us. Thank you very much. That's never changed. We did see the Juicin Fanny banned out by SRG 2 prior to the overlay disappearing because the coach will actually swap. So we might get some angry fans thinking, hey, wait a minute, when is Arcadia on AERO Esports? That doesn't make sense. No, we're gonna fix that.
We'll get to it. And now that it's already fixed, we're back at it once again. And I think it's completely understandable, right? Both sides can actually play mean Fanny, and I don't think it's a factor that both teams want to think about at this point. But Coach Arcadia specifically, getting rid of this Jushin does open up a potential for tank junglers to start coming into play at this point of time. Because the real question, we didn't see a lot of Baxia bans coming out from AERO yesterday, so this might be something that willingly SRG is going to throw to Sakai's if given the chance.
I wouldn't be surprised. I think getting rid of the Zusin as well as specifically banning out the Angela already indicates to us that SRG wants to play for that early mid-game rotation. They want to have trio mid control because they're aware that AERO Esports is a team that likes playing off of the early stages, and they don't want to allow that to happen.
Oh boy, this is really dangerous, right? With the Angela ban coming in from Coach Arcadia, he's basically saying, you know what? Let's open up the draft a little bit more. Now, Yushin is still in play. We still have the Baxia. Most importantly, and most notably, the Kalia, which again, both Zikif alongside with Yum's play at a top level.
And when we I was about to say maybe the Yishin is gonna get banned out by AERO. The Kalea is still open and it's a snap pick for SRG in 9 out of 10 games. They can still go for that, but then the Baxia is still up, right? Which is an answer to the Kalea if SRG wants to go down that route. Either way, it's the onus now on AERO to come up with the next 2 picks that really stops this SRG draft.
If SRG does go Kalea first pick, which I'm also predicting is most likely the case, and AERO steals something like the Baxia, SRG wouldn't be too concerned because they will still have access to things like Fredrin and Akai, so tank jungle is still wide open. They can even go Lancelot if they're feeling particularly confident. So I think, oh, interesting. Okay. They go for Baxia instead.
No, this is expected, right? Because Kalia's a bit of a trap right now. I think most people tend to forget, as good as Kalia is, there are very clear counter picks to the Kalia. Baxia being one of them, but there's still the Gatot that comes into play 9 out of 10 times in these types of matchups. Let's not forget that Grok is also kind of taking the spotlight at the same time. So I think really right now, Kalia should not be touched unless you have a clear idea where you want to create advantages. And I think specifically it comes down to the gold. I did have a bit of a chit chat with AERO Esports' analysts, and they were talking about how they specifically wanted to get gold laners to take a Purified to create an advantage. I don't know if this is going to be the same case for Kusei here, but let's see what the setup, because now Uranus alongside Kalia, they want to do it again.
Yeah, AERO is one of the few teams that is not only willing to go Uranus, but also go Uranus first pick, right?
Yeah.
First phase. First or second, blue side, we've seen Smooth take it first pick as well, and we have seen mixed results when they play this pick, as there are times where we look at this pick and we think to ourselves, hold on, is this the right answer? The Asmeralda is still up for SRG.
Yeah.
You know, Stormy, fun fact about him, he sometimes brings a comb wherever he goes because he prefers to have well-groomed hair, which is good to know. Lapu and Kimi for SRG.
Yeah, we did see AERO first pick EXP multiple times yesterday. And I was actually kind of okay with it because Esme is pretty strong right now, but I don't really feel the same way about Uranus because there's so many potential counters, including the Esme, the CC, and while the Lapu doesn't directly win out lane, is very scary to deal with later on in the game as well, which SRG has decided to go for here, alongside the Kimi, already indicating they're going for a little bit more late game scaling. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a double marksman here.
Could be a trap. I mean, this Lapu is also a trap for Kalia, right? Because you can't really grab him.
You can grab him, to be fair, and I think it's actually a prime target, especially without the bravest fighter in the middle of, especially when you're trying to take him out in the middle of fights. I think this is a deterrent to Farsa specifically, right? Because now AERO has to decide, do I get the Farsa right now, or am I forced to get at least a Harith to get some benefit from the Uranus, right? Because you only want to bring Uranus to compositions that utilize magic damage because he shreds people with the Ionic Edge. Now, Lancelot comes into play, and now this is a little scary because Is AERO sticking to the plan that they want to, or is this very much, hey, we need people to carry, we're looking for Hazel, and now we have to predetermine whether or not Kim is going to be part of the picture or not?
Yeah, I mean, some of the trends we saw from last season's AERO was that they have a very specific game plan that they stick to no matter what, right? Even if the draft goes south, they make sure that they're not going to divert too much, they're not going to deviate in terms of picks, they will just stick to what they practice with and roll with it. It seems like we're going down that direction again with the first 3 picks. They do ban out Yoon's Grok, but I'm looking at this Kimmy pick from SRG and it opens up potential for that double fighter again without much risk.
Yeah, and speaking of the double fighter, Lapu can technically be flexed, though the only time we saw it in the hands of SRG was the one game they dropped the entire season. So we'll see whether they decide to go in that direction again. It is definitely a possibility though. From what you mentioned earlier as well, with AERO Esports being kind of single-minded in their approach, like we decide on the comp, we decide on the gameplay, we're going to stick with it. It can work if it goes according to plan. We saw that in their match against Todak. But I think in the current season and the current patch, you need to be flexible. There's so many teams that have been punished for not doing that.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Merkel a few days ago as well. We were discussing about the roam boots changes and how it helps the roam, but just the meta in general. And I think we agreed on certain points, right, where you are getting too much, the passive goal increase in exchange for your lane minion goal reduction, and then how it shapes the meta. Not too big of a fan. I think we both agree on how the meta right now is really determined on how far you can get a hit, but also the XP lane is getting a big hit as well.
Yeah. Well, indirectly. Indirectly, they get kind of shafted. I'm not going to lie, and this is mainly because supports. As soon as they hit level 2, sometimes, especially if you have a mid laner who's independent and doesn't really need the extra bit of help, and you don't mind the waves pushing in, you can almost guarantee a winning lane for the EXP, even though the matchup seems like unwinnable, because it's a 2v1, and you zone them off of that very first wave, you've basically gone past and bypassed the laning phase. So I think at that point, maybe AERO have some options here. Interesting that SRG didn't decide to actually ban out specifically either Farsa or even Eve. They decided to get rid of the Novaria, and I think that's fair. Novaria has some pretty good synergy with Uranus alongside with the Kalea, but at this point, they want something volatile. If you're going to stand still, that's perfect for Cram.
Yeah, that's exactly why they picked this Lapu in the first place. They saw the Kalea, they figured, okay, they probably want a burst mid laner. Farsa would be the most obvious. We don't need to waste a ban on this. Let's just pick a hero that directly threatens it, and then get rid of other heroes that Kim would be comfortable on. This Novaria not only has been proven to have a very high sniping rate in the hands of the AERO mid laner, it's also a hero that scouts the map very easily, and that's something SRG doesn't want.
Is there still space for like an Esmeralda for SRG?
I think it's going to be a little tough, right? Because again, we need something that actually scales, and I think that a majority of these fights, really good Sicilian here from the side of AERO Esports, something that synergizes well and also keeps you out of the fight, but you still have enough mobility to maybe try and run away from the Lapu Lapu if necessary.
Is this like, I think this is his 7th unique hero in the entire league so far for Kim, right? So the Sicilian added onto the repertoire, late game scaling, soft, and they still get to hide that gold laner. I mean, with Granger left, Granger, Carry, Claude, Irithel. There's also the Obsidia that's now enabled. We saw MPL ID picked it yesterday. I think Navi did it 2 games in a row where they took down Dewa. Wonder if that's going to get picked. The Claude now is taken by SRG, and the chip for you.
Ooh, alright.
Very, very smart. Okay, so if we weren't planning on getting the chip, this would have been a Granger pick for the side of SRG. But specifically because we saw chip get locked in, that's why having Claude on your side, you can battle mirror image, you can make some pretty impressive plays by getting back into your lane after taking the TP. But more importantly, the backline is going to be threatened a lot. So SRG is looking specifically at Sicilian, saying, hey, if we can get on top of him, we can basically one-shot him with the lineup that we have right now. There's just not a lot of peel to work with. So we'll see Stormy's performance in this game. If he gets caught, there's nothing he can do. But they all generally have to take Purify just because of Kalea.
Yeah, and I think they're very okay with that. That's part of the reason why they went with Claude in the first place. Just take advantage of it. Esmeralda going to be the final pick for AERO, leaning heavily into the mid lane scaling of the Sicilian. Kusei on a gold lane Esme versus the Claude. It could work early, but if SRG puts some stocks into making sure that this doesn't get off the ground, that can really mess with it.
Yeah, you did brought up earlier on that both mid laners have taken a back seat, but on that debut, Kim is also one of the few mid laners that like to fight. I saw Gideon shaking his head. You got 3 out of 5 heroes on AERO's side that looks at the box and be like, I don't want to be a part of this.
Yup.
Last words before we head into that game.
I think that they could have positioned themselves for either Natan, which is highly volatile. I understand that they don't want him to get like jumped on alongside with the Sicilian, but they could have even played the Granger as well, both of which would have done well in terms of like bursting down targets when Kalia goes for the Tsunami Slam, but that's their main game plan. Now that they're going into this double fighters, I think Kimmy has a much easier time of like, hey, it's straightforward. Boxa, you peel for me, I'll do the rest for you.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Natan would have been better here because the whole reason why SRG was comfortable going Claude in the end is because there's not that much on-demand damage on the side of AERO that can threaten Innocent if he decides, hey, I'm just gonna jump into your backline and pick someone off real quick, right? Natan would have solved that. But now that they've gone Esme, almost all the damage on AERO is kind of slow in terms of its output, so SRG can really dance around teamfights.
If they take out this Cecilia, they're not going to have enough damage. And once we see that Claude hit his 3-item build, nobody can basically touch him unless we see Innocent get hit by like a falling Star Moon, something like crazy, or gets hit by a Sanguine Claw. Then this also depends on the performance of Hazel. So if Hazel does badly, we're not going to see much happen.
And we'll see if AERO Esports can surprise us with this double fighter comp against SRG OG, who's playing the first proper marksman comp. We head into game 1, AERO Esports against SRG OG Esports, SRG on blue side, AERO on red.
The Slangor Red Giants have so far commanded the land of Dawn like a second home, but will they be able to take control of the skies as well in their first foray into the Flying Cloud map? Up against AERO Esports themselves. Looks like we've got a purple buff start on both sides.
But we see that Yums already hitting level 2. It looks like he was able to reveal all the targets that he was looking for. I'm not sure who he revealed twice though, but he did see the mid duo at least. Cram looking for that initial lead against Smooth, and Smooth doesn't mind taking the damage, right? Because he can just basically, as long as he's taking some form of damage and doesn't take the crab, but uses it to maintain those stacks, he can basically power through this lane.
And a habit that we also saw from AERO was how DK kind of plays around being in the roamer, right? Because most roamers, they want to go for early invade and just spot out heroes to get the extra XP, and gold has been reduced by half since the hotfix. But even then, AERO Esports, prior to the nerf, have been using DK to steal leash for the jungle.
Now, the hotfix hasn't come in just yet, unfortunately, so we're still on the patch where we can still hit level 2 at a ridiculous rate at this point of time. But even so, as we see the game start to progress, we need to start finding where these leads are going to be. Now, Innocent is going to have a bit of a tough time here against Kusei. Like, Kusei can do whatever he wants because Innocent needs to make sure that he has his Art of Thievery stacked up before he does any relevant damage. But we need to find these early ganks from SRG's side.
Speaking of, Skies rolls in to the bot lane with Humes, but Smooth and ZK have already backed off to their tower. They know the timing. This is about when the turtle is going to spawn. They're aware SRG is going to try and make something happen.
Okay, good stuff from Kusei. Proxy that wave, get that early rotation down now while you still can, and maintain this mid pressure. AERO Esports, as of yet, all they want to do is play for level 4.
This guy is gonna find Tree in the bush, gets him knocked up. Hume's currently on top of the turtle alongside Hazel. Z-Keep taking a lot of damage in the front line. First blood goes over, but Hazel also finds Stormy as well. The flicker comes out from Hume's. Smooth, gonna flicker to chase after him, picks up the tip, but is gonna sacrifice Kusei in exchange. And that means SRG picks up the turtle as well as 2 kills.
What are we doing here?
That's the worst case scenario for AERO. You lose the turtle, your jungler dies, and then Kusei goes down, and Innocent gets the kill with the chip portal.
It's like they kind of forgot what Chip does in the middle of these fights. I mean, he does have like an AoE quote-unquote stun, right? So again, being too close together does cost you your life, but worst yet, this has costed Kusei to end up dying in the middle of it, and now he has an EXP deficit.
Hume's in some trouble, but Cram actually looking to engage here. AERO instantly backs it off. They're already a little bit on the back foot after that first fight.
And it's an uncomfortable spot for Smooth to be in, and sure, he wants to be able to proxy wave and soak up the pressure, but if Cram is forcing Smooth to move around the map, same pace as he is, which we did see in last week's game, it eventually is going to benefit the Lapu a lot more than the Zeroness, who just wants to be stationary.
I don't know if that should be the play, right? Should you follow the Lapu, especially now that the situation is de-escalated, right? He misses an opportunity to actually go for a secondary proxy on that bot side to make it happen once more. If not, go for a double proxy. But At this point, there's no point going for the double proxy. They need Kim to stack back up with those bat impacts, and that's why he's kind of following along with the mid trio to slowly build up his infinite stacking to a point where SRG can't handle him no more.
Ooh, bot lane's move in some trouble, surrounded by Tree. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Cram bursts down the Uranus arrow, and not really in a position to stop them.
This is what Gideon brought up. The Pew that is provided to Stormy is so beneficial. He doesn't really have to do much. I don't think he ever pressed Purify, even in the earlier fight. And not only that, with the chip on SRG's side, AERO with a draft that not only is double fighter, but can technically double proxy, finds it a lot less safe to do so, because you can just bring the whole cavalry in and get that pick off.
Yeah, but now, at least with the clouds, right, Smooth is already back into the fight. He has a short death timer because it's so early on into the game, but he needs to make sure not to make these types of mistakes. He needs to have his dash off of cooldown before he even thinks about trading.
And that makes it difficult here. Yume's gonna get scouted out first. Tsunami Slam gonna be used on the chip, pulls him in. He drops the shortcut down Sky, secures the turtle, and now the rest of SRG comes streaming into the turtle pit. They're trading 1-for-1 currently, but Hazel's already been picked off, and Smooth not able to chase Stormy. Misses the flicker over the wall. In some trouble, takes the portal back. That was a bit confusing right there. Meanwhile, in mid lane, the fight's still ongoing. Kusei trying to clear the wave, walks into the bush, doesn't realize, whoops, there's a Baxia right there. Mega kill for Cram.
Yeah, talk about confusing, am I right?
This game is going downhill so fast, and Cram is the biggest winner. 4 kills so far. Got a couple of got shaved off the turret plating in the bottom lane. Doesn't have to actively participate with a rotation because of the presence of the shortcut, and Hazel dies a second time. This lane that is supposed to have Kusei, Sandbag, Innocent, and to stall out for Kim, it has fallen apart. Smooth, he has 2 kills, great. But even with those 2 kills, he's not getting the lead that you should on a Uranus, and now Kusei and Smooth are in the same lane.
Oh my goodness, the damage from Cram, he's nearly 1v2ing. ZK wants to catch him, but I don't think you can.
No, I don't think it's worthwhile. There's no point trying to fight Cram at this stage of the game. You're looking for bigger and better things. And I think at this point, they're probably either thinking, can we punish potentially Yumes? Can we kill Sakai's just yet? And I don't think Kim is at that point. He's had 3 assists, which is good, but he's not dying, which is more important. Hazel is still maintaining a level, at least to a 1-level differential between him and as well as Sakai's. At the end of the day, Hazel can be the big finisher at the end, but for now, he has to be an initiator.
Kusei tried to trade lane to bottom side, realizing, well, that was a bad idea. Skies and Cram picks him off. And ooh, in the river as well, Yume's gonna get grabbed with the Tsunami Slam. Here comes another shortcut. The chip goes down, but here comes SRG amazing duet. AERO melts away in the heat of the noonday sun. Double kill for Stormy.
Man, they came to the portal and both of them died. This lane swap, I think whether they swap the lanes or not is not going to make a difference. Both of them are going to get eaten up by Cram, and we saw that play out. They pick off Yumes, but every time they make that attempt, Yumes is just going to win them the trade because of that shortcut. Kusei, he's going to try, but without retribution. AERO finds no contest. Radiant armor for Sakai. Stormy finds a Sky Piercer, a 5k goal lead, and Cram can just keep doing this.
Yep, and he doesn't mind. He can take as much damage as he wants. They want to just punish Kusei as hard as they possibly can, because it clearly goes to show that Kusei is uncomfortable playing in this type of lane format, right? It feels like when you are playing a fighter, it generally feels like you are invincible until you start seeing 2 or 3 people showing up. Cram and Kusei, they both understand it's like, this is a nothing lane at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Kusei even had to pop the sprint, so he's not going to have it for the next 1.5 minutes.
He's all committing hard on Innocent. Blazing Door comes out. ZK not able to find Tsunami Slam. He has to flicker away from the tower, but he is confirmed dead.
Is AERO not talking to each other? What is happening?
Okalea would have been able to reach Innocent, but even then he has Purify, right? There's no confirmation. It's just not worth it. AERO, I guess they only lost ZK, but that's another bag for SRG OG.
This is so bad coming in from AERO. They are just not communicating with each other about lane states. Like, the fact that Kusei died on that bottom side over like 2 ganks, I mean, was Smooth not going to say anything? Was he not going to say, I've already been ganked like 2 other times? You got to be careful for this.
I probably am looking at Kim right now and hoping that he is the one telling the team that, guys, you need to slow it down. Like, I'm the win condition, I'm the Sicilian, I'm getting my items, I haven't died once. Just don't run it down against SRG. We cannot beat them. Innocent is gonna dive me. I need someone to peel.
And they also need to chain their CC properly, right? Again, they can't just, Tsunami Slam straight away into the Sanguine Claws. They have to give it a couple of seconds before dropping the Sanguine Claws, and there is a slight delay before those claws actually collapse on each other. So they can chain it well, and if Kim is able to get maybe a Lightning Truncheon, which is probably his best option after he gets the Glowing Wand, then I think he's got some opportunities to one-shot some targets.
Honestly, even the Wishing Lantern isn't too bad.
Move in trouble, Traction Pulse pulls him in. 5 members of SRG collapse. And that's supposed to be a tanky hero.
Not to mention, that's the first guy he has a stack for Stormy, so it only gets worse from this point onwards.
Smooth, he should have used his flicker. I don't know why he didn't bother using it, but he should be able to make it in that fight after these 10 seconds. They can stall out for a little bit of time, and this is where the double fighters actually come into play, right? You're paying attacks with your life total just to make sure that Sakai's doesn't get to sit on this Lord for free.
AERO's crowd control are very valuable because they have so less of it, right? Sanguine Claws, the Tidal Strike, and the Tsunami Stand, that's 3 of it. Most of the time, you're not going to be able to chain it together, and that brings back to what Gideon mentioned. That Sanguine Claw and Tsunami Stand needs to be pixel perfect, and that's not even considering that both the core targets that they want to go for have purified.
Yeah, and if they want to almost guarantee the chain CC, they need the Falling Star Moon fully charged on top of the CC that we were talking about if they want to ensure that people like Yums ends up dying before he ends up dropping the shortcut. So this is a scary position, right, for SRG. They understand that this fight might not be in their favor, and they have to play it a little slow.
He tried to initiate, has learned by now, probably not wise to Tsunami Slam the chip out of everyone. That has cost them multiple times. Traction Pulse will miss on the opposite side. SRG doing a great job of controlling the mid. Landshaker hits 2 in the mid lane. Kim nearly dead. Forces the flicker out from the Sicilian, and now Cram actually a little bit too deep. He's gonna get punished for this. A shutdown going over to Kim. Sky secures the Lord's move, looking to keep the fight going. Innocent! He got scouted out. Hazel finds the kill.
Alright.
It's not too bad. I mean, SRG, they did get away with the Lord, and Cram sort of messing up that flicker ult. But at the end of the day, SRG OG, they lose kind of a 2k net worth to AERO at the cost of getting the Lord. And because there's Flying Clouds, they're going to be back in the lane, pushing in no time. But good job for Hazel finding Innocent with the max stacks on the passive and finds the kill for himself.
Yeah, we're already 11 minutes into the game, so the death timers is a little long, so they won't exactly get back into the lane like super quickly like on the enemy's T2 side of the map, but at the very least, they should be able to back up the second Lord Empowered wave. I think Hazel saved that scenario.
Yunus going in, he drops the shortcut underneath the tier 2. Cram immediately dives the backline. Lord going down, the tower will fall as well. Hazel looking for a chance to enter backline. Gets caught, gets stunned, misses everything. He's the back up and dies. Picks up the killing spree, and now AERO is in full retreat.
Yunus was ready for that.
He was.
Waited for Hazel to come through the portal and instantly just knocks him on the head, gives him the concussion. And the same play is not going to work twice. AERO, they do keep their inhibitors up, so that's still a silver lining.
Yeah, they will lose their T2s, and I think that's totally fine. Oh,
another catch, guys, collides. Here comes the Blazing Duet. They are melting everyone. Kusei's just gone. Tiki's just gone. Cram, just so much damage. And SRG make off with the tier 2 and 2 kills.
Man, Innocent straight up aura farms, gets hit by a crowd control, stands there without having to press Purify. He's 1-1 and 10. In fact, same assist as Yums and Sakai's. Winds of Nature is now out. And whatever goal lead they sort of gave to AERO earlier on, completely earned back.
SRG, they're a little adaptive here, and I think that AERO is a little eager to try and take something back from SRG's side, which is why we're seeing that Hazel is going super deep into this fight to try and recreate his kill onto Innocent again. But Innocent, he's really confident, right? Not only does he have the Purify, but he also had the BMI ready to go if he ended up getting Tsunami Slam. So he didn't mind taking the Tidal Strike, and he knew that the Sanguine Claws wasn't going to connect on him anyways. At this point, Sakai's has been having the time of his life. Guardian Helmet already purchased level 15, 12 minutes into the game. He achieved it by 11 minutes already, so he's already quite ahead when it comes down to tank jungle speed. But if you look at the items as well, he's already completed 3. And despite everything that's happened in the early game, we are seeing that Hazel is actually keeping up, if not overlapping him by 100 gold.
They definitely need Hazel to pump out damage and be the sole diver, damage-dealing diver to the backline, because Kim, he might not have died, but Cram is forcing him out of the fight, and Kim finds it very hard to participate just because of this Lapu Lapu sitting on top of him. And that's the only reason AERO was even able to take down Innocent was because of Hazel. So the approach needs to be slightly tweaked a little bit. I think AERO is doing a decent job peeling for Kim, but then it puts a lot of burden on Hazel to really make the greatest play of his life.
Yeah, they need to create a scenario where Kusei or as well as Smooth force something out of Innocent, right? Make him chase you, make him like, go out of position and to increase their odds of Innocent being caught by Hazel. Whereas yet, there's still a Winds of Nature that they have to worry about. So even if Hazel gets on top of Innocent, he has counterplay.
Stormy also got his Winds of Nature, so both cores now are extra safe unless they get hit by the fattest bad impact from Kim. And this Lord Dance can go on forever.
Move needs to be careful here. Will eventually dash over the wall. I think AERO has to just surrender this Lord away. Hazel tries to approach. It's already too late. Skies gets it. They're gonna reset.
Yeah, their waves were not in position as well. Their mid lane was already shoved up straight to the inhibitor. They even lost a little bit of life on the inhibitor because of it. So, understandably so, give it on over. Kim is still scaling up. Hazel, he's got his 3 items, but he can't deal with Winds of Nature. Smooth and as well as Kusei, I'm expecting to see... there we go.
Yeah.
We do have the Blade Armor coming in from Smooth, as well as Radiant Armor on top of it all. So at this stage, Stormy not going to get as much value just auto-attacking Smooth, and the real damage dealer at this point has to just be Innocent.
And they also have to look at Smooth and Kusei as a compass. If these two are not willing to walk up, you generally don't want to do that, because if your front lines is not confident enough, you might as well stay back. This is going to cost them an inhibitor or 2 for sure. All 3 were synced up, just as expected from SRG.
At this stage, right, Innocent actually doesn't mind sticking pretty close to Stormy's side. As long as both of them don't get caught by the Sanguine Claw, things should be okay.
Retraction Pulse in ZK already takes so much poke from Stormy. The Lord's pushing in, top and mid inhibitor. Drop in an instant. SRG with a 10k gold lead 15 minutes in. Lord is on top of the crystal. Yume still waiting to drop the shortcut. Sanguine Claw finds a nice catch in the back line. But Yume's drops the shortcut down. Gets the extra HP. Stormy chasing Smooth back into the base. Yume's gonna be sniped down, but the last taker! Crumb! With the double kill. Once again, make that a triple. The EXP laner of the Red Giants, proving that he is the real star of the show. Game number 1 goes to SRG OG.
AERO tunnel vision so hard. That was so telegraphed. He knew that he already had the bravest fighter on. The Landshaker was ready to get ripped. And more importantly, they had a timer on their flicker, so there was no excuse to get hit by it. They started the fight off really, really well with the Sanguine Claw. Unfortunately, they just could not finish the targets off.
Yeah, you start to lose track of resources in these kind of high-octane moments, and Cram, very patient with the Landshaker, catches the 2 most important target of AERO, but we sort of knew that halfway through the game, it was almost okay to call it with how far SRG OG would have hit. The Red Giants continued to dominate the regular season, and AERO in this game 1, the double fighters, didn't work out.
Yeah, it didn't work out. They need to communicate better about the lane states. They need to communicate better about the rotations, especially since they're playing Baxia, right? Baxia does not follow the traditional timings of regular junglers because of that shield unity. He's hopping over walls. He can come in from flank angles. Your T2s and T1s are generally not a safe place unless you are directly underneath your turret. And even then, Baxia sometimes just does not care.
And you did brought up a point earlier on where if a Roma hits level 2, he can easily help your side lanes, so the XP lane, win lanes. In this case, when you have a Roma that is getting priority, in this, Yume's getting level 2 first because he didn't leash the jungle. Paired up with the Baxia, we saw how much impact it brought to Cram's lane, where he just straight up wins the lane, he starts moving with a shortcut, and as a cherry on top, Innocent also wins his lane.
I mean, we already expressed our concerns about this first pick, Uranus. Not the first time it's happened. I don't think it's going to be the last time either. Smooth just could not keep Cram in lane at all. And then you pair that up with the fact that there was not a lot of map priority. We talked about mid trios. We talked about how important that early rotation is. And there wasn't much Zkeef would do. Every time he tried to initiate, the shortcut just drops down. The entire team comes through. And when the Esme is already losing lane as a fighter goal lane, against the Claude, you have a huge problem on your hands.
I mean, there's a bunch of other relationships that make this Uranus kind of obsolete into what he wants to do from the early to mid games of the game, right? First, let's give our MVP over to Cram here. With the help of the shortcut, he's able to find 4 early kills, setting him up for success throughout that game and still making the play of the game right at the very end.
Yeah, he is the straight up soul diver, which was more than enough. He's forcing Kim away from the fights. He's making sure that everyone is kept on their toes. But most importantly, he also makes sure that probably by the end of the week, he is going to be the XP of the week again with this kind of a stellar performance.
I mean, understandably so. Once again, we see his Lapu opting to go for the Hunter Strike alongside with the rest of the traditional Lapu build, and only because he knows that a majority on the side, especially with the lead that he had, was going to get one shot, right? How many times did we see that Lancelot just could not go toe-to-toe against a 2-level down Lapu Lapu?
Even the Esmeralda and the Uranus, they were getting straight up one-shotted by his full combo.
I mean, we saw from that game, right? And it's not just the early game. Once you reach the center point, when the teams actually wanted the team fight, you already see how AERO's game plan completely falls apart. Because as you guys have pointed out, their front line, their divers, the Esme, Uranus, Lance, don't do any notable damage. There's no burst that can threaten Innocent from not diving back, and there's no damage that can stop Skies or Stormy from just standing there either. After that, what can AERO do?
I mean, AERO could have drafted a little bit better, you know? That's a good...
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, a traditional marksman, right? That's not the Esmeralda. You give in like what Gideon suggested, like the Granger. At least you're not relying on having bad impacts and then you suddenly run low on mana, or Lancelot having to hit perfect puncture dashes.
Yep.
And then you have a Sky Piercer holder, which could do well into, Baxia and Chip. But that's in the past. I think AERO, maybe Coach Tazi and Jifter have an idea where they really want to stall it out for Kim, like we sort of kind of lead it into at the conclusion of the drafting phase, but it didn't work out. So do we expect AERO to now go back to the traditional way that they play?
I think that they committed to a very interesting plan, but I think that there are big problems to it. Because let's say if Esmeralda or even the Uranus was picked up once more, if you have an EXP laner who not only is looking to win the earlier stages of the game, but also influence the enemy jungler, you're playing it into the Baxia. You can't even influence the jungle as well. So the only thing that you have over your opponent is just lane priority. We saw the item builds just now as well. Why are they not being greedy with what they have? They're going for Dom Ices. Only one of them needs a Dom Ice, and I think only Smooth requires the Dom Ice. Kusei could have opted to go for the Radiant Armor or even the Blade Armor just to make sure that he can tank damage from Stormy, while Smooth generally can take damage from Innocent because he gets his stacks extra fast with the on-hit on the Golden Staff.
Yeah, I agree with you there, definitely. The itemization could have been more flexible. It could have been more adaptive, considering that they have double fighter side lane. But I think even the core concept of going double fighter side lane, there's a very crucial aspect of it. You play this to win lane, and both of these heroes need to win lane to really have an impact going into the mid game. Neither of them had lane priority. When that happens, you've already lost side lanes. Then you don't have a scaling hero. Your Cecilia needs time, so your Lancelot is the only one that can do damage, and Zkeep can't even compare in terms of setup to Yume. So the recipe is all wrong.
I think there is a high level of execution. Hazel was able to make it happen at least one time in this game. That gives us a rough shape and idea of what they wanted to provide. I just think that the side lanes really need to start changing up here, because again, we're talking about influence and Smooth, unfortunately, from Friday where we're seeing him control his entire side of the bottom map, to now where he's facing off against Cram. You still have priority, you're still moving first, but you're not playing selfishly.
Yeah, and we even saw when they went up against Vamos last week, it's the same thing, right? The only game where Smooth got a hero that can set things up for the win is the Ruby. They did lose that game, but aside from that, it's been leading into the Uranus a lot, which makes him the sandbag once more of the game. Cram obviously being the carry and Innocent free farming the whole game. They got Sakais as the best wingman on the Baxia. I want to see Smooth on a setup hero. We know he can do it. Arlet, he can, if you want signature pick, the Benedetta is always there. But I wonder what the direction of AERO is.
I think all of them are good options. All of these set heroes are good options, but the main issue is Baxia. We need to get Baxia out of the jungle and make it volatile. If not, Sakai's is going to get away for free again, and his peel is great. And with the communication that they don't have a problem with SRG's side, we're getting multiple lane ganks. From early to mid, we've seen a total of at least 7 lane ganks itself, and this is not including Chip's overall shortcut engages.
There's a lot of things to be fixed. The Baxia, though, definitely gives a bit too much momentum to a team like SRG who wants to control that early game. The shortcuts as well, making AERO's life very, very difficult because the fights are just completely split up. It's complete chaos every time it happens because AERO are too overcommitted to getting that initial burst when they don't actually have the burst damage to finish someone off in the first place. I think once again this is an issue of AERO being a little bit too locked in to wanting to play a specific style with a specific draft and not being able to change it on the fly when it's not working.
Honestly, I feel like if it wasn't a chip on SRG's side, that strategy on just punishing the roamer to slow down the game pace would have worked out a bit better, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw the commitment. ZKF is trying to grab Yoom's back, but every single time they take Yoom's down, they trade 3 bodies for it. And of course, the game-winning play from Cram with that Fickle Landshaker sealed the deal for AERO. But even without that, SRG were already poised to win this game. So AERO needs to go back to the drawing board. We saw, Jifter, he ruffled through his papers. We saw the meme underneath. Event one took a screenshot and zoom it in. You could probably figure out what that meme is about, but you can't show it if you don't win the series. So we gotta go back to square one.
It's a tough thing to swallow, but you gotta be able to switch things up. We've seen that AERO is capable of returning to basics, of playing something a little bit more simple. I think they wanted to try something based on the information they had on SRG before, but this team has so many tools in their pocket. You can't just prepare for one strategy. They will pull something else out. Go back to basics, play something a little bit more simple, something a little more comfortable. I think in the current meta, though, it is very important to have that balance in your draft. You gotta have damage, burst, tanks, CC. And I feel like some of those were lacking.
Well, one thing that is not lacking in MPL MY is the hard work and dedication of our local restreamers. They've been providing entertainment value outside of the official broadcast. And when we look at the restreamer leaderboard, of course, number 1 is the ordinary streamer, Feeks. Sorry, you're the greatest. Followed by Penjahat, Gangarino, Obot, and Human Alpha. Keep out the good work, guys. We really appreciate your efforts.
Hey, big shout outs to all of our restreamers out there. And quick, you could be on that leaderboard as well. Maybe join the restreamer program and also keep watching MPL MY. With that being said, if we're talking about adjustments for game number 2, number 1, get that box out of the way, right? If you want to still open your options for potentially going for a double fighter scenario, then you can still pull it off. But I think, oh, it's about to rain. I can feel it. The Yishin Shin is also another problem that they have to worry about, right? Because that's the only reason why they banned it out. Potentially they could go for double fighters, but that's assuming that Yishin Shin comes into play.
Yeah, I'm gonna toss you guys a hot burrito or a hot potato. Well, I'm gonna keep it in my pocket for a while, and it's heating up. But for now, we have a very fun challenge with Sith on the side. So let's see what Sith and the rest of MPL MY have cooked up for our audience and players. Super Sith Lord, take it away.
Alright, so tadi baru saja kita menyaksikan perlawanan yang sangat-sangat sengit, tapi kita nak santai terlebih dahulu sebab sekarang ni kita berada dalam segmen Challenge the Player untuk Infinix 1v1 di mana Beat the Pro, Claim the Code. Dan sekarang ni anda bersama saya Sid dan juga kita ada Sky dan juga salah seorang daripada audience untuk perlawanan di antara SRG OG Esport berhadapan dengan AERO Esport. Skies, alright, pegang mic kejap. Okey, challenge kali ini senang. Di mana semua player, kedua-dua pemain ni, diorang kena guna Fanny daripada base mereka sendiri kena pergi sampai base opponent. Kita akan pilih map Broken Wall. Jadi, Skies, dah ready ke nak main? Ready. Boleh tak kalahkan kita punya audience ni?
Tak boleh.
Tak boleh. Jangan apa sangat. Okey, korang dah ready ke belum nak tengok Skies main? Alright, Skies. Tunggu saya kira 1, 2, 3, go, baru gerak. Alright. Okay, jadi kita dah tak nak buang masa. Ayo kita saksikan macam mana persembahan daripada Skies dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, kita saksikan timer dah ada. Berapakah masa yang akan diset oleh Skies untuk sampai ke base opponent? Dah sampai. Stop. Dah sampai ya? Kita tengok producer dah sampai ke? Okay. Alright. Okay, Sky berjaya dapatkan 18 saat. Okay, sekarang ni kita nak tanya audience dulu. Kita nak perkenalkan audience ni. Okay, nama siapa? Daripada mana?
Nama saya Izul Zakwan.
Izul, alright.
Saya dari Kedah.
Dari Kedah? Wow. Okey, tengok masa yang dilakukan oleh Skies. Rasanya Izul boleh kalahkan Skies tak?
Rasa tak confident lagi lah, boleh.
Yang penting confident Kita kena confident tu yang penting Izul. Okey, alright. kita keserahkan device ni untuk biasa ambil mikrofon untuk bagikan peluang. Ingat saya kira 1 dalam kira 3, 2, 1 go baru gerak Alright, jadi macam mana persembahan Izzul pula? Jadi ayo kita saksikan untuk cubaan daripada Izzul dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1 go. Oh, okey. Oh, ni dah biasa guna Fanny ni, ni. Kita tak cukup energi. Dia tak cukup energi. Ingat kalau dia mati terus gagal. Kena sampai dekat base enemy. Oh, sikit saja lagi. Alright. Okay, Zul. Sikit lagi. Okay, ini bermaksud Skies adalah pemenang. Dan disebabkan Skies berjaya untuk dapatkan kemenangan, kita akan berikan hadiah kepada penonton-penonton online di mana Mystery Gift akan diberikan kepada anda. Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Skies. Jadi, thank you so much kepada Izzul kerana sudi bersama-sama dengan kita. Jadi, itu persembahan daripada Skies. Mampukah Skies lakukan benda yang sama untuk perlawanan kita yang seterusnya? Jadi, kalau kita nak tahu apa yang bakal berlaku, ayo kita sambung semula perlawanan di antara SRG OG Esport berhadapan dengan AERO Esport. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Sith. Great effort from Skies and our super fan of SRG OG. Just a quick recap for those who might have missed Game 1. AERO got stomped with SRG OG pulling out all the stops and playing marksman for a proper marksman for the very first time in the regular season. It's now time to pull out my hot burrito, ladies and gentlemen. AERO yesterday, like you say, Sadafa, played extraordinary, right? They completely dismantled Toda. You say that it looks like they have some chance to take a point from SRG OG, but Game 1 didn't really prove that yet. Now, the question I have is, does SRG OG make all the strong teams look underwhelming, or is this an off day for AERO?
I think it is the former, unfortunately. SRG does have a tendency to make... Actually, hold on, I gotta dissect this a little bit. I would actually not particularly consider AERO to be too strong right now.
You changed your mind?
Yeah. No, I said like they were okay. They performed solid, but as a strong team objectively, not necessarily.
That's a fair assessment. Let's see what Kim has to say when Coach Bam was still with them from last season. He said that Coach Bam used to give them one-trick drafts to secure wins. And for example, last season when you only played Loyi non-stop, but with Coach Tazi, she wants them to expand their hero pool, which is why Kim is playing heroes like Novaria, Lunox, Selena, and the whole package.
This is foresight, right? This is important foresight that they want to have to make sure that when they're going into the playoffs, they're not going to be as readable. Speaking about readable, this next draft is going to be by far the most important for AERO. Yes, it was very underwhelming in game number 1, but there are some reproducible moments that AERO are trying to force upon SRG. It's because SRG is so good at what they do, they're not going to make these same mistakes twice. And I think that's something that AERO need to recognize, right? They have to change it up every single time. They got to make sure that if they want to produce the same result, it's about throwing those feints and changing it ever so slightly to kick their opponent's footing off the ground.
Now, we get expanding rivers for this game. AERO so far has a 100% win rate on this map. They played 2 games on it and they won both. It's the first time for SRG OG though. What is that? Gifter, the father?
Father 1, father 2.
Becky and Arcada being the fathers. I'm not sure if it's purposely showing that. Good luck to my fathers.
This guy. He's learned. He's learned from daddy number 1.
Daddy number 1. Hey, but to be fair, you know, they have shared the victory together at Ria last year. Although he definitely needs more than just luck for this game too. They are going to go on to blue side, and like what Gideon proposed, the Baxia needs to be eliminated and disbanded.
Yep. Now with Baxia out of the way, question goes to SRG side. The Wanwan has been banned out alongside with the Jushin. They see that the Fanny CC alongside with the Baxia is gone out of the pool, and now we have to start thinking about whether Yishin Shin needs to come into play. We might see a double fighter comp coming in from AERO's side. We might also see a Kalia ban coming up from SRG. There's still plenty on the table.
From my perspective, I think YSS would make the most sense to be banned out because we're right, the Angela. We also forgot about that. So SRG going to leave things open. AERO can go YSS first, but if they don't, we know 100% SRG will want to play double fighter.
Don't take the big arrow. Don't go Uranus. I please.
That's not the.
That's not Uranus. That's why it's okay.
Oh, sweat.
Looking at track record, I got scared for a moment.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Now this does mean that most likely Sakai's is gonna either get his hands on either the Joy, or the Lancelot. Maybe arguably the Hayabusa, but that really needs to depend on the support options, right? Kalia's still in play. We still have Cho's still in play. Grok's still in play. Plenty to choose from.
There's also the Lapu Lapu, which they sometimes can opt to take first phase 2 on red side. We've seen Yum Zero come out in second most of the time, unless it's a Prio like Kalea. The Grok is also still there, and they get red side Prio to pick that too.
I think you would probably want to leave Cram's hero until at least red 3, personally speaking, and looks like that is the case. They go for the Kalea into the Lancelot. Go for the roam pick, go for the jungle pick first. Allow yourself to be a little bit more flexible onto the side lanes to get that lane priority.
All right, now let's see how AERO wants to answer this. Because so far, jungle for jungle, now it's a support that poses the question to AERO, what is their counterplay? Are they going to go into the Gatot? Because if they lean into the Gatot, that means their mid laner can be somebody who pushes the wave slow. If we do end up seeing Grok, then you probably want somebody who can kind of speed that process up to make sure that you leave the lane fast. I don't know if they want to show who their mid laner is going to be, because that's also going to affect what the EXP is going to be looking to lock in. So I think they don't pick mid laner now. They probably need a roamer. They might also show their gold laner potentially, or it could be a fighter flex.
Let's see. Gonna review the Grok and Esmeralda again, and Esmeralda still up in the air, whether it's XP or they are running the double go. Looking way better, right? Because I think that thought so far hasn't had the best track record this season into Kalea. It's an abysmal win rate. It's lower. It's way lower than the passing rate of every single nation that exists in the world. But Grok, for a player like Zkif, I think he's very comfortable on it.
Yeah.
This is a very good start here. We already saw some really impressive Grok plays yesterday, and Zkif has already shown that he has the capacity to be able to pull those off as well. And Esmeralda is a fighter that will be flexible into both EXP and gold, depending on how it goes forward, not to mention being particularly strong nowadays. So going into the second phase, AERO can start banning out other fighters if they really want to maintain control over the sides.
Lunox as a response.
This is...
That's the Esme counter though.
It is a good option, not just to blow through tanks, but also the invulnerability from the brilliance. Just keep you safe from these engages.
Yeah, it's more of a denial, but that happens to do very, very well into both Grok and as well as Esmeralda, right? Because they would rather not give the Lunox over to AERO's side, because then you can start dodging things. You can definitely start dodging the Tsunami Slam by going invulnerable. You can dodge the Lancelot when he gets on top of you. They want Kim to be vulnerable in some shape or form. Now, we go into the second phase, and I think this is where it gets really scary, right? Because we still don't know whether SRG is going to go into an EXP laner, and I think that SRG wants to see what AERO is going to lock in terms of the mid. They're going to get rid of the Loi. I think that's totally fine. If Farsa happens to show up, that's still totally okay. Lapu's on the table, and I think that's where AERO need to get them right now. Ban out the Lapu, give them a rough or fake the idea of who their mid laner wants to be. Somebody who is like quote-unquote immobile, quote-unquote doesn't scale as hard.
With this Loi ban, SRG is already trying to corral AERO into making these specific choices. And thankfully, AERO has that last ban, so they get to play a feint until the very end.
I think if SRG wants to continue locking down Kim's hero pool, we might see a ban on Novaria as well, just to obscure their movements across the map even more. Uranus ban still not something I agree with. I would have preferred bans on Lapu and CC instead, or maybe even the glue. I feel like Uranus is manageable.
I think, okay. So, it's quote-unquote unmanageable, right? Because the laning phase will come to a point where both sides won't want to fight each other, because there's just no point. They're going to start proxying on opposite sides of the waves, and there's a high chance that the Uranus is going to get into the face of somebody like Yishin Shin, who in early levels just cannot deal with. He just has too much base health to cut through until he gets like maybe even the War Axe, and once he gets the War Axe, then maybe Uranus becomes more manageable. But even then, it will come at a big tax. You see the Ruby ban,
wow.
Very smart of SRG to get rid of.
Yeah, they have seen smooth play that Ruby. Even in that losing game against Vamos, Ruby was instrumental in hitting those hooks, and not to mention controlling people, being able to control heroes like the Lancelot and the Kalea is also great. You become a huge combo breaker on top of being able to run a double fighter that is strong in lanes but have extra crowd control on top of Grok and Esma.
Yeah, I think it's likely they banned it because of the latter reason, even more so because they know it's going to be one of the stronger gold lane flexes now if AERO wants to fully commit to the double fighter side lane, which seems likely. If we're looking at the Ruby ban, SRG will most likely go for a default marksman as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Harif pop out. Moskov gets banned by AERO.
I guess at this point there are no other priority bans. You might as well get something off of Innocent, which really hurts the impact of the overall team. They want to make sure they can get on top of him in the first place. But I think this is an incredible game for Bane Gold if necessary.
I was thinking of Bane Gold too. Big burst damage. They want to be in your face, but Bane discourages that. But they would pick the Lapu first. You did kind of float the idea that they want to see what the last two picks are before Innocent's hero come out. I think Lapu is great. We've seen him destroy the Esper with a lead. And Cram, he got a great game last game.
Yep. He can play the Novaria. I think that Kim can definitely go for the Novaria here, but to be safe to say I have enough damage, they might have to play a bit of utility in either Yve, or they really lean into I'ma hit you so hard that you can't fight back and go for the Farsa, even though it's bad against the Lunox, against the Kalia. Lunox specifically because, she goes invulnerable, you waste your ult anyway, so you have to hit some priority targets, and Lapu can still jump on you. We see the Claude get locked in. No double fighters this time, but they're going to play Kimmy in the mid lane.
Wow.
Okay.
A triple marksman draft.
Triple marksman. We have seen this before. The double fighter side lane with YSS jungle is a lot more common nowadays, but before that happened, the triple marksman comp was quite popular. But AERO have basically no early game damage at all. It is all in the hands of Hazel, and if SRG invades, they have very few ways of stopping them.
Yeah.
Is it AERO's way of saying we will just overload you with damage?
Yes, and also, I think they're also concerned about the Bane Gold, right? Into the Claude, sure, unless Claude really makes a huge mistake, but it's kind of tough, right? Because now it's, I can deal with the Grok, I can deal with the Esme, but I cannot guarantee that my ult is gonna hit on people like Claude, people like Yishin Shin, right? It's about timing, and they have the burst. The early to mid game is going to be interesting because it's all dependent on this Lancelot, right? If Lancelot gets that lead, then they can start moving across the map, and then they can start dictating the pace. If Cram gets a lead, at least team fights around neutral objectives are a lot safer to do.
Now, at least for AERO, they either have crowd control immunity built in, or they are natural purified carriers. So Yums have to be a lot more precise with their Tsunami Slam. But this is the final draft that both teams have locked in for Game 2.
Speaking of the Purifiers, we've got 3 on the side of AERO Esports, so it's going to be a tough game for Yums. Let's see if he will be able to live up to his title as one of the legends here in MPL Malaysia. We jump right back into the Land of Dawn once again as the rivers expand. Will the Giants be able to take it in stride, or will AERO Esports finally find a chance to bite back?
Straight into Tech Plus. You can hear the entire crowd go, They got kicked in the nuts, just slapped in the face.
Let's see, I think it's Stormy. Yeah, it's a type 1 issue, ladies and gentlemen, so it's actually Suk guys. So not to be sad, we get to spend more time on the desk, and it's a good time to talk about setup. Early to mid-game damage, so that's why you mentioned it's going to be a bit lacking from AERO's side unless they get up to a huge snowball start. What's the way to work around that?
You play it slow. I need to see Zkeef keep an eye on Yums' rotations, and especially, if possible, keep an eye on Skies as well, know where he is on the map, because while AERO doesn't have all that much early burst, the same could be said for SRG. I want to see a little bit more priority towards EXP lane as well, because as long as they make sure that Cram cannot start joining fights early on, then they will be given a lot more time to actually scale up.
I think that they should go to the Bane Gold side of the map, actually. I think that, unfortunately, the Lapu Lapu, he's going to get level 4 whether you like it or not, and his laning phase is like, okay, sure, you zone him out, but then you just leave Crusade kind of by himself anyways to get harassed by the Crab Claw Cannon. I think from mid side, they're going to take the wall, they're going to delay those waves on purpose by quote-unquote proxy, but basically blocking all 3 of the lanes so that it's closer to their T1s. That way, they bypass level 1, they hit level 2, instantly rotate towards the gold side of the map and look for a punish on, or at least force out a freeze on Innocent so he can't just walk up for free anymore.
Innocent did also talk about the reasoning behind the Bane goal, where he doesn't want to play a fast-paced game. He just wants to be able to sit in lane, clear waves if a dive is imminent. Is it still the way to go? If AERO wants to attack, they attack that Bane goal?
I think that's a completely, honest to God, very, very useful to do. And especially when you have access to wave manipulation in Grok, you can almost guarantee the freeze as well. So if the rotation starts looking like this, level 1 to level 2, we delay the waves, we make sure that we freeze it on as close to the T1 as possible on gold lane side. Start your jungler on purple, on orange side. Wait, they're blue side, right? Yeah, on blue side. On his orange buff and rotate, full clear on level 4, end up on gold lane, you can guarantee a delayed rotation from this Bane.
I can see where you're coming from, but I still feel like the EXP lane might be a more crucial part of the map here. Yes, if you're able to delay Bane, it would be great because he is just waiting for that first item, Holy Crystal timing. But you could argue the other side that Claude should be able to farm quite well regardless, and eventually Bane is going to hit that item anyway. If you're able to delay Lapu's level 4, or even if you don't, and you just like make it so that he's not able to safely rotate the same way as before, you have to remember, AERO has lots of scaling heroes. It's going to be very difficult for them to focus on multiple parts of the map at once.
I think that's fair, but I don't care about that turtle. I feel like if I'm in
really
okay, I think the turtle is kind of useless for your composition. It's actually the worst place to fight for your team, especially if it turns into a 5v5.
Yeah.
You want to be able to kind of cut him at the ankles early on and then diverge that lead into invading the enemy jungle to slow Skies down. Once we have that level lead in that jungle, then we can start thinking about going for neutral objectives.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was also thinking, how is AERO going to consider fighting around early objectives, right? Again, they don't have the damage, they're running triple marksman, all of them want gold, want resources. You can have the setup, but you need finishers. And I'm glad Gideon brought that up because in this case, I'm within. I feel like if you're AERO, you're more concerned of where can I get the farm rather than rolling the dice at a turtle fight.
Because keep in mind, Bane can just, whenever he wants to leave that lane, as soon as he gets his first item, he clears the waves like it's nothing, right? He just spits on it, walks away, sets up for the neutral objective, and once they have position over that neutral objective, those sharks are too big of a problem. Tectonic Charge will plow through them, but the rest of your team won't be able to walk up to capitalize on the stun.
Yeah, just a quick update that we are still trying to troubleshoot the issue.
Oh, wait a second. When do they have mics on the player?
Yeah,
that's a new one.
The first time I think it also makes it easier for our marshals to talk to the players through the mic so they don't have to take off their headset. Yeah, but we are gonna extend the troubleshooting phase a little bit. It seems like we might be getting the green light. Our marshal, Izzat, or as I like to call him, Mr. Handsome, Mr. Gacha, trying to make sure that everything is working well.
I like that.
It was the guys that made the call, but I think he was also talking to Stormy just to make sure that they could hear each other in the headset.
Yeah, I want to make sure that everything is going to be in tip-top shape before the match gets going. Okay, so, just to get this straight, basically, you guys are implying that AERO might need to consider ignoring turtles entirely and going for ganks instead.
Yes, go for ganks early. If they are successful, then start thinking about neutral objectives. If SRG has first position on the neutral objective, unless you can guarantee that they are not walking up to contest it, then sure, take the neutral objective for free. You will lose a little bit of tempo, but I think tempo is by far more important for AERO than neutral objectives.
I think there's also a caveat to that. If you try to contest the objective and then you lose the first one, it becomes a cascading effect which allows SRG to get on the hit. So I think the onus is on AERO to really figure out if they want to roll that dice, how confident they are, because if they get the first hurdle, suddenly the whole game the dynamic looks very different, right? For the next 2 minutes, they will be able to work with a lot more lead, they feel a lot more comfortable, but there's that breaking point. The margin of error is very small, and I think if it snaps in SRG's favor, AERO is going to have a hard time.
Looks like we might have a slightly bigger issue than we may have expected here, so hopefully all of you watching at home can be a little bit more patient. Looks like it's gonna come back to us for a quick moment. Hopefully it's not too big an issue.
Yeah. I hope so, because the fact that they have to go, they send marshals to the back to ask the team if they're okay with something, right? Usually permission of like, hey, do we need to go and restart this full game because the game bugged out or something like that? We don't know. That was type 1 issue.
Yeah. Shout out to our fans that came all the way from Tawau, from Sabah,
Wow.
all the way from East Malaysia here. SRG OG20, thank you very much for making that trip. But yes, you are going to be with us for a bit longer. We apologize for the delay. But we need to make sure that the players are able to play at the optimal condition. No lags, no input errors, no audio issues to give you guys the best gameplay experience. And it gives us more time to talk about AERO and SRG's draft, how they interact. We've went through the early laning stage, priorities for AERO, how they should handle objectives. And just to keep you guys more engaged, we're going to pull out this trivia. The question, very straightforward. What heroes have the skill named Vengeance? It's not a tricky question.
Why do they make it so small? I had to squint there for a moment. I'm already Chinese. Jeez. All right. Okay.
Remember, not the battle spell Vengeance.
Yeah, the skill
name Vengeance.
They thought it was a great idea to have the skill name that's same as the battle spell. But if you guys have watched any MPL, and they reviewed the answer. I thought we didn't get the answer until later on. It's Arla's second ability.
I wonder what it's called.
Who knows?
Vendetta.
I think it's kind of funny though that the question is what hero has the skill named Vengeance, and the answer is Arlet's second skill. Like the second skill is a hero.
No way. We'll. It's a learning process, you know.
Dude,
we gotta.
The semantics of it is hilarious.
Like the grammar is a bit off. I gotta be specific about that.
Hey, don't worry, we will fix our copyright later
worry.
on.
I can't wait for the next new hero that's coming out soon. Teleport.
Oh, he's gonna have a skill called Arrival.
yeah, he's gonna have like an all-call retribution as well.
Oh
so my god. Oh, that'll be so funny. Holy cow.
Well, if you guys didn't get the first one correct, we have one more. Who is Fanny's older brother?
Oh, this one's easy. This one's so easy.
Who is Fanny's older brother? I actually have no idea.
I think I've forgotten.
Come on!
Fanny's older brother.
Come on!
It's definitely one of the one of the Mani MPs.
Yeah, I'm gonna go up on a limb. King Kong.
Was it Tigreal?
Huh?
Was it Tigreal?
Yeah, it should be.
It is, right?
We could be both wrong here, to be fair. And then it's like, Bruno, what?
Carl Keezy.
It's
Tarzan.
No, sorry, you're talking about Lancelot here.
All right, let's read the answer on the screen. Who do you get?
Okay. All right.
Okay.
And I need to do more lore research.
You didn't. Honestly, you should hear that. Just listen to the voice lines. Unfortunately, I have my voice lines in Japanese, so I have no idea.
I see.
But when I wasn't, one of the voice line does indicate she has a brother.
But it doesn't indicate who it is, right?
Yeah, you gotta read a little bit deeper.
Yeah, you gotta read a little more. So unfortunately, the voice line isn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, some of our voice lines take too long to play out. But there's one thing that you should look forward to, and it's the Lunox new skin, Quantum Polarity. It's coming soon, and this new skin features a neon-like design that will shine brilliantly with every skill cast on the battlefield. Additionally, the skill effects include the exclusive MPL logo effect. Come check it out. So it is our MPL featured skin of the season. We've had a couple of good ones. You know, Kadita, I like that one. The Edith one's pretty nice.
Hey, Benedetta, top tier.
The Benedetta, yeah.
Honestly, MPL skins are really solid.
Yeah,
I think it's just a really good skin line, actually.
I feel like it's the most bang for buck compared to like if you're going for if you're looking for the big ones like the collectors and things like that. It's like you got to spend a lot of diamonds.
Yeah.
This is the most cost efficient bang for buck.
Yeah, honestly, but the only thing that makes me sad is that Kadita has an MPL skin, which is great, but also has the Crane series skin, which are both good.
Yeah, both are pretty decent. I'm not gonna lie.
First world problems.
But then if you're gonna make that argument, then what about like Edith, for an example, with the flying clouds alongside with the MPL? Both are good.
Or Xavier. You have Gojo Satoru and the flying clouds, something like that. Well, the game is ready. We're gonna jump back in. Again, it's SRG OG Esports against AERO Esports in Game 2. AERO on blue side, SRG OG on red.
Luckily, we don't miss out any of the action. We didn't have this tech pause, technical difficulties before a team fight. That would have been pretty awful. But, oh, wait, hold on. Early information being gathered from SRG's side. They did an early invade to check out whether it's orange or purple buff start, and it looks like it is a clear orange buff start for AERO Esports.
We'll see what they're able to make use of with that information. Looking at the emblem setup, nothing too out of the ordinary. Though Hazel is going for Quantum... Oh, hold on, in the mid lane, Stormy nearly dead. already before the Little Wanderer fight even starts. The wall gonna block him in. Stormy in some trouble. He doesn't have flicker. He might be dead here. The heal from Kalea. But the first blood still goes through. Hazel picks it up. But guess what? They get some revenge. Humes is healing so much.
No way.
And he gets out as well.
That was so close. That was so close and really unlucky for Hazel, unfortunately. So guys biding his time. But while this was happening, despite trading 1-for-1, both laners from the side of SRG on the opposite ends of EXP as well as Gold are actually not doing that well. Innocent got zoned out very early on, and not to mention that even Cram getting heavily punished into this Esmeralda matchup.
Yeah, Smooth was running him down underneath the tier 1-2. And to make it worse, well, Sakai's gonna get a kill here.
Oh,
he doesn't get it!
How did that happen?
I was about to say,
He's tilted. He's tilted.
the first kill went to Yunes, which already, makes it slightly worse, but Sakai's missing that Thorn Rose. Just,
Was
it's
that
a kick in the shin.
Was that auto-aim?
Oh.
But the timing didn't even line up. He just straight up misfired.
I think he auto-aimed it, to be fair. It could have been. It's hard to say. But right now, Innocent struggling right now just a little bit, but he can out-sustain the raw damage. Oh, wait, hold on. Top side. Smooth getting attacked pretty hard.
1v3, but it is an Esmeralda.
Get there. What are we doing here?
The hero continues to be quite ridiculous. Turtle gonna be reset once again. SRG want to contest this, and AERO actually comfortable going for a Tsunami Slam. Finds Hazel into the last shaker! A beautiful delivery system between Humes and Cram. The Turtle goes to SRG, and Smooth gets picked up as well. It's a double kill for the Kalea.
Why? Oh my god, he's gonna die too.
And he survives.
And he lives. Like, it couldn't get any worse. In the next 30 seconds, Kusei.
Clap Crow Cannon?
Oh my god, if that one-shot him, that would have been ridiculous. Now, keep in mind that Innocent did have to flicker forward and Kusei did have to use his Purify, so they did trade. Those sharks really do a ridiculous amount of damage. It is just not fair. But amazing stuff coming out from SRG's side. What was that turtle fight? Why was Smooth walking like he was walking around the dog park just to get into the middle of it? And then Cram was like, you know what? I'm gonna flicker forward. What are we even doing here?
And SRG, they already locked on their target from the get-go. It was Hazel. The moment he has no trace left, they just full combo him. Yumes is gonna get away, not a problem. And we did talk about this, right? We had that discussion earlier on whether what the priority for AERO is supposed to be around objectives. They've lost the first hurdle. They dropped 3 bodies to SRG OG, who are now rocking a 2.7, close to 3k gold lead. Things have already gone out of control.
The only saving grace is that the majority of those kills is in the hands of Yumes, right? Cram finally getting his first item priority 3 minutes into the game, very early. Wow. Gonna save an extra 30 seconds there, but even so, I think that they should not have contested it in the first place. I think that Hazel needs to focus on his farm. He should be invading and stealing away camps ever so slowly to build that lead.
We did see that interaction earlier on too, where Stormy almost solo killed him.
Keep in trouble here. Tsunami Slam gonna be dodged. Nice timing on the ult, but Skies can just chase it. Oh, nice flicker timing! Just gets away from the puncture.
I had to use everything to get out. I mean, we can draw a reference between how GMXK play. Hold on.
Big ouch from Stormy there.
Why aren't we face checking? Why are we face checking these bushes? Why are we face checking these bushes? We need to start leaning back into our fundamentals here. AERO, you gotta pull yourself together here. Oh no.
Move walks outside. Oh, Cram with the Flicker Land Shaker once again lands on 2. Smooth in some trouble. Cram, will he pick it up? No, Smooth gets enough shield. Just in time, Mount Sharker comes out, but Zkeep left in the lurch. SRG still picks something up for their troubles.
Wow. Innocent with a consistent item spike. Again, Holy Crystal at 440 sharp. Second turtle, most likely in the hands of him.
Oh, they found Innocent. Kusei going into the Blazing Duet, but gets dodged by the Sharkwave. Hazel wants it. He dashes in, and Innocent just spits on him.
Look,
that's a mistake. Now Kusei may also pay the price for his actions. 2 kills to SRG and the turtle.
This game is it was out of control, spiraling out of control like 2 minutes ago, but now it has completely spiraled out of control.
I think this game is already over.
Yeah, I agree. I was just about to draw a parallel where when we saw GMXK play the Yishun Shin, obviously, even when they lost the game, we saw kind of the idea how to play around the Yishun Shin, right? They're giving Jaja the resources, getting to the lane, getting to the side lane, making sure that there is space. But there's no space this game for AERO.
No. And worse yet, they're making really uncomfortable calls. Like, Hazel is trying to finish off kills when honestly, you don't need to be in that position 1v4, right? You already lost your boy. There's nothing to do about it.
They got a kill on Zkif in the mid lane. They do trade for Stormy, but now Hazel completely out of position, and Yumes on a mega kill streak as a Kalea.
I don't know if it's worth it, dude. You kill Stormy, you go down, another 12 seconds, your XP lane just got pushed out, SRG has full reign of the map, and you're running triple marksman. They all are greedy for gold. At one point, someone has to sacrifice. In a normal game day, someone can sacrifice their resources, but not AERO. They all want the same magnitude of gold, but they're not all going to get it.
I don't know why they didn't go for it. Why didn't Zkif go for the triple lane? Man, why did he not go for the triple lane delay?
They found Kusei. Purify comes out. Blazing Duet as well. He's alive, but that's a lot of resources spent.
Oh, counter gang though. Zkif
coming in from behind. The wall misses Innocent. Meanwhile, Tsunami Slam lands on Hazel. Shockwave comes through. Zkif gets blown up instantly, but Yumes is going to be traded away. It's a shutdown for Hazel, and that's going to be it.
What? Why is...
Wait.
Why is Smooth there?
What? Why is Smooth back here?
What was the plan? Huh? The fight was already over. He walked in, and he had a chance to walk towards the tier 2, but he cuts the wave and dies?
Is this a tilt series? Is this the tilted from game number 1? Because the mental don't seem to be looking very good here.
Smooth was clearly using Internet Explorer.
Honestly, if he had sprint, it's like, okay, whatever, right? You press the sprint, you get out of it. He has Purify. I'm not sure if that was a minor head shake I saw from Smooth earlier on, but I would be shaking my head too.
I think he needs to complain to the delivery company because he clearly got the message way too late.
He had a solid like 3 seconds to assess the situation, so that...
yeah.
I don't know, there's no coming back. Like all 3 turtles for SRG OG, it's literally the worst case scenario that it's not like you can't see it coming. It's written on the walls. It's written in the stars.
Yep. It may be written in the stars, but I think at this point we're not seeing enough of a punish onto Hazel. Yes, he's dying in these fights, and yes, they are focusing mainly on these structures, but we need to see just the denial of gold.
Oh man, poor Kusei. You can see the bloodshot eyes on SRG. He does BMI back in with the Blazing Duet. He's okay. Distraction Pulse comes in. A Purify on Stormy! The timing is too good! AERO gets punished in return. Zkif goes down.
Oh my god, Innocent literally cut that fight in half. He's like, no! Nobody touches my boy! And luckily Stormy still had to Purify to get himself out of the initial stun. Too close for comfort.
If there's any silver lining, Hazel finally gets some space to farm. He was able to soak up the mid wave, go to his bottom jungle. Cram is going to start looking for him, but he did get the endless battle. That's going to speed up his clear. AERO just needs to hold the front.
Whoa! Smooth!
No!
What are you doing?
He Purify, dude.
Oh.
What?
Oh, Hazel? Is he gonna be alright? Oh,
he's dead.
He's being chased down.
I thought he was about to outplace the guys there.
He's
and now
dead,
he should die to the throwing throws at this point.
I mean, both junglers are very low. This could be risk. Look
Don't let him recall.
Look at him.
Don't let him recall. Oh!
He's trying! He's trying so hard! But what can you do? Innocent just comes in and shoots him with a gun.
Yeah,
and
holding him hostage here.
Different contrast on both sides of the stage. I mean, SRG players, they're laughing their way to the bank. But for AERO's side, communication, it gotta be better, right? Game 1, we were questioning whether there is some form of a communication, but this game, they clearly was lacking.
Yeah, just so many tilt plays, so many miscommunications here. Information is just not good for it, unfortunately. And now, it was 9 minutes into the game. They've already lost 2 tier 2s, and they're about to break the Holy Shielding as well.
Both your front lines are...
Oh my... That's the ult! That's not even the skill 2!
Your Esma is 0-5.
Yup.
Your Grok is 0-5.
This game is done for. This game is done for. I don't see how they can come back here. Unless SRG make like they whiff really, really hard. But I think if they push buttons on a button-to-button basis, SRG are just getting more quality and more value.
I mean, the transfer window is open, so... I'm just saying, you know, that you gotta take this a bit more seriously.
Some scary implications you're dropping here, Husky.
I'm not saying that they will replace any players on the side of AERO, but if they are going to, I think the internet crowd has a candidate of who that might be.
I think AERO just needs to calm down, right? They've already botched up the earlier stages of the game. Hazel can actually scale. He's already 2 items into it. He doesn't have the War Axe, but he's looking to go. He's actually looking to go for the BOD. So he's going for an even greedier build this time round. It's not about sustain. It's about when I am there, I one-shot my target and then I'm out. Even though he's not playing Killing Spree and playing Quantum Charge instead.
I mean, a lot of time when the chat says that someone is feeding is not reliable info, but this time I believe them. Someone is straight up chain feeding.
Cram.
Look at this. Cram, he's just eating it, right? And then
he's just clearing it base and he's regenerating so much. Guys, takes quite a lot of poke from Kusei, but the Lord has not pushed in. Yumes goes in. 2-man title strike knockout. Tsunami Slam gets purified. Snoo's still alive for now. Traction Pulse comes out. SRG has run out of minions, but they... Oh my goodness, Kusei just got hit by a truck. Innocent just spitting on them right now. They do get caught in the wall. The Empty Cats comes out. Meanwhile, in backline, we get a very nice... That's going to be a Tectonic Charge. Gets to shut down. GQ picks off the Bane, but it's going to lose his life in exchange. Cram is in the backline. He's killing everyone. Killing spree to the Lapu Lapu. He goes down eventually, but Tsunami Slam comes back online. Yumes loses immortality. He's moved. The last one alive. Gets picked off. It's a double kill for Stormy. SRGOG styling on AERO Esports, a clean sweep guaranteed, and it is so easy for them.
Not even close. A sub 12-minute game with a 10k goal lead, absolute beatdown. The KO punch right to the throat of AERO Esports, who already looked shaky from the start, but just made worse with how good SRG OG were playing. And it was the best engaged AERO could have gotten. Caught them lacking in the base. They were taking turret shots from the inhibitor and the crystal, and SRG still team wiped them.
There's too big of a lead, just too big of a lead, and unfortunately the execution was still extremely clean overall. They didn't miss mechanic, unfortunately. Sakai's, he got 1 infraction, but never again after. But to be fair, I think AERO was just way too tilted from game number 1. They were having like an out-of-body experience playing game 2.
Yeah, it's the worst. Whatever we discussed earlier on that could skew the game against AERO, it all came true, and it's never slowed down. It's a tough blow, right? They came from yesterday feeling really good about themselves, and it's going to continue to make everyone discuss about the power ranking in the league. But right now, we're gonna throw it to Rose with Sakais and Becky on the stage.
2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh lagi untuk Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. Guys, a round of applause. Congratulations, Sekais dan juga Becky. Sekali lagi, 3 mata penuh. But that was an insanely dominating game. Kau juga korang bagi?
Biasa je.
Biasa-biasa je. Oish. Kalau macam tu biasa-biasa, apalah jadi kalau korang serius. So, kenapa you cakap biasa-biasa je?
Sebab lawan Hazel kot.
Adik, Rose belum touch tu, adik dah touch. Now, kalau kita cakap pasal Hazel, semalam di dalam satu winners interview, Hazel kata that dia actually nak rematch dengan adik sebab adik sahaja yang dapat kalahkan dia di jungle musim lepas. So, you rasa excited tak pasal match up ni sebelum dia bermula?
Wait. Hazel? Siapa tu? Sekejap. Saya cari jap. Sekejap. Player not found. Tak ada.
Gurau je. He wants to wrap it up like that. Now, adik, selepas jumpa Hazel sekali lagi dan dapat menang dia sekali lagi, what do you think of the potentially only import jungler this season kalau Rose tak silap?
I think he is a good jungler for this MPL, and I think I think dia just tersilap cakap je sebab dia cakap Malaysia tak keras kan. So dia silap langkah.
Silap je. Okay, adik, one last question for you. Musim lepas SRG OG sikit lagi nak dapat the perfect regular season. Tapi the only reason yang korang gagal nak mendapatkan perfect regular season is because korang lost 1 mata dengan AERO. Adakah hari ni korang on form kau-kau sebab korang nak membalas dendam? Kacau korang punya momentum last season tu.
Yes, there's one of the reason also lah. Yeah.
Becky, do you agree? Were you that angry today or like that geram today?
For me, this is just warm up because the real match starts tomorrow, I think.
I agree. Ramai orang tengah wait for that match. Tapi tadi kita sudah nampak a very convincing dominating 2-0. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. Dewan Sri Putra, who is your MVP? Alright, mari kita tengok MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Yums. Alright, Yums, come up on stage.
Cutie patuti.
Kenapa panggil dia cutie patuti? Oh, sebab King Kong panggil. King Kong panggil. Okay, nanti nak tanya dia kenapa. Alright, Yums, come up on stage. I tahu Yums ni tak suka cakap dengan Rose atas pentas, tapi kita cuba ya, kita cuba. We try. Hi Yums. Baiknya hari ni boleh buka mulut. Yums, depan sikit. Okay Yums, hari ni MVP. Esok nak jumpa CG. Dalam CG ada siapa?
Ada Gary.
Dalam CG ada Ciku. And kita tahulah Yums ni memang sayang Ciku. So, esok apa your reaction ataupun your feelings towards the match?
Excited.
Excited nak jumpa. Sebab dah agak lama kan tak jumpa Ciku. Last season tak jumpa.
Boleh dikatakan lah.
Boleh dikatakan. Is there anything yang nak cakap kepada Ciku?
Good luck, have fun.
Dah agak dah. Okay, maybe one question for you. Di minggu pertama selepas you menang, I tanya Yums di mana Roma mana dekat Malaysia actually boleh kata ada potential yang besar ataupun mungkin selevel dengan dia, and you cakap Zikif. Tapi selepas jumpa Zikif hari ini, do you still think that he is the roamer to watch out for? Dia muka dah confident dah, tapi rupanya tak dengar. Sekali lagi ya. Selepas menang game pertama SRGOG, Rose tanya Yums, Roma mana yang you rasa selevel dengan you? You cakap Zikif. Selepas you menang hari ni, you rasa Zikif masih lagi ke Roma to look out for?
Ya, tapi semua Roma memang akan macam tu lah kalau lawan saya.
Wow! So, it's not the Roma problem, it's just you're too good. Is that what you're trying to say?
Ya.
Okay. Alright, ini yang kita nak, ini yang Rose nak. Sekejap, nak pass back mic kepada Sekai sekejap je. Rose lupa nak tanya tadi. So, hari ni Poji tak ada. Tadi dia message I. Dia cakap dia ada satu soalan nak sampaikan dekat adik.
Apa Poji?
Poji. Okay. Soalan itu adalah, we know that beberapa season dah adik dominate the jungler role. Tapi, why do you think that jungler dekat Malaysia tak boleh fight you in the lane macam jungler dekat ID dengan PH? Apa sebenarnya kurang dekat sini?
I think in Malaysia there's a lot of jungler, like Malaysian jungler that is good. Example, we have Prince Zayed, Gary and yang lain-lain. And I think it's just about the mindset and the coach lah. Maybe if they have a chance to have a good coach, I think they will be good. Yeah.
It all boils down to the mentality and the coaching staff juga. Macam mana diorang membantu players. Is that what you're trying to say? Alright, thank you very much guys. And now it's time for Becky. Becky, you just went up against your dear friend.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's actually my son.
Your son?
Yeah.
So, going up against Jifdet, did it make drafting easier because you would potentially know how he would be like?
Actually, it's pretty fun to see him on stage because he's always on the backstage, right?
Yeah.
I think he just walked into the wrong booth. I think he should have been in the SRG booth.
So you think he's just in the wrong team right now?
In the wrong booth.
In the wrong booth?
Booth, yeah.
In the wrong booth. Now, is there anything you want to say to Jifdet? Because we know that AERO is not looking too good right now in terms of the standings if they want to qualify for our upcoming playoffs. Any words of motivation for your son, perhaps?
Are you winning, son?
That's it?
That's it.
That's it. Now, Becky, let's get onto the more serious topic. You mentioned that the real match begins tomorrow up against CG. Now, what are you cooking up? Is there anything that the audience should look forward to potentially the biggest matchup of the week?
It's really, really fun because the last time this season, we were preparing up against Homeboys as well because Homeboys is the other team that was undefeated, right, before meeting us. So I think it's good, it's hype, but tomorrow we will show them why SRG is the king in Malaysia.
You know what? A lot of words are being spoken about the matchup tomorrow dan Rose memang dah sangat-sangat excited. Maybe one last thing. Do you think that in any way possible CG has what it takes ataupun the potential to actually take you guys down tomorrow ataupun mendapatkan satu mata je dari SRG?
There's potential, but we will make sure that it's 0.
So, tomorrow, Becky, 2-0 against CG.
Yes.
Okay, guys. Korang dengar tu, 2-0 lawan CG esok. Kita semua boleh nantikanlah apa yang akan jadi di dalam match tu. Maybe Sekais, is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada fans sebelum we wrap up this interview?
For the fans, thank you so much yang hadir awal-awal pagi untuk match kali ni. And thank you so much. Jumpa korang esok.
Terima kasih and congratulations sekali lagi. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters to analyze apa yang terjadi di game kedua dalam pusingan pertama hari ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose, Ozora, Becky, Sekais, and of course our MVP of the game, the good old guardian of SRG OG, Yums. Perfect series so far, nothing to pick on. You know, AERO just got completely crushed. The Sun's definitely not winning. And they are very confident that tomorrow is going to be a 2-0 against CG.
I love that they chose this pose for Yums because now you can see how much of that fist is just going up your butt when he is just absolutely demolishing you. Like, what do you even do at that point? And he's a big dude, man. So you can tell you're not going to be walking straight for days after he's done.
Man, he's just puppeteering you at that point.
Yeah, man. It's gross how far he goes in this game, how far he goes out of his way in this game to ruin somebody's day. And I think for Hazel, he definitely recognizes that it's just like, man, it is hard to get past him. He tunnel visioned a little too hard. And I think that Yums, in these prolonged fights, every trigger of his passive gains so much value for the whole team.
Yeah, well, we call that not the uppercut, but the 1,000 years of pain. Some might call it. So again, AERO back to the drawing board. Playoff chances dwindle in the air. But for SRG OG, there's only one goal in mind. If they win tomorrow against CG, they are 99% poised for first place in regular season. Let's just put it that way. But yeah. CG, they're gonna get some time to prep for that. And I heard you cooking something, Gideon.
Yes, I have been cooking something. Let's pull in the camera a little bit, just a little bit here, because it's time for, guess what? The hot takes. Now, this time round, we're going to be putting the timer on the clock. 1 minute to go. My hot take this time round, Roamer's hitting level 2 a little too early. In this game alone, we are seeing that both Zcreef as well as Yums have means to influence the game, whether you like it or not. And hitting this level 2 is such an important part, an integral part of that game, because if you're able to dodge a lot of your target opponent's abilities, that would be great. But more importantly, you're able to kind of set things up for your side lanes. Now, this is the biggest problem in the patch right now, that we're not seeing enough being utilized in professional play. Hit that level 2 and immediately start affecting the enemy laners, side laners in particular. Why aren't we seeing more priorities being thrown over to EXP alongside with the gold? You can zone them out from the entirety of that level 1. Kusei would have been okay if that were to happen. At least for Zcreef, affecting the lane seemed to be a good way of putting it. But now, everything is being put on that mid lane. And that used to be the EXP's role. Mid lane now has to cover everything on top of fighting and scaling for the team. And that's my hot take here with still 3 seconds left on the clock.
Thank you very much, Gideon. Again, Roam is such an important role. With the amount of resources Muntun is giving them, put it to good use. You know, you got shown a lot of love. Well, not AERO, they didn't get shown any love at all. They were definitely forcing some occasions. Hazel, just like game 1, he's really desperately trying to get at least himself a hit. But this game was even more of a landslide than game 1.
It went so badly. We already discussed this during the short little break we had when they were fixing things up on stage, how AERO Esports should probably consider ignoring the first turtle entirely and just focus on trying to get some kind of advantage in either EXP or gold lane. Now, they did decide to fight for it. And in this case, I actually kind of understand why, because they did actually have an okay trade mid lane right beforehand and they had good positioning over it, so maybe you can try. But after you lose that fight, you need to completely shift the way you look at the game. You cannot afford to try to force things anymore. You gotta play it safe, you gotta be willing to sacrifice, and I didn't really see any of that.
The fact that ZKIF is richer than Smooth when the game ends really tells you something about this game.
Hey, roamers, right? You love him, you hate him. But I think that very first fight, my biggest issue is what the hell was Smooth doing? He's playing Ring Around the Rosie with the Lord Pit. Like, how is Cram successfully getting Yums a 2-kill lead on top of Stormy finding his own, on top of Sakai's finding his own, only because Cram is fighting multiple targets to stun? The positioning from AERO side just does not make sense to me. You shouldn't be that close together in the first place. And more importantly so, your frontliners like ZKIF was low, and at that stage, with all abilities expanded from your support, that's when you start giving up the space in the first place.
He is also rocking the Festival of Blood too. He wants to fight, but he doesn't find the space to fight. And when we see him trying to switch to playing Diversion, he just does not have the resources to do so, right?
Yes.
We've seen him running out the lane, trying to cut waves when the fight was already done. I think the bottom lane fight was probably the most sus moment, and then afterwards it was just a cascading effect of Smooth losing control of the game.
Yeah. A lot of really weird, a lot of really bad calls. Because you have to remember, when the game started, Smooth was winning lane.
He was.
He was controlling EXP versus Cram. I think that was part of the reason why AERO even decided to go for the turtle in the first place, because their EXP laner was winning. And then he wasn't standing in front to block things. Esme is already a bit of a difficult laner to play if you're going triple marksman, because she can only really just stand there and hope to bait people, and Smooth isn't even doing that.
Yeah, I mean, like you pointed out, right? Like, he beat Cram in lane 100%, but he leaves Cram open when they needed to fight for objectives. And again, there is a bit of a disconnect in how AERO wanted to approach the game. I think maybe
the world needed him most.
Yeah, maybe the core idea was correct, but no one was communicating it. That's why Sakai ended up being the rich guy to carry Stormy, Smooth as the sandbag again, and this time the best wingman is Yums.
Yeah, I think that Stormy is getting away with way too much here. There are so many scenarios where you can where you can put Stormy in a position where he has to use the Brilliance first, or at least when you see him utilizing that Darkening, that's when you're expected to use the Grok ult. That's when you're expected to use the Falling Star move coming in for Smooth to buy you that extra second to chain the CC together and waste the timer in general. So there are tools in the arsenal of AERO, just not utilized that well. And from that point onwards, the tilt started to happen. Once they were 0-4, the game was basically done for.
Yeah, I think if you want to do something and you already have committed, you might as well commit your abilities, right? If you're about to die, might as well press all your buttons, which I don't think Smooth even pressed Purify this game. Or like maybe once.
I think once, yeah. He did get yoinked up by the Tsunami Slam one time.
I feel like even if he did press it, he was so behind that he just died anyway. That's the big issue here. Because if we look at the highlights, early on, things were pretty okay. They got a first blood on Stormy, but Yums played an incredible Kalea, healed everyone back up, survived it all, ended up being a positive trade for SRG. That's still okay.
Look at this.
But then the first fight.
Where's Smooth? What is he doing?
Why is he going to...
Kim's not there as well. Oh, dude, there's so many things I went wrong.
Why was he going the long way?
There's so many things that went wrong. That's why I'm saying this has to be tilt, because this is so uncharacteristic of AERO. Like, they don't usually make a mistake like this.
I think it's unfortunately kind of a case again of AERO wanting to play a specific way with the draft. Because it's clear that in the pre-game communication, that Smooth was told, wrap around from behind, dive their back line, right? And so he's doing that, but then who holds the front line? ZKIF, unfortunately, is not going to be able to tank most things, so SRG just walks over you, and by the time you actually wrap around, your entire team is dead.
I mean, they're also kiting towards the tri-brush side of the map as well, when really, like, the conditions for SRG was, hey, wait a minute, we already see where Esmeralda is. We don't know where Kim, but he's probably hovering around the mid lane. And if they're going to keep on kiting the tri-brush, Kim's not going to make it in time, so let's just go.
Yeah, and he has the Falling Star Moon, right? Which I feel like you could just hold like the same angle. That a lot of questions that I think, you know, rather than us trying to answer it and dissect, we will leave it to the back end staff of AERO to really talk about it. They definitely have a tall mountain to climb. Compared to the AERO last season when Hazel came in, we saw a big shift in how they played the game. They made it to top 4 of the playoffs, but this season the ball game is different. Teams are so much better, and AERO, they haven't found their groove yet.
I think they also had like a decent draft. I like the way that AERO kind of thinks about the game. Sometimes they play a little gambly in their drafts, like yesterday, for an example, game 1, especially with early Esme pick, that was like rolling the dice, but they knew what they were doing. At least in game 2, it became very clear what their ideas were. Even in these games, it became clear what their ideas were. It's just the fundamentals, right? Their comms are so strange.
I think my concern about this is that we asked a quote from one of the players. I forgot who it was, but they mentioned that in the previous season, Coach Bam was basically drafting to cheese out with comfort picks, specific heroes that the players played very well, and it worked for them, right? This season, Coach Tazi is trying to experiment, expand the hero pool, let them test out other picks, which I think is a good thing. But there's only so many picks you can like try out in every game, which means that you might have to sacrifice a player or two. And I think Smooth might be getting the short end of that stick. Because his EXP lane is being drafted very early on a lot of the time. And he's being made to approach the fights like notice Smooth does not split push at all. We've not seen any macro play from him, which is weird because he used to be very good at doing that. And I think it's because the team needs him, so he can't do it. Because they're not as comfortable being independent on heroes they're not used to playing.
Okay, I'll give the exception of only game number 1 to Kusei playing on the Esmeralda. He clearly is like, I don't know my limits, like I'm still feeling it out. But based off of what we've seen and considering Smooth's entire lifetime career, I think the Esmeralda, he played it all right? Yeah, yesterday I think we got to see a bit more of what he's capable of doing, but this particular game, I don't know. I don't think he was shafted at all. I think he had a decent lane matchup. I think the Esmeralda made a lot of sense, and I think it definitely affected the draft in a positive way for AERO. And it came at very minimal cost to Smooth, right? It's not like he's losing out in the lane. It's not like he can't provide value in team fights, and he still can make those macros. It's just the player performance just wasn't their day for some reason.
I have to agree with that. I think you add on to it, we have seen a lot of XP picks coming out in the first 3 phase, unless you get like Giga counted in the draft, or like you pick yourself into a unwinnable matchup, usually you don't get affected too much. Like for me, maybe the Uranus is like kind of the why do you first pick it the blue side? But aside from that, I think it's okay. I think game 2 was just Smooth not performing well. There were a lot of weird decisions, and goes back to a lot of teams lose not because of the patch or the map, it's just fundamentally, right? Fundamentals not going that well for the players. So it's a tough spot to be in. But with that being said, we're gonna take a short break, but don't go anywhere. More games are coming up. It's gonna be exciting. We're gonna throw it to Sith on the backstage for the post-match interview.
Thank you diucapkan kepada caster-caster kita, dan anda bersama dengan saya Sid di dalam Post Insight Analysis, dan saya tidak keserangan, kita bersama dengan fan favorite iaitu Hazel. Alright, first of all Hazel. Alright. Intense game.
Kenapa?
Intense tak? Sengit tak game tadi?
Tak, sebab banyak kalah early, jadi tak bisa lanjut ke late game.
Okay, faham. Okay, first of all, saya nak ucapkan tahniah sebab awak the best import jungler dekat MPL.
Sebab saya seorang je yang import kan.
Okay, alright. Semalam, kamu ada mengatakan yang kamu mau kalahkan Skies. Benar? Sebab season lepas, pasukan AERO pernah mencuri satu mata. Tapi apa yang jadi antara game AERO lawan SRG? Kamu kenal kan Skies yang mana kan?
Ya.
Jadi apa yang jadi dekat game tadi?
Tak tahu lah, rosak lah pokoknya.
Semua rosak?
Rosak.
Tapi masih lagi boleh fix tak?
Masih lagi boleh, sebab actually banyak move dari kita orang yang betulnya tak kita buat dekat screen, tapi mungkin dekat stage ni jadi buat mungkin ada pressure ke mental, belum tahu.
Okay, alright. Saya rasa benda tu boleh di-fixkan. Okay, alright. Kita bercakap tentang Skies sebab kamu pun semalam ada mengatakan tentang Skies. Apa yang kamu rasa buatkan Skies ni jungle paling hebat dekat Malaysia?
Dia fit sih dengan timnya, dan juga ya dia lagi banyak experience lah.
Jadi kalau ada teammate yang sama-sama bagus, boleh jadi jungler yang terbaik lah.
Ya.
Okay, alright. 1 kemenangan daripada 4 perlawanan. Jadi kamu rasa AERO masih bisa tak pergi ke playoff?
Actually kita orang agak macam panik sikit lah, sebab ya bukan awal yang baik lah untuk kita orang, tapi mungkin kita masih bisa lah untuk pergi playoff.
Ya, itu yang saya mau. Confident. Kamu confident tak dengan diri kamu?
Ya.
Confident betul
Boleh.
Okay, memandangkan kamu the only jungler import in Malaysia, apa yang kamu boleh promise sama fans AERO untuk upcoming match? Apa yang kamu boleh promise?
Tak ada promise sih, tengok nanti lah. Tengok nanti je lah.
Boleh menang Boleh menang
Menang insyaAllah nanti.
Okay, menang Okay, alright. Itu saja yang kita nak berkata-kata dengan Aizal. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck untuk next match. Jadi, selepas ini akan jadi perlawanan yang lebih menarik. Mampukah pasukan GMX Kelantan cuba mendapatkan kemenangan pertama, ataupun tidak akan terus saja menghukum pasukan GMX daripada mendapatkan kemenangan kemarau kemenangan. Jadi kita tak ada masa, ayo kita bersama dengan caster kita untuk meneruskan analisis mereka. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Sith and Hazel. Of course, 4 series down, 5 more to go, and only 1 series win. Things are not looking up for AERO, but the chances is still there. They can still fight for a playoff slot, but they got to start winning games from this point onwards. And I think even Hazel is starting to feel the pressure, because good mechanics isn't enough to win the games.
Yeah, it's starting to look really, really difficult. But that's for another day. It's not as high intensity in comparison to our two teams who are sitting at the bottom of the standings right now, Todak and as well as GMX, because their odds are not looking good for either team if they lose.
So, during the pre-show, you did say that you think GMX have a chance to take down Todak.
Yes.
I'm going to give you one more chance to solidify your stance before we take a break. You still think that's the case?
Yeah. Unless Todak has suddenly gone through a training arc in between yesterday and today, I think GMX can take it.
Give me the odds, like, out of 100, it's like 60-40, 70-30?
70-30.
70-30 GMXK.
Yeah.
Alright, we're gonna hold you on that. We're gonna go take a short break, but later when we come back, it's going to be GMXK up against Todak, and until then, we'll leave it with the mic check for the first series. See you later.
Aku rolling.
So easy.
Jurada sih boleh, dah sumpah.
Dekat dalam tu ke? Aku.
Stun.
Belum mati.
Elok lah.
Main gila.
Aku boleh start down nak.
Boleh. Aku stun.
Ya, aku cek sini.
I tank ya. I tank. No more.
Tahu.
Satu boleh. Aman. Kau beli kan Mr. Phil. Aman. Oh, dah enggak tahu aman. Aku lawa. Ekay dulu. Aman. Ekay dulu kan. Aman.
Ini ya stun.
No first kill.
Aku stun.
Wait time bridge.
Oh, ada.
Harap. Ada dia. Aman.
Aman. Saya tahu lah Ustaz. Boleh.
Boleh.
Tower.
Oh, tower. Tidak kena main. Nice one.
Nice try boys.
Anti. Tak ada damage tu. Ya tu.
Level 3.
Go ground.
Awak mas pa.
Dari sejak. Go zone ground.
Boleh buat.
Bye. Go. Aja grab. Go. Macam ni boleh mati jauh. Boleh.
Boleh ni.
Bah.
Satu Fury clutch jauh. Kasih tahu dik.
Nice one, team. Let's go.
Club, I want to go.
Comelnya.
Boleh ke bawah terus nanti?
Boleh.
So happy you playing band?
No, easy passive shot. Just put the shark.
Oh.
Boleh.
Okey.
Nak.
Boleh dek.
Satu lagi.
Ada mina now.
Nice one.
Nice bait.
Bye. Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
Welcome to the Project Next patch preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target bursts. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamuz have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. river currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
CeraVe baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salisilik acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
Hai semua, selamat datang ke sedutan Patch Project Next. Kami ada banyak kandungan yang menarik untuk berkongsi dengan semua. Jadi, mari kita mulakan. Wira baharu, Obsidia. Sang pemerintah Abyss telah bangkit dari sisa-sisa zaman yang telah dilupakan. Sebagai wira marksman laluan emas, gaya permainannya fokus kepada pengumpulan serpihan bon untuk melancarkan serangan letusan sasaran tunggal yang memusnahkan. Serpihan bon miliknya terkena musuh yang dilanda serangan asasnya secara automatik dan dia juga mengikut musuh yang terkena ultimate-nya. Kami tidak sabar untuk menyaksikan aksi anda yang menakjubkan bersama Obsidian. Wira-wira Abyss Alice, Daeroth dan Thomas juga telah diperbaharui. Kami telah kemas kini reka bentuk visual dan latar belakang cerita ketiga-tiga wira ini dan mereka bentuk semula teknik Alice secara menyeluruh. Kami telah buff fasa awal permainannya sambil mengekalkan mekanik life drain yang ikonik. Matlamat kami adalah untuk meningkatkan pengalaman bermain bagi wira-wira ini dan kami amat teruja untuk menyaksikan prestasi mereka dalam patch yang baru. Ciri perubahan peta tahunan turut akan diperkenalkan dalam patch ini. Setiap perlawanan akan menampilkan mekanik peta baru secara rawa. Setiap kali meta cube berpusing, medan pertempuran akan berubah. Membawakan peluang dan juga cabaran baharu untuk strategi dan taktik yang lebih mendalam. Sistem pencapaian kini diperbaharui. Kami perkenalkan pencapaian musim yang serba baru. Berdasarkan gaya permainan dan prestasi anda dalam perlawanan, anda boleh membuka pelbagai level gaya yang hebat untuk menunjukkan kemahiran dan keupayaan anda kepada pemain lain. Selain itu, Wall of Honor yang baru membolehkan anda mempamerkan pencapaian anda kepada semua orang. Mari lihat siapa yang mempunyai pencapaian paling sukar diperolehi. Dalam patch ini, kami telah memperhalusi pengalaman dan tidak balas kawalan permainan. Kebanyakan penambahbaikan ini didorong oleh maklum balas anda. Melalui pengoptimuman ini, kami berharap dapat menyelesaikan kebanyakan isu permainan yang anda hadapi dan memberikan pengalaman pertempuran yang lebih lancar serta responsif. Ada banyak lagi peningkatan menarik yang bakal anda temui dalam nota patch pada masa akan datang. Itu sahaja sedutan patch Project Next kali ini. Project Next akan dilancarkan pada 17 September. Kami berharap anda menikmati semua kandungan baharu. Dan sehingga lain waktu, kita akan berjumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
So much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like? When will we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand.
A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
What's up, MPL viewers? Getting to you here with another report from last week's games. Now, the NXT patch had already dropped in, and big changes have come to the Land of Dawn. One of the few changes happens to be Bane Gold. With the change to his skill 2's force multiplier, his magic multiplier has increased, and it looks ridiculous. Here's a simple example here that we can see specifically from SRG facing off against Todak Innocent with no completed items whatsoever. Maybe a component at most. We see that Dreams loses 50% of his HP. Gone just like that. A ridiculous showing to see how powerful Bane could be in the earlier stages of the game and eventually scales to one-shot his opponents in the later stages of the game. That's one of the very few changes that we did get to see in the gold, and maybe it's already affecting you in your pub games, but that's not all. Blessings have changed for specifically roamers. Not only does it give you gold, it also gives you EXP. A minimum of 4 people need to be revealed to hit an early level 2, and we see this in one of the applications in our game in Vamos versus GMXK. Now we see that Jaja is dealing with the purple buff, and Zorn on Fanny Roam specifically is able to hit level 2 way earlier and forcing Jaja to actually use his retribution early. Now, most people are going to be thinking, why is Zorn playing Fanny Roam? Well, that's because he can roam really quickly on that Fanny. Contest, reveal his opponents not only on the purple buff, which he did, but now he's going straight towards the orange buff to contest against Jaja's Ishin Shin's red. It's not the greatest thing in the world, but it's just one of the few applications that we do see in the game itself, because multiple MPL regions have already given this a shot, maybe not with the Fanny Room specifically, but hitting level 2 early definitely skews the lanes, especially when we're talking about the gold or even the EXP, which is a lot more volatile in comparison to the jungle. Now, out of the big changes, our 4 annual map changes also come into play, and I specifically want to talk about the broken walls. In this example here, we do see Kodak facing off against Untitled. Now, most of the time, these fights usually happen on this side of the river. And that's what we usually know. But with a missing wall here that does not exist any longer, now this opens up a new line of play where you're looking to play on this bottom side, or specifically on this side towards the bottom lane. And it's kind of scary. We'll see in this particular fight that Todak, keep in mind that they're missing their mids tier 1 and bottom tier 1. So fighting in a position, especially this close to Tribrush, puts them in a lot of danger because their only runaway path is down by their own bot side. So Untitled can essentially force Todak into an all-in position just because they missed their first engagement. These are only a few of the changes that we did get to see from last week. We are monitoring the other impacts from the other lanes, if not the drafting phase from every other region. But keep in mind that this particular week we will be seeing Allison as well as Obsidia come into play, and that itself could change the meta a lot. So that's my report here. We'll catch you on the next one.
I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda, Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL MYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Reborn, Nung bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Todak menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Todak membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32 gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zon, Chiku Guys, Izarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah. Pantang mengalah. Menuju perjalanan ke era baharu MPL MY musim ke-16. Hanya yang gagah kekal juara.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon-calon. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. That's with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Renung terbasa, api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
Kata simat, bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit. With just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playas. Tron Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. Tron Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch Tron Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Tron Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX. Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Ni buat apa ni? Ha? Kau curang ke? Weh, aku nak tanya. Bila nak menang?
Mu tanya ketua dah. Mu tanya ketua dah.
Bila nak
tanya kat aku?
Ha? Kau kat sini?
Mu tanya ketua dah.
Kau kodak ke GMX?
GMX.
Kau kodak ke GMX?
Benar ini.
Kau ni
sikit ketua dah. Mu tanya ketua dah. Aku dah tahu. Aku dah tahu apa.
Kacau hidup orang.
Aku dah tahu apa. Mu tanya ketua dah.
Oh. Boleh masuk GMX.
Oh.
Apa masalah kau?
Mu tanya ketua.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL Malaysia Season 16. It is week 3, day number 2, and we are getting ready for the second best of 3 of the day. It's GMXK up against Todak, both teams at the bottom of the leaderboard and are still looking for the first series win. My name is Husky. Alongside me, I have Gideon and Sadafa coming up. Prior to the breakers now, you've solidified your stance. You think GMXK has a good chance of taking on Todak. Now I'm going to pass the baton to you, Gideon, sir. What do you think?
I think that generally on a basis-to-basis, if we're evaluating lane by lane, role by role, generally, on paper, Todak should be the better team, considering the number of experienced players and generally professional players who have come from other regions as well. Naturally, you would imagine that their fundamentals have been better, but the poor showings really hurt their odds. I'm going to say that Todak should, on paper, win this game.
On paper, but
on paper.
The number of times we've said on paper this season.
The paper's not looking very good, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I don't think so.
To be fair, we also say that last season, on paper, and we all know how last season went. They didn't get relegated, but they were close. And, well, we are going franchise next season, thank goodness. But still, this is the fight that will impact their chances to go to playoffs. And, of course, we praise Todak a lot. They have a long-standing legacy in the league. But their opponents are the newcomers from our Academy League Season 3 finals. Second place, GMXK, Kelantan, some rookies, some long-standing veterans too. We got MQT, Matdins, Maima, Jaja, and Munster.
With this lineup, there's still a question of how exactly do they want to play this game. And I think that, Jaja has been a very big standout because everybody is thinking of him as a hot commodity, but we haven't seen him truly pop off in any of the games so far. I mean, GMXK are still looking for their big win. They're still looking for at least 2 points to get themselves up on that board. And right now, they're running out of games to play. And if they don't win against Todak right now, it hurts their odds significantly coming into the second half of the season.
Especially when they are up against a team that is also as hungry as them to go for to get the first win of the season. It is none other than one of our legacy teams, the Swordfishes. We got Todak on the other side, Lo Liao, Dreams, Time Senpoi, Zayed, and Fondue.
On paper, the squad right here on screen. All of these players have had extended tenures in MPL. All of them have had peak moments. Lo Liao himself has actually even won an MPL many seasons ago, and we expect them to perform. And coming into the season, it didn't start out too cleanly, but we figured, hey, if they just have some time, they should be able to do well. And yet, it feels like they've been deteriorating. If anything, I do not want to see Todak go down this way, but if they keep going down this path, there is no doubt in my mind that it is not going to end well for them this season. It is time to figure something out now, because there's not much time left to do it.
It definitely is not. I mean, even for GMXK Kelantan, they only have won one game, and that point was off of Team Ray, and that was the best showing we've seen from them, right? With a draft that actually makes sense and great execution. But before that, let's check in with the teams and see how the atmosphere is like prepping for this best of 3. We've got the ping test of mic check coming up with Todak and GMXK.
Abang ni macam artis, cok sama Ni artis pelakon untuk
AERO Aziz.
Fizi Omar bukan?
Ni hot dalam cerita.
Aku dari MPL, cok. Aku ingat tapi macam pelakon.
Ni hot dalam cerita.
Apa
Hot dalam cerita bukan Sherry.
Betul tak ada bang?
Tak, bukan Sherry. Hot jadi jahat tu.
Apa? Sumpahlah.
Syukriah ya.
Syukriah. Betul tak?
Syukriah for you. Fast back.
If you don't recite to me your assignment with Coach Panda, I just take both your jersey.
Just check everything, Coach. Let him be shirtless.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
La.
Well, actually, if anyone has been following the Todak podcast or social media, we actually have a guest. I'm not sure if he's in the crowd or in the Todak booth, but Coach Panda is here by invitation of Abang Lore. So if you are planning to come to Dewan Sri Putra, you might be able to bump into him like we did just now backstage. But again, we gotta reel it back in. Both teams, at least based off of observations, right? In games that they have played, most of the time, obviously they haven't got much wins, but there's a consistent player. For Todak, it's Lo Liao. For GMXK, it's Jaja. Does that statement still stand true?
I think it's really tough to say because, again, we haven't seen these players actually find their pop-up moments just yet. I think that Lo Liao has been closer to getting big outplays in comparison to Jaja, but I think at this point we can't even think about the individual players because they need these points so bad. I've already talked about GMXK. They're already halfway through their games, but even further is Todak, right? They're getting closer and closer to that relegation point, already playing 4 of their series within the league itself. They still have 6 more games to go. And 5 more games to go, and I don't know if they can make it unless we are starting to see them pick up 2-0s, and that's what they need if they want to stay in the competition.
Yeah, it's even more difficult when you consider the teams that Todak has not yet faced so far, right? They haven't played against CG, Vamos, Homeboys, Team Ray. These are not easy teams to take down. So if they want points, this is probably going to be the best place for them to get it. But at the same time, despite GMXK sitting at the bottom of the charts right now, I wouldn't say that their gameplay is completely awful, to be frank. I think it's actually pretty solid. They just need a little bit more experience on the stage to really start understanding how to show themselves off.
Even for Todak, the saving grace is that 2-1 over Untitled, which also was a big point of discussion when the results were out. But for GMXK, I agree, right? Some of the players, they haven't been on the stage this big. Some of them played double grand finals in MPL throughout the span of a year, which is, this year. But aside from that, I also feel like the draft also impacts what they can do, right? Like me and LaFell, we had this discussion. We are not fans of Maima and Kimmy at all. He has lost every single game on Kimmy. Give him something that is a lot more accessible and useful. But the question for you guys out there is, what do you think Todak needs to improve for the upcoming games? Is it A, draft, make sure each player is on the right hero for this patch? B, execution, they gotta stay calm to avoid small blunders? Or C, communication, keep it clear during lore dances and team fights, which are all issues that we have seen.
Yeah, I need a D, all of the above right now.
I think some are more forgivable than others. I think right now, C, communication, keep it clear during lore dances and team fights. Like, yes, some teams struggle to deal with the adjustments, but the big issue that I'm seeing is that, unfortunately, Todak are just not together on the call. There's a lot of hesitation into making the call. They just need to make a call, whether it's right, whether it's wrong. At least the team is moving forward in the right direction.
If you base off of like yesterday's performance against AERO, where which one is the most applicable one?
Based on yesterday against AERO, I think it is probably communication. I also would personally lean more towards communication with a bit on execution. I think draft is okay. All things considered, drafts are pretty okay for Todak. They're just not executing them properly, and it seems clear that the players are not really talking to each other in the correct way either. Like, plans seem messy, there's a lot of discord happening. It's not just them as well. I feel like a lot of teams are having that issue this season, but for Todak it does feel particularly bad.
Yeah, and I think the hardest part is predetermining what is the main issue. Is it because Dreams as the shot caller alongside with Zyme Senpai can't agree upon what the call needs to be, or is the calls changing on the fly, which is kind of confusing everybody to what they need to do in the middle of the scenario?
And if that's the case, there is some parallels we could draw between this current season and last season with Gebe and Magma, right? Where we sort of saw the same problem arise, where there were calls that there's not in sync. Some of the calls were very weird. There's kind of a disconnect. Now, with what we've kind of discussed, it seems to feel like there is a bit of mirror between season 15 and 16.
A little bit. It could be philosophy as well. I'm not 100% sure. There's no way to guarantee, because every single time we see this mic check ping tests, it has been, oh, they look like they're in good spirits. They're not tilted about it. So it can't just be about, oh, the chemistry is the vibes, or the chemistry isn't going in the direction that they're hoping for, or at least in a positive manner. And then even from the words of Navar, every single time that we do get to talk to him, it's just, the execution of our plans just don't seem to be going well.
It's definitely a mentality issue, and we're still trying to figure out exactly why that is, because we know the players have skills. The draft should allow them to execute on those skills. They have the experience to show those skills, but the skills are not coming out. So there has to be something holding them back, some kind of obstacle. Is it the pressure? Are they still dealing with the after effects of not making it the playoffs for the very first time in the org's history? Are they like going into every match with like overly high pressure, right? Those are all the questions to ask.
Yeah, and I think that also kind of leads very well into something that you said, Siddhartha, because you felt like Todak's drafting and gameplay lacks clear direction. The team identity is still missing. Gotta go back to the basics. Whatever they try something different, it doesn't seem to work. Expand on that.
Alright, so yeah, I don't see an identity on Todak right now. I think whenever you come into MPL, each team needs to have the ability to understand what are our strengths as players and as a 5-man team. And I think a lot of squads here, especially the ones with more experience, with more achievements, just look at SRG for example. If you ask any of their fans, heck, you can ask anyone who's not their fan, who is SRG? They can tell you, they can identify what the style is. Todak has not displayed that, and they haven't really shown any sign of being able to figure it out.
I mean, even in the past few seasons, we did say that, okay, Todak is known for the Langar playstyle. And then, I think season 12 or 13, we sort of came to an agreement that the new era of Todak is kind of veering away from that. Right now, you say that the identity is lost, so where does Todak stand?
It's a little tough, right? Because again, I feel like they don't have that identity just yet. As much as we want to believe that it's the Langar style, I think it could be possibly because of the patch.
Yeah, and we asked Maima about the new patch, and he says that in this new patch, they can see it revolves around the roamer, which is an advantage for GMXK since Mundins enjoys playing a ranked to learn, and they just need confidence as a team to execute it on stage.
Interesting.
I can get behind that.
Okay, so I mean, if it's lack of confidence for the side of GMXK, at some point they should be like, every team who lacks confidence comes to a point where the next plateau is, we just need to make a call. Just throw things at the wall and see what sticks. And I'm thinking that GMXK, this might be the game that they're going to do it.
Yeah, just press your buttons together, right? You press the buttons together, see what happens, better than not trying. Which is something that was a problem with Todak when we saw them go up against Team Ray as well. It was Dreams and Fondia who were disconnected, and then we saw Zayed become disconnected in upcoming series leading up to yesterday. So before we head into the draft, let's see what the map is going to be. We've had Expanding Rivers and Flying Crowd so far. Now we go into Broken Walls. Todak having a 25% win rate on it, and GMXK yet to find one.
Broken Walls for game 1 here is going to be a very good test of both these teams. So far, I think we've seen that in MPL, Broken Walls has the highest impact overall in terms of early game rotation and how much you can actually affect the map right from minute 1. Neither of these teams have shown a propensity for being able to be particularly aggressive at the very start of the game, so now is the time to show if they're capable.
And here's a fun fact about Maima, and he says that if he does not become a professional player, he will use his bachelor degree in civil engineering to get a lawful job and build a happy family.
Hey man, that's why he bowed out of the MPL, took a hiatus for a while, and so often after, specifically after the transfer window, he just shows up. He's just like, I got some free time on the weekend, let's do this.
I don't like I feel like that hint implies that esports is somehow unlawful. Like, are we doing something illegal here?
No. This is not a dishonest job. It's just
Hey, don't you talk down a civil servant?
Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. You look to be a civil engineer to be fair.
He gets a good old pension when he retires one day. Not one day. From civil engineering.
Oh, if only
one day after he's retired, his company calls him back. Hey, we're about to be relegated.
yeah. Team Secret calls him and it's just like, hey, you forgot to claim your EPF.
Hey, we're about to get liquidated, my man. Save us!
Oh, the dream. All right. Now, let's get into this draft, because so far, the Kimi, the Jushin, alongside the Wanwan is banned out for Coach Nefari. And then from the side of VV, it's going to be CC, the Angela, alongside with the Boxia. Opening off for Todak, it's going to be Yi Shin, and Arlet already locked in for GMXK.
Lancelot is also open if they want to go down that route too. No Kimi is always good for me, because I don't want to see Maima on that hero. So they do take the Lancelot.
This is a comfort for Jaja. He does like going into the Assassins, and so far Lancelot seems to be his preferred option. The Arlet has not been getting a lot of early pick rate recently, especially with Esmeralda and Lapu Lapu popping up. It's kind of hard for him to win lane. Do you think this is a good idea?
Well, I don't know. I think they need to roll the dice a little bit more. I think that I trust Munster enough to be able to try and out-mechanic his way out of these positions. But the hard part about Arlet is not only does he demand a lot in the middle of those team fights in terms of raw execution, the laning phase can also be pretty difficult depending on the matchup. This time he's facing off against specifically Phoveus. Now, you can potentially win this. It depends on what his emblem build and emblem setup is going to be, and first item. Some people even opt to go with Master Assassin, first item Dagger, just so that you can trade efficiently in the earlier stages against the Phoveus.
Yeah, we've seen some build. I think Sanford does it, Chin from Navi does it as well. The Fury Hammer into Oracles, where you're just surviving in fights, but you're doing a considerable amount of damage, and it demands a high level of execution, right? Your flicker final slash has to be on point, and then the rest of the team is going to depend on that setup.
It's gonna be a good chance for us to see what Munster can really be capable of, especially in such a pivotal matchup for GMXK. The Gatot Kacha comes out as the red 3 pick as a counter to Kalea.
I like it. I like it. That's a good opener from both sides here. Very understandable. Already looking for immediate counter picks before they get into the second phase of the drafting. But now we need more ways for Arlet to be able to get on top of his targets, right? You can't expect Arlet to do it by himself unless he has Flicker available. So they've got CC in the Gatot's Taunt, the AOG. That's all right. We need one more Catalyst so he's able to slingshot himself all the way into the back line.
Yep. They're also mirroring sort of the role pick sequence from Todak, right? You have Jungler, Roam, and XP lane. We have the same, but they had the innate advantage on having that last pick. Beatrix ban now, very straightforward. You don't want to Kalea Beatrix. There's obviously still the Farsa, but they have the Gatot and the Arlet to deal with it.
They have ways to deter some of their picks, and even Farsa getting banned down from Todak's side initially. I don't think it's a bad idea, but I do think that mid lane picks for Maima, it's going to be a little bit harder. I think it's safe to say that no matter what Maima picks, it should be alright. If he goes for Loyi, I see it being okay. If he goes for Yves, also really, really good. The only issue is whether or not they can actually push out that wave fast and then look to fight early on, past once EXP is able to either walk out of the lane or they can help him by bailing him out from Phoveus, because it still gets a little tough after once he hits level 4 and onwards.
What about the Novaria? How important of that hero is, you think, for these two teams?
Probably a no-go,
Yeah.
only because you want something that has CC to enable the Arlet.
Yeah, I think going for Novaria here, GMX is already looking for a little bit more damage consistency overall. I was thinking the Lunox would also be a good option, but looks like Todak not gonna allow that through, so most likely will be the heroes that Gideon already mentioned out, things like the Eve or the Loyi. We'll see if GMXK goes for the mid lane first though, because gold is still a question mark as well.
Yeah, need someone to also trigger the demon mark for Arlet 2 to set that up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't expect it from the gold lane, but looking at the options, even Harith doesn't feel that good. Phoveus is inevitably going to be a problem for them. They could go for like a Trinity build style marksman. Claude has been popping up a lot this week already. Carry is also okay, but has a weaker laning phase in general, and it still potentially could be counterpicked at the end of the day.
You could still go into Granger as well. I think it would be a pretty safe fallback. I'm also now starting to think that Eve would be really good for GMXK actually, because it already combos really well with the Arlet. It gives him stacks. You can broomstick everyone at the RWM if you time it correctly. So we'll see. It's either mid or gold for them first.
I mean, it's a strong lane presence, great clear as well, good high ground defense, and just generally the setup makes it very easy for the team to function. I think against Todak that wants to be in your face, the Eve is always going to be a good deterrent. We've seen that, in fact, Eve was what won them their only point against Team Ray in the current regular season standings.
Yep, and considering that the EXP has already been shown, it's not like they're afraid of like, oh, suddenly Lapu Lapu comes into play. I mean, it still could come up during like the gold, once the gold lanes are going to get predetermined, to be fair. Because at least we've seen the Yish and Shin, and we've seen that a lot of teams who pick up Yish and Shin generally like to lean into, or at least consider the option of double fighters.
A bit of a holdout on the drafting phase. We'll keep you guys updated on what the status is. Seems like there might be something up on GMXK side. We've seen the Marshall now approaching the stage, but the picks up till that point should still be the same, so expect no changes from that point onwards. We're not, you guys are not missing out by a lot.
Is there an argument?
Okay, just continuing. All right.
Okay, we're back. Let's see what GMXK decides to lock in, and it is going to be the Granger. Okay, going back to safety, keeping mid lane as flexible as possible, but that means the potential of a steal from Todak is there.
What could they go for at this point that would be really, really devastating?
Dime's pick. If artillery-wise, Yves is the only one left.
And I think it makes sense to deny it away from GMXK, but the AOG is just too much of a problem, right?
And the Arlet too.
And the Arlet. I mean, you can kind of outplay the Arlet at the very least with the RWM because you get CC immunity, but with the AOG, you're like almost guaranteed to be like, hell no.
You could go back to Valentina.
But Valentina's okay, to be fair.
But the last time it was played, it did not go very well, I will say. They go for Harry.
Hey, the Harry for the Granger matchup. The mid laner, I assume, has to be a more supportive role. The Kadita is out.
Okay, so they're expecting artillery to come out from GMXK's side. And it also kind of leans down on burst if somebody does get caught by the Tsunami Slam. So at least there is a bit of synergy there.
It does also kind of deny the Eve in advance. If you're gonna play the Eve, we already have a hero as a solution to it, so they're trying to veer GMXK away from artillery in general.
What about Selena?
You could go for... It's not the worst. It's not the worst option, but I think maybe the Valentina might just be better for GMXK now. That way you can steal Tsunami Slam, that way you can kind of like wombo combo with some other people while still being able to peel off things like the Phoveus, but then you're just giving more stacks to him eventually once you start thinking about like how many dashes you actually have. Everybody dashes on the side of GMXK. So they're leaning into it. It's like, okay, we already have too many dashes. Let's try and win this lane early on with the Kagura, and maybe we'll be able to get out of it scot-free. Keep in mind that Dreams can top up Zaim Senpai in the middle of these fights and outside of fights just to make sure that he has consistent presence around the map.
It's an interesting draft, definitely. I think both teams have brought something a little bit more unique to the board, but generally stayed within the lines in terms of how you want to approach the game. We have to note the stakes on this one are pretty high. We're halfway through the season, both teams still looking for points on the board.
Yep, not only that, this Kadita pick is also going to put Zaim Senpai in a position where he has to get a lot more proactive, right? All these early to mid-game engages needs to work out against Purify, against tanky members on the side of GMXK. Let's see who will draw first blood in this best of 3 as we jump into the land of Dawn for game number 1 of this best of 3. Todak, blue side, against Michael Antan on red.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Let's see which of these two teams will be able to claim victory in our second match of day 2 here in week 3 of MPL Malaysia. Both currently sitting at the bottom of the board, and looks like both Roamer is sticking to the mid lane, not really going for invasive play.
Yeah, and regardless, it's about control, right? They don't really care whether or not the junglers show themselves or not. It's just about the early interactions that we need to worry about, especially once we get to Litho Wanderer.
And so Dreams is trying to put himself in a position to try and stagger Jaja, but the YSS isn't there, so there really isn't any chance for Toda to take the objective anyways. We see Zaid going for the invade at the Golems area. Jaja will arrive late.
In terms of emblems though, Festival of Blood, oh, Brave Smite coming out from Monsters. He's not going for the Impure Rage. He's looking to just survive.
A bit of a skirmish happening in the jungle here as Todak going for the steal on a camp. Looks like they will be able to walk out with it. MQT also getting poked quite heavily as expected of a Granger versus Harif lane. But it so far seems to be a pretty slow game.
Azai is going to hit 4 first because he was able to steal, I think, 2 camps away. It took both the Golem and the Beetle away. MQT now has to make the tough choice of recalling and missing out a way that is going to get frozen, sadly. They will try and bring Mantis to bail him out, but again, it's pretty risky.
Yeah, Zayed should be able to hit his level 4 on time, assuming that he does get the crab at this point, because he's lost every other, but now they're splitting up their influence across the map, and this is what I want to see teams do more.
Yeah, good response there. Martins comes to help break up the equilibrium of the gold lane so that MQT can actually go back to base to regen without losing out on the wave.
Yeah, Maima needs to be a bit careful. Of course, Toda is waiting for Dreams to hit 4. GMXK, they can't really contest.
Oh, they found Moonstar. Rough waves, instant burst, but Yin Yang overturned Maima. Found Zayed. It's a 50-50. Spondir steals the turtle away, and now Martin stuck between a rock and a hard place. Spondir picks up the Gatot.
Great play coming in from Todak, like across the board. While all of this was happening, I'm looking at that top side. Lolios, because of that early reset from IMQT and the fact that IMQT doesn't have Flicker but Purify, Lolios knows he has a kill angle on IMQT. If he walks up too far and drops down the Zaman Force on top of IMQT, that slow is going to cost him his life. So that freeze now gets him a significant lead in the gold lane.
That's what we sort of talked about on the desk. On paper, if we look at a 1-to-1 basis, like you mentioned, Gideon, Todak is going to have the advantage. Good turn by Martins to get Jaja out of that spot. He did steal Zai's purple buff away while the whole turtle situation was going on, but just based off of this raw experience gain, Todak is definitely a hit.
And they want to keep it that way as well. In terms of scaling, I think GMX will have a little bit more to play with later on, since they do have the Granger in the gold lane. Todak wants to play off of Zayed and Lolil's Spike, which is going to be around that third item. So, as long as they can maintain control, they will be in a good position.
Oh, speaking of control, right? This mid lane now, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Because we're going to notice straight away that Dreams and Zyme Senpai aren't very good at clearing waves efficiently. Zyme Senpai for the earlier stages, but it's going to come at the cost of big cooldowns, right? So that's why you see GMXK, they clear it out early, and then they slowly re-approach the mid lane because they don't know if Zyme's going to suddenly come out of a bush and go for the big one-shot.
Even letting MQT collect the double wave mid too, because you can't have Muddins constantly trying to build you up in the top lane, so they have to concede that space to Lo Liao. Zyme Senpai with the Genius 1 purchase. Once more, Todak having bodies around the turtle pit already.
Yeah, Zayed's got to be a little careful. He can't afford to get hit by that Yin Yang overturn once more from Maima. It will kill him now that Maima decided to go for that Genius 1. And I think that it's a little risky, but in this particular scenario, it is necessary for him rather than this is just a fun option.
Mount Shocker comes out. Todak will see where GMX is. They know Jaja is nearby. Fondir trying to zone him out. Maima gonna be caught out with the Petrify. Zyme Senpai with the burst on the Kagura. And now the final slash comes in, misses. Dark Wave knocks up Martins. Revitalize. Only going to buy some time. AUG has to be used defensively, but that means Tsunami Slam goes in on Munster. It's a killing spree for Zyme Senpai and a free turtle for Todak.
And every single spell, major spell from GMXK went wide. The final slash didn't connect onto Fondir, who was able to use the Infernal Pursuit to get out of harm's way. Maima caught by Zyme Senpai as well with the Rough Waves Petrify combo. GMXK now, they're gonna feel the pressure in the gold lane too.
Yep. Good play coming up from GMXK. They see the dive about to happen. Modins is there to peel immediately. MQT is just focusing on that wave. Without the wave, they cannot initiate the dive.
So far, systematic play from Todak, looking a lot cleaner, and we can see the experience of these players finally showing itself against GMXK. That will lead 2K at the 5-minute mark. Still not that big a difference, but definitely looking much more comfortable for our favorite swordfishes. They're going in. They found one Petrify on Munster. He's in trouble. Gets bursted with rough waves. AOG comes in. Munster's still alive. Regen a bit. Gets the kill. He's still alive. He flickers away from Fondir. The back play. And now Fondir in trouble. He knows he is dead. GMXK bite back.
Good idea from Todak, but GMXK was able to survive the full volley from Todak. If Munster went down, that was a sure invade. Solo kill though.
Lolil very close to getting the 1v1 win. MQT tries to keep his distance, but Lolil gets the kill.
Yeah, it's really hard, right? In the Granger versus Harith matchup, if you don't have Flicker, it makes all the difference here. Generally, MQT can just like poke out Lolils, but if Lolils can guarantee the all-in and just touch him even at the edge with the Zaman Force, it's more than enough to be able to catch him up, even if he spends all of his abilities to try and create some distance. Either way, right now, Todak still with a 2.1k lead with a missing top T1 turret from GMXK. I'm expecting the lane swap to happen relatively soon, but Jaja hasn't fallen behind Zayed. All the early invades have given him a bit of a buffer.
And that's something that is commendable about GMXK. Even when they fall behind, they lose an objective fight, Jaja was able to find space because of the rest of the team.
And the rest of the team is going to need to find some way to make sure they can keep supporting him. Martin's gonna scout out the turtle, but Mountain Shocker instantly reveals all of GMXK's positions. Fondir runs forward, final slash misses completely. And now I'm not sure GMXK can go back in anymore. Fondir doing so much damage, he loses his life, but he's done his job. Zayed gets a free turtle.
Alright, I need to see what the item build is going to be. Is Fondir going to go for the War Axe, or is he going to go for the Thunderbelt as his first item? And I think that there is an argument that probably War Axe is not too bad. A majority of the members coming in from GMXK are actually kind of squishy, and we've seen that Fondir has consistently dodged the final slash 2 times already. I wouldn't be too surprised if he can also dodge the Yin Yang overturn on top of that in later fights.
They already forced out the Revitalize early on too. MPL has got Sky Piercer.
Zyme Senpai goes in, finds Jaja, rough waves, almost one-shot him, but he manages to iframe out.
And he iframes the last tick of the lethal ignition. If he let it all the way through, I'm pretty sure Jaja would have died. And he had no targets to actually go for his purple retribution and get a little bit of health back.
Still, again, Jaja escaping that is more than enough. But it does give Zayed some space to catch back up. There was a period of time when he was behind in terms of experience, and now that has been dealt with. So Zayed back on track. GMXK now shifting their focus to the top lane. Todak will gladly take that bot tier 1.
Yeah, and Fondir just hovering around the mid lane. So yes, it's going to be a T1 for T1 trade, and I don't think that Todak finds it that much, knowing that the next objective is going to spawn on the bottom side. Looking at the items though, no full items complete. It looks like it's going to be a complete tank. Wait, hold on. Why would you have these? Why would you have both component? It's all components for the side of Fondir. He's trying to be cost efficient, but I don't know whether that was the best play.
I think it was unnecessary, but understandable, since he knows he's gonna be acting as the main front line for Todak most of the time. That he may as well get as much different damage reduction as possible.
Did he just first item Dom Ice? Why?
He did. First item Dom Ice.
There's no need for it. There's no need for it other than monsters, and even then, right? Half of the item doesn't benefit you. Nobody really depends on attack speed besides arguably Jaja in this particular case from GMXK.
Even the healing reduction is like quite negligible.
Jaja trying to get on top of the Lord, but Fondir just has to stand there, and he completely stops his entry. GMXK being zoned out entirely right now by one man, Zayed, with a free Lord.
Yeah, fantastic job by Fondir. Every single time you see Jaja, just jump on top of him. The moment Jaja doesn't have his ultimate, there is no chance for a steal.
DMX, they're trying to force a tower, but they're not in position, and now Booster just gets caught. Tsunami Slam pulls him back, he flickers out, but here comes O'Neal with the Zaman Force to finish him off.
Alright. I thought that was about to be a blunder, right? It felt like everybody had, like Dreams and Zyme Senpai had two different ideas, but luckily Lolios comes the same day, but it did cost them the flickers.
Yeah, this Loliao is something else. Picks up a kill onto Monster who was already very, very low, and Todak trying to set up the waves. So they're gonna let the bottom lane slow push as Jaja continues to try and farm up, now a full level behind Zayed. I think for GMXK, they should be able to defend this. They will have to give up the top tier 2, but the Lord not too hard to be dealt with at the bottom lane.
Yeah, I think they're willing to let the Holy Shielding go down. It should be okay, but now I'm more concerned.
Ooh, nice minus slash. AOG comes in. Kind of a mess here. GMXK's engagement is not the best. Munster gonna be left behind, and Todak just runs him down.
Wow.
And get the mid tier 1 too.
Man, you have to commend Munster for their final slash. That looked pixel perfect, but Todak just had too much damage.
Zyme Senpai gonna be chased down by Jaja. Pops the rough ways to escape. Oh, Dreams! Stops him mid-dash!
Man, this pixel crowd control are something else. First Monster, then Dreams.
Nicely played by Dreams, really covering Zyme Senpai's butt there. And I think that Jaja was more than happy to trade 1-for-1 against Zyme, specifically start that shutdown and maybe bounce back into this game. He hasn't fallen behind Zayed that far, really. It's 15-14. Maybe there is a slight goal difference other than the 3 extra assists, but Zayed hasn't been invading as often, and when he does, he's only taking small camps. The big camps are still available. And at this point, 8-4, finally they get to double up on their gold lead. 6K now against GMX.
Here comes the conceal, flicker into Tsunami Slam. They found Munster again. Martin's not able to save him. Rough waves instantly explodes him, but Jaja finds a revenge kill onto Dreams. Zaman Force comes out. AOG gonna be used defensively. GMXK pops the conceal in return, looking for a potential way to re-engage, but Todak have already kept distance.
I kind of felt like Martin could have just ulted to try and save Monster, but he's held his ult. But at least he was able to escape Jaja. If he connected that one last puncture, that probably would have been a dead Zayed without the turtle bolt. I mean, JSK, they're holding on pretty well, right? They trade 1-for-1. at the end of the day, Todak still wasn't able to get any net worth lead out of it.
Yeah, and I think that Munsters is going to be the primary target. He's one of the few targets that can't seem to run away.
Oh, down to full committing. Petrify comes out. He's stuck. He's got nothing to dash through.
What?
Summon Force finishes him off.
Very desperate move.
Yeah, you do not need to be face checking bushes like that. Not when the Lord is up. You could send Munster or Muddins in. Arguably, Muddins probably is your best bet, or just have Maima throw an umbrella in. But not check it with the Lancelot. Free Lord for Todak again, and this one is going to start to hurt.
Yeah, this is not a good position for GMXK. The second Lord now is almost going to guarantee for sure at least one inhibitor turret, which saves a lot of Todak's problem, which is we can't siege our targets. Nobody really wants to go in, and if we do, we have to sacrifice bodies to make sure that we get some kind of profit. Now with the Lord, they guarantee it at least one inhibitor turret, and at this point, I think that Jaja has got to be very careful, right? He can't be targeting Zaim Senpoi all the time. Zayed is the person you're looking for. Lolios might be a little bit harder because he still has Zaman Force, but once Zayed uses that Traceless, he is susceptible.
Yeah. Not to mention that for GMXK, they also have to be ready for the possibility that Munster gets caught and Muddins needs to instantly respond. And that AOG, we haven't seen the big impact AOG just yet. Most of the time, Muddins uses it to get away, but I think at this stage of the game, you have to use it to find openings for your team.
Oh, there's the Mountain Shocker. Todak knows all of GMXK is in their base. The Lord is up top. Top inhibitor has already fallen. They are able to clear out the minion wave down bottom. Tsunami Slam can be used. Martin pulled into the waves and taken out before the fight even starts. GMXK is able to clear up the Lord at least, but we've got more minion waves pushing into the base here, and GMX are so far behind. I don't know if they can clear them in time. Pondir with the flicker forward. Dark Wave finds MQT, forces out the Purify. Rough Waves unfortunately doesn't find his targets either, which means MQT actually finds the shutdown onto Zaim Senpoi.
Alright, that's a killing spree for MQT. I believe that's his second or third Sky Piercer stack, slowly building it up. GMXK needs to be willing to press their buttons a lot more. You can't be so conservative, right? You see an opening, maybe a flicker final slash or something like that. You cannot let Todak keep taking the lead, because every time Dreams grab someone, it's almost confirmed kill, and they have the tools to respond. GMXK needs to maybe communicate, find that confidence to press your buttons and try and counter-engage on the Todak.
I just don't think they have the economy, right? Because now I'm starting to see that, unfortunately, Muddins, by the time the AOG fully channels and then lands in his target, most targets are already dead in the middle of the Tsunami Slam animation, right? They don't even get to touch the ground before they die. Zayed is in a phenomenal position. Zaim Senpoi can basically one-shot anybody from the side of GMXK just for fun. Maybe not like Muddins, and will have to commit his ult to it. Even Loliel's 4-0 and 3 untouched hasn't been slowed down on his farm at all, has been the sole gold earner, well, not sole gold earner, but the highest gold earner for the team. I just don't see it happening right now.
Up until now, Todak has had some difficulty. Loliel especially hasn't really been given the chance to play much of the game in MPL because he just hasn't had the space to farm. This game, he has been given plenty of that space. This Harif is still a threat, and he hasn't even needed to pop off yet.
Second lore up on the third lore up on the table. Todak are gonna go back to same protocols. Fondia will stand in front, sees anyone from GMXK try to walk up. He is just going to pressure them. They have no way to burst him down immediately. Bonus points if he catches Jaja or Monster. And Dreams will be around with the Flicker Tsunami Slam too.
The only thing that Todak could potentially do to lose this game is if they get hit by like a
he had to check the bush.
It's fine, it's fine. Monsters, his final slash is relatively short. He's already level 13, so he's at least put 2 points in it. So roughly it should be like 18 depending on his build, 18 seconds-ish until he gets it back up. Oh, they're just going to completely give this up. Dreams zone all 5.
They try to engage on him. Final slash misses again! Nice flicker from Dreams over the wall. And with that, I think GMXK might have to just give this up.
No.
Martin, they're still scouting. Revitalize comes out. Lord is at 30%, but Todak instantly surrounds with the pincer movement in the backline. Fondir gonna be focused on by 3 people, but Loliel pops the summon force and finds him QT. LG a little bit too late. They dodge everything, and the damage is Jaja! He steals the Lord, but they're all falling one by one. Even if he got the objective, the minions are in the base. That's just it. They're going to end the game. Zayed comes in. He doesn't don't even need to hit the crystal. Game 1 goes to Todak.
An anticlimactic way to end the game, but sometimes you gotta look at the late state. To make it worse, Monster got his immortality after he died in that fight. Was about to look perfect. The Lord reset it at the worst possible time before Jaja could make the steal happen. Now Todak winning that macro game. Nothing to be ashamed of. I think GMXK had a decent idea going into that fight down 7,000. It's just Todak was able to play the good old bait and switch and let the minions end the game.
Yep, at least this time they're a little bit more map aware from the side of Todak. They decided to start backing off as soon as they saw that wave about to crash with the missing inhibitor on that top side, and they just wanted to see what GMXK was going to do. Were they going to send one person over? Were they going to completely move away from that Lord? I'm just surprised that GMXK took the riskiest decision possible and said, you know what? We're going to have to fight for this. Jaja, you're going to try and steal it.
They're going to try and out-mechanic Todak, and they almost killed Lo Liao too. If Lo Liao went down, maybe that game would have been a lot more different. But this definitely is it's going to restore some faith to the Todak hopefuls there. This is another point on them. Last season, even if they were tied to go playoffs, they would lose by aggregate points. So this is going to make it a lot more manageable.
Yeah, if they're able to get game 2 as well, then clean sweep will give them some very, very valuable points. And so far, it looks like they're in position to do so. It does look like the inexperience of GMXK played a role here once again, of not really having the mindset needed to think about how to expand the game, of how to approach it in different avenues, and even losing at the very end to minions pushing into the base is not ideal. The idea is there, there's a lot to work on.
The only thing that I can appreciate is the fact that they're doing it together, right? It's not like one person's doing one thing, the other person's doing another thing, right? Luckily, Todak, same issue, but at least they're salvaging the scenarios. Against better teams, those kills probably wouldn't have happened in the first place, but it's building confidence for Todak. And you can see it, right? When Dreams is feeling a little bit more confident, he knows exactly what's going to happen. He catches people and saves teammates. And that's what we want to see more from Todak.
Yeah, and you got to start somewhere, right? I mean, Todak, they have been beaten down in the past few series. So even if it has to start with GMXK, it is something, they are getting away with a lot of space that they usually don't get. But I think for GMXK, don't change too much. They, again, have a good idea. We've seen them fall behind, but we also see the same macro fundamentals that they apply in other games. Give Jaja space, just play the game together. But for now, let's go backstage and look at the MVP of Game 1. It's going to be Fondir from Todak. This Phobius is an impenetrable wall.
Can't get past him. Everybody dashes on the side of GMXK. There's no reason for him not to be able to self-sustain for so long.
And they just don't really have enough damage to be able to deal with him either, especially after losing out those early stages. The early Arlet pick was already something we commented about. Is it wise when there's so many counters in the draft? And Phobius hasn't even been seen in a while, actually, because he is more of a counter pick now. But he's perfectly suited for this particular position to take advantage of all the mobility coming out of GMXK. And since he was unremovable from the map, he could basically 1v3 most of the time and be absolutely fine.
Yeah, my only issue is the fact that he was running the Dom Ice. I don't think the Dom Ice was pretty necessary in this game, other than for the Arlet. But even how often do we see that Fondir was like beating up Arlet anyways? It doesn't really matter about Arlet's sustain. Once Monsters is down and out, he's down and out. Both sides opting to go for very similar tank-style builds. Overall, great job coming in from Todak's side. This will definitely help them in the late future, but we'll see whether they're going to get away with it one more time against GMXK now that they have a rough idea of how Todak is looking to draft. It is very reactive to what GMXK set terms of the rotations.
Even for GMXK, in terms of how they draft their sequence, was also trying to mirror what Todak, right? They're trying to come up with direct counter picks or setups that allow them to really flourish in the game. In Maima on this Kagura, it's not too bad, right? Him and Zyme's employee, they sort of have the same job, but the job for Zyme is made a lot more easier with the composition that they have.
Personally, I think that Maima's pick should have come up first. Like, instead of the Kagura, should have been something else rather than the Arlet, and then wait until later down the line to see whether or not Arlet is still viable with the CC that you have. We knew that the Gata almost guarantee was going to go through when the Kalia showed up, but then you're starting to, like, if you've already predetermined 2 out of the 3 lanes, why not show those first to essentially get your big impact players heroes that they can make those impacts on?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that if the mid lane had been picked a little bit earlier, then maybe GMXK could have dealt with that somewhat. And we've already pointed out how important it is to be able to counterpick your EXP lane now. Unless you're planning on going something safe like CC, Esme, Lapu Lapu, then it's better to save it for later because it's very unlikely to be banned out anyway.
Yep.
And there's a bit too much pressure on Munster this game to be the primary initiator. I thought it was a good answer to Kalea, but he's not very good at opening up the map or maybe like picking people off. So Munster had to do all of that, all while standing in front as well, which meant he was basically abandoned a lot of time when Todak decided to collapse.
Now, we saw some moments where GMXK also made a bit of a boo-boo face checking with Jaja's ult, those kind of moments that can make the game a lot more worse. But I agree, I think, only Monster feels the most comfortable walking up and having to expand final slashes just to make sure the bushes are cleared. That's why when we look at the Hall of Famers, it's all Todak players. Rich Guy Zayed, Carry, Loliel, Sandbag Fondia, Wingman Dreams, and Zyme Senpoi is everything in one.
Yeah, I think right now, the hero pool is just a little bit bigger for Todak's side. And I think that that's something that GMXK need to decide on, who is going to have to sacrifice their lanes. And if we're going all the way down to Kagura into Kadena matchups, that's when I think that, hey, probably give better matchups to some of the other lanes.
Yeah, honestly, it might have even been worth it to just go for the Eve anyway. Since if you are able to get some items in you, you might be able to survive the rough waves and you still provide some way of opening up the map. I don't know. I feel like the Kagura was okay initially, but then fell behind a little bit too quickly overall. And Zyme Senpoi played a really good game this time around. The Kadita is a classic of his. It's been a while since he's had the chance to play it on stage, and he was catching people left and right.
I hope when we look at the highlights, we get to see all these moments. Petrify after a Phantom Execution, Kalea grab after a puncture. All these great small moments that make up game number 1. The highlights from Yamaha. Of course, this is the opening fight where GMXK full committed without the jungler being there. It was kind of like, okay, but it wasn't too bad, right? Jaja got the space that he was looking for. He stole a buff away. But then as the game progresses, we start to see, Todak really push the lead.
Yeah, and the way that Todak decided to push their lead was because they knew that once they have more members and they have first rotation, they can do whatever they want. And they've set this up really, really well with the opening of the Kalea pick. They saw the draft. I think that Nafiri did a really good job identifying what GMXK wanted to do and even started thinking about the long game of the second half once they had the Kalea. They knew exactly what was going to happen and they set it up perfectly for Loliel's.
Loliel actually got the chance to play the game for once. Gotta feel good about that since he's basically been denied a chance to scale most of Todak's games so far. The engagement from Dreams looked a lot better after he got the confidence that he could basically just walk in and do whatever he wanted. We could see that GMX were being forced to use abilities and very important cooldowns just in advance or defensively due to how far behind they had gotten. And even though they held the base fairly well at the end, the choice to full commit for a Lord at the very end when you have a wave pushing into your base may have needed some reconsidering.
Honestly, it didn't help that they full committed onto the Lord and the Lord just decided to reset itself. And it's really, was an assault on the injury. With that, Todak, they take the first game and 1 game away from reigniting their chances to qualify for playoffs. Whereas for GMXK, they are at risk to go 0-4 in the regular season. We're going to pull the results from the question earlier, and most of you, in fact 64% of you, feel like Todak needs to improve their execution, stay calm, and avoid small blunders.
I think it's very evident in this game that execution was going to be one of the more important factors, especially since that both sides required a certain level of mechanical excellence to make sure that these picks are clean. And so far, we didn't see too many bad misplays for the most part, and we even saw a good showing from each of the individual players, whether it be Zyme Senpoi, whether it be Dreams, and I think most importantly came down to Fondir. He was dodging every single final slash, none of them connected nicely.
Yeah, I mean, Todak has some great moments in this game, right? Off of the space that GMXK gave to them, but any positive points from GMXK that they could bring to next game?
Positive points. I do once again think that Jaja was playing a great game. He had good mechanics, but he kind of had to be a one-man army a lot of the time. You need to be able to create more space for him. So once again in the draft, very important to make sure that at least your EXP lane is able to win, and you have a roamer that can somewhat open up the map well against the other, because I feel like Martins was on the back foot a lot.
Yeah, and maybe this could change the tides of the game. The new hero, you can survive the abyss and strive for tomorrow with Obsidia, who she fights in the dreams at the bottom of the abyss, reclaims sovereignty under corruption and manipulation, faces countless enemies, immeasurable power, and even herself. But so what? Because she is the abyss. Project Next 2025 patch new hero Sovereign of Darks and Obsidia returns from the abyss on 17th of September. She's already out. You probably faced her or picked her in your ranked games, but she's also available to pick in pro play. We've seen it in MPL ID yesterday twice, and we're also still waiting to see if any of our Malaysian teams will pick it up.
Oh, I'm glad you got through that ad read pretty well, because yesterday I couldn't, because if you change a couple of those words, I'm telling you, that's some One Piece one-liners right there. He's facing against corruption, coming back to claim, I am the Pirate King instead of the Abyss? Like, think about it. It's all there.
The power disco.
You could technically fill in the blanks of any shonen anime.
It really does. It's so strange.
I'm here to reclaim the Leaf Village. I am the Hokage. Believe it.
Believe it, you know? I'm telling you. I don't know. The writing for this one is on the wall. But now GMXK is going to be first pick on Blue's side, facing off against Todak on the red side. Hopefully this starts to change the way that they look at the draft, right? Because Todak, you can tell, on Blue side, highly targeted bans. They weren't even thinking about big meta bans, because if the pool is open wide enough, then there's so much that they can do.
Yeah, Todak understands that GMXK unfortunately hasn't had enough time with their experience here to actually have a pretty large pocket of heroes to choose from. So getting rid of the ones that they're most comfortable with and can be considered as their most reliable will give them a lot to work with. And I think the more games we go into with this meta as well, we understand the importance of space control, especially early on in the game. It's not just EXP lane you have to make sure to win out. You need to ensure that your roamer is able to actually walk into the enemy side of the map.
Right, so right before we jump into the map roulette and the draft, we have a good enough sample size of academy teams coming into MPL. Obviously, our best performer was still DxO from last season. What did DxO do last season that was so different from other MAL teams that we have had?
I think they've adjusted to the professional level very, very well, right? In terms of, they focused down on what is important, which is fundamentals of the game, and then they started to improve, because again, it is a separate responsibility. The players aren't the ones drafting, the coach is, and they trusted in their own coach who came from an MPL from a different region, brought that experience, so the players only needed to focus on their fundamentals.
Yeah, we got dangerous grass for this map, so if there's any funky picks, we can expect it to be here. Fanny Chip, banned out by GMXK, no Yushin Shin, and 1-1 from Todak's side.
Okay, I do like what we're seeing so far. 1-1 is to be expected on the red side, but getting rid of the Yisan Jin as well, especially on Dangerous Gas, going to be very valuable for them. But Franco also going to be banned out by GMX. Dreams did secure a game for Todak previously with this, but I wonder if it's really worth respecting to the extent we've seen.
Yeah.
More so, what is that Franco ban trying to save?
That's what I'm trying to figure out, right? What are they worried about? It could potentially mean that GMXK is thinking about, like, all right, there's the possibility that we might not go for the Kalia first pick, and then we might go for an assassin-style jungler anyways for Jaja, because that's what he's been playing for the majority of it. Angela does slip through the draft. Sure as hell, if Maima picks this up and he's playing this in the mid lane, I'm gonna be very upset.
Bad news for you. I think it's a Maima pick.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Because I don't think...
Just give it to Matdins at this point. Just give it to Matdins. Why not? Why not? He couldn't even AOG anywhere last game. At least with the Heart Guard, he has a button to press.
And that means only Monster is frontlining. Unless you tell me that Jaja is gonna go like Fredrin. We haven't seen him play util jungle yet.
That is true, we haven't seen him play util jungle, and to be fair, I think a Fredrin would have been very helpful for Munster last game.
Oh well, never mind.
Well,
not anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah, I think very smart from Todak, steal that away. You want the Angela? Well, we're not gonna give you a utility jungler to play around it with, unless GMX decides they go Akai instead, which wouldn't be terrible. since it does match up okay into the Fredrin, but so far it does seem like Jaja is kind of restricted to Assassin.
Yeah, to make it worse, this Lunox chews through your health bar, breaks the shield very, very fast with just one item.
Yeah, with just one item as well. Oh man, GMXK, they gotta think about this, right? Because if they go CC, I'm expecting Todak. They could go Esme, but I think even a Paquito would be more than enough. And I think there's more incentive for them to actually go for the Paquito because they know that it's gonna be an assassin-style jungler as well.
And Mundis better get a roamer that can actually open up the map. I mean, if you put Mundis on Angela, I think this game is like half cooked.
I mean, I feel like the game is already half cooked with opener Angela.
A little bit, yeah.
Like, what now? You're gonna give him, like, what, Gatot? I mean, I sure hope he gets Grok if it ever gets let through. Early Esmeralda into it. Okay, now we need to see whether or not this is actually a decent matchup. Because the last time we saw Esme into CC, Esme won, but it was on the Flying Clouds map, not broken grass. Broken grass.
Dangerous grass.
Dangerous grass.
Yeah, I was expecting an Esme to show up once the Angela appeared. I'm also... I get that GMX wanted to prioritize CC and they wanted to make sure that Jaja would still have an assassin because otherwise it would all get banned out. But they also left things like Grok and Kalea open, which can get banned out now by Todak and reduces the amount of heroes that Mountains could open the map with.
Yeah, if the Kalea doesn't get banned out and somehow makes it through, Todak could just pick it up.
No way. Actually, no, there's no reason for Todak to actually ban out the Kalea at this point.
Yeah, but I mean like GMX.
Yeah, we'll see whether GMX actually leads into it because we're still missing gold laners, we're still missing a potential support for the side of Todak. I feel that it makes sense to get rid of the supports because you've already banned out two. You might as well just go down the list.
Yeah. So they banned Moscow first. If this was a YSS, then the CC pick will be like, okay, right? Like, you can still have a double fighter lane.
Yep.
But with Lancelot, no way.
What else could they go for here?
They banned Mantis Hero, Cho. I want to say Matilda, but no way. No way. Even GMXK won't be that crazy.
But good options from Todak's side. So it feels like Todak want to pick up the Kalea, inevitably pick up the Kalea, but banning out... No, but then they would have gotten rid of the Gathot instead. Wait, so if you're banning out Badang, do they want to like play Cho instead? I think Cho would make a lot of sense. Kaja even, both of which do pretty well.
They could. And even if, let's say, Gatot goes over, the Gatot alone is not enough. I don't think they care too much.
Yeah.
If GMXK takes it, it's like, yeah, take it. You're the only front line.
I could be reading into this a little too much, but let's see, right? Because GMXK at this point saying, I don't want to deal with Moskov specifically so that Jaja can play the game. They also get rid of Kalea. So now it's relevant.
Yeah, now they can be a Cho, right? Cho, Kaja,
anything that just grabs onto Jaja and holds him by his ankles.
Yeah, either way would be pretty solid here. So it is. It's gonna be the Kaja for Dreams.
Can only ban one, not both of them.
Not both. And I think Kaja even more powerful because your purifies just don't matter to her.
Yep.
And you get a...
Him,
right?
Him.
It.
Yeah, it's a bird.
Yeah, it's a bird.
How many people care about avian?
Yeah, you kidnap one guy, you get a buy one free one.
There's bird watchers communities out there who would call you out.
Watch the kidnapping happen. Yeah. You know, it's they're part of the crime. They're witnesses.
No, it's like a law of nature.
It's a law of
cycle of life. Yeah.
No bird watcher has ever seen a hawk hunt another bird and be like, I'm gonna save that bird.
If you are a wildlife photographer, you need to let things happen.
I mean, that's different. If you're a photographer, I think there's a degree of you shouldn't disrupt the peace. There is no law for bird watchers to be like, oh yeah, I'm totally gonna interfere in that.
I'm gonna stop this hawk.
Choke slams a random hawk. Like, don't touch the pigeon. Don't touch the toucan. Oh wait, no, they're not even like, no, hawks and toucans can't be the same country.
Yeah, I don't think so. No way. No, they do go for the Gatot. It's like the last best choice. Oh my god.
I'm not a fan.
Not the Kimmy.
I don't like this.
Why? Why?
Why not?
Why not? Because we might as well, right?
Yeah, you might as well. But they do have a decent combo with the AOG alongside with the current call. You can almost guarantee it landing. And not to mention that even if it happens the opposite way around, the only condition they're waiting for is for that Divine Judgment to come through, and then they can AOG right on top of it.
Alright, Toda. Pick the Obsidian.
First rule
I
around
don't think
here.
Obsidian is that great.
Carry.
Yeah, I figured.
There we go.
Yeah, that's the Loliel special.
Yep.
I had a feeling.
Special.
You see an Angela, you see Gatot, you see the CC as well. Carry is a perfect choice here. Works well with the Kacha too.
I'm telling you, no way. No way is the Mundin's Angela.
What?
Wait, hold on. Wait. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Completely forgot about the Kimmy Gold.
Kimmy Gold.
Oh, alright.
So does this change your opinion?
I feel like it's way worse.
Is it way worse?
I don't know.
Think into the
Which
carry prior to level 4 is not bad unless you're like, I don't know, dumb and walk into the wheel.
I mean, you were against Maima Angela, but now we got a Kimmy Gold.
Hey, maybe I'm QT's better at Kimmy than Maima is on a good day.
The only one time we saw it, it was a loss, and that was MSC.
Oh, pain. But let's jump into this, right? Because again, we're looking at a composition that wants to fight as a team, that wants to punish the mistakes coming out from GMXK. If GMXK plays clean and looks for openings, I think they can do this.
It's possible, but it's not gonna be simple. We'll find out what happens, because right now Todak one victory away from finding a clean sweep to raise their rankings on the board. GMXK still looking for their first victory. Let's find out what happens.
And the bigger question is also, who can survive getting dragged back by a dream?
Logically.
With vengeance. Yeah, that's the only person who can do it. I don't know, because again, I think that Maima on this Angela, it's so dependent on people doing well in their lanes, because who else are you realistically going to use that hard guard on? Like, yeah, sure, you can double down on Jaja, but if he gets hit by the Divine Judgment, there's nothing you can do to protect him.
Not to mention the damage reduction from Dreams too. You already are running like very dependent on damage, and every single time Dreams hits you, you do lesser. Also kind of takes away the value of the hard guard, right? Staying alive is not enough.
Yep, it really isn't enough. Times are trying to freeze the wave? Why do you want to freeze the wave right now? There's kind of no point to freezing the wave.
I just want to put Maima like in front of his turret, so...
I mean, I guess, but like, no matter what, you're not going to outpush Matnins and Maima in this particular matchup. Like, there's just no way you have any control over the lane. You just want to sustain for as long as possible, hit level 4 alongside with Dreams, and I think that Dreams should definitely be roaming way more than he is right now.
I agree. I don't think it's that Zion is freezing. I think it's just that he's avoiding interacting, and so he's letting the wave crash later in. Zion is up top to help out Fondir a little bit, but we know nothing's gonna happen in this lane.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Zion Simpoi is not gonna have enough mana when he hits level 4 unless he goes for a recall after clearing these waves so heavily, right? He hits level 4 on time.
Oh! And the flicker forward with the brilliance. Gonna keep him alive. Zion Simpoi picks up first blood. Turtle dropping very low. Jaja will secure it thanks to Munster. Keeping Zion away and even getting the kill.
Yeah, Dreams didn't even have to hit level 4, which is probably why he wasn't roaming all this time, right? He's just helping Zion Simpoi to make sure that he doesn't have to expend too much mana before getting into these fights.
Well, thankfully GMXK still got the turtle, and they got a kill onto Zion too, without the help of the hard guard. Right? So it's like, it's a decent trade. I think GMXK don't mind it, because at the end of the day, Angela, she just needs to hit level 4.
Now they're going to slow down the pace of the game. They're all dependent for the side of Todak, but it feels like right now they don't have to necessarily push for an advantage. I think that Todak, at least for Zion, should be looking to contest every single creep down by the riverside, and then look for some of the smaller creeps as well. Like, force Jaja to use his retribution as early as possible, bait a reaction out of GMXK, and then maybe there's an opportunity that you can set up for Zion Simpoi and Dreams to one-shot the target that Maima looks to hard guard.
Yeah, Todak can definitely afford to be a little bit more aggro, especially in the bottom half of the map right now, since they know there's not a lot GMX can do to stop it with an Angela mid. Curtain Call comes out on Zion Simpoi. Brilliant's going to be used defensively as well. Nothing's gonna happen here.
Unlucky. If we tie it up to Dreams, maybe that would have been a solo kill, but didn't happen, which is fine. You still got the Brilliance out. Jaja getting spotted out by Zai and Fondir too, so good rotation, good awareness from Todak to stop that, to stop the steal, as they say.
Yeah, I think that GMXK have to play the map at this point, right? If they go for neutral objectives, it's pretty unwinnable. They can't really force out the priority only through mid, but if they go to the bottom side, it's just too hard.
sort of a dead lane too at the bottom. Unless MQT makes like a massive mistake and gets solo killed by Lo Liao, he should be fine. I mean, Lo Liao is definitely holding the weight. You can see him freezing that minion wave. And he had dreams around too. So just like game 1, MQT is basically getting outlaned by Lo Liao.
I mean, we all knew this was going to happen with the Kimmy Gold, right? Martin's now in some trouble. Hardguard gonna pop out on top of Munster. Revitalize also gonna top Martin's up.
What?
Right now, GMX in control of the lore. Zayed gonna get tied up with the curtain call. The Foundier right into the AOG. That's the combo we're talking about. And they are going down. GMXK secures the turtle and picks up 2 kills.
Perfectly executed from GMXK. Toda caught lacking a little bit, just standing together. Remember, Monster did get the first kill of the game. A CC that is a hit is a scary hero to deal with. Not to mention with the hard guard on top of him, it's a buy one free one, just like what would happen if Dreams drags a target with the hard guard. But Todak, they don't have the damage just yet. They need Lo Liao and Zyme to be participating with items. So GMXK, they are taking that window to get ahead. It's a more than 2k goal lead in the top tier 1.
The difference maker right now is that GMXK has some very clear combos that they can work with, and not to mention that Maima is still pretty relevant in the earlier stages of the game. If that isn't enough sustained with at least those love taps, hold on. Oh wait, hold on.
They got a Divine Judgment. Hardguard comes out on Martin.
No
Keeps
way.
him alive long enough to AOG out from 3 people.
That is unlucky from GMXK. Previously, we would have said that this is good for Toda because hard guard has long cooldown, but it's just 20 seconds, so...
It's really, really short. Maima can just basically spam it. And don't forget, Martins also has Revitalize when it's off of cooldown in these bigger fights, especially from early to mid game. That's where it's relevant. Late game, probably not.
I think if Toda can just stall it out a bit and let Lo Liao plus Giant Senpai get their items, they should be able to deal with GMXK. Again, that Divine Judgment is going to really have even higher value. Lo Liao gets ganked.
Ooh, Phantom Execution misses. Lo Liao able to walk away. GMXK more than aware of the fact that this carry will become a big problem in the late game if they let him farm too much. So they're trying to apply pressure there. But so far, Lo Liao doing a good job of keeping himself safe.
Actually getting close to Lo Liao, the later the game goes, it will get harder too with the amount of Q that Toda can provide. We know that as a Fredrin, if you fall behind early in the early game, it's like, whoopsie, but just give me some time. When I get my items, I will still be able to frontline as long as I can keep getting my energy points up. And that will be the case for Zai. He's slightly behind, but eventually he'll be able to soak up the damage.
Oh, Jaja on a turtle once again. Hard guard gonna be used on Munster in advance. Zayed locked down with the traction pulse. Feels bad for him. Meanwhile, Zyme Senpai murders Martins in the mid lane, but Zayed gonna fall as well. This CC combo, bit too difficult to handle.
It also helps that Munsters is 3-0-1 now. He was already somewhat winning lane. He was going even against Munsters, but every time they team fight, Munsters is walking away alive, healthy, and with an extra goal surge to his economy.
Bondi and Zyme Senpai from behind. Hardguard comes out just in time, but Zyme jumps in. Brilliance also keeps him alive against the tower, and they find the Divine Judgment on Munster. That's a shutdown going to Dreams.
And that's exactly how Todak wants to play this game. If GMXK whiffs on the engage, Todak's clapback is so much harder. Keep in mind, Zyme has not died yet. He's been scaling so well.
And that's the tempo breaker to stop GMXK from getting any further ahead. We saw 2 hard guards in that short sequence. The one at Turtle leading down to the bottom lane, but the fact that Toda, Zyme Senpai, Deathless, Lo Liao continues to free farm and now eats a double wave mid. Even when we look at the items, the moment Lo Liao hits his Trinity, he is going to shred through whoever GMXK has.
Right now, I think that Munsters is going to be the biggest problem for Todak's side. If these fights don't end decisively, it's really hard to play.
Dreams going in. Nice dodge from Jaja. Avoids the Divine Judgment, but will lose his buff.
It's going to be Zyme Senpai that claims it too. He pushed Jaja out of the jungle, and now Dreams, he has the fleeting time first item. So these fights are not easy.
Munster gets Divine Judgment and into the tower. Hardguard comes in to keep him alive. Zayed looking to re-engage on top of Martins as well. Falling Star Moon unfortunately will miss, but they find the Gatot.
Okay.
Now I'm going to reduce the cooldown on the fleeting time. So Toda, they can spring into action again if GMXK are caught lacking. Mid tier 1 goes down, but GMXK, they do trade the bottom tier 1. Jaja on the top side of the map and trying to play the macro to make sure that Toda responds.
Jaja wants to go in on Lolil, but he's surrounded now. 1v2. Jaja in some trouble. Dashes through Zayed. Hard guard being considered. He's still taking a very dangerous pathing. Hard guard gonna come in, keep him alive. Lolil still looking for the chase. Jaja still alive, and now Munster's coming in to join the party. Kurt Call goes in, forces out the flicker from Lolil. Zyme Senpoi comes in from behind. He's 1v4 though. He's gonna get caught out. Shutdown going to MQT. Zyme Senpoi finishes off the Lancelot. Mega kill going over. Revitalized, keeping GMX buried alive, and Lolil gets caught in the AOG. GMXK chases him down. MQT coming online with the double kill. Bondir and Zayed the only ones left standing.
But
Revitalized diff, what can I say?
yeah, some solo kill moments, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Zyme Senpoi. Oof. Big oof there. He just got chain CC to the ground. He couldn't go into his brilliance. He still had the flicker available. So, again, no excuses. He should have been able to get out of there.
I mean, good on Martins, right? Getting the pixel perfect taunt too. Zyme was about to get away with murder, and that could have been a lore for Todak, but doesn't seem possible now. The Zayed is held back.
Right now, a fight's going to be happening once again. Skirmish happens. Jaja secures the Lord. They will sacrifice Madins as he is surrounded, and that's certainly a worthy trade.
I think for now, the question is whether GMXK is going to be able to maintain this lead. The longer this game goes, it actually gets significantly better from Todak in every single angle. I don't think that Fondir is going to die anytime soon to basically anybody other than Munsters, and even then, there is the condition that Munsters needs to be fully stacked on the War Axe to get the extra bit of true damage. From Dreams' side, I think right now, it's just people need to communicate when their ults are back up, because you don't want a situation where Zyme Senpai has to try and one-shot somebody utilizing the brilliance.
Yeah. It's also pretty nice that Fondir can now stand in front of Munster and just face tank the damage. It does give Todak some insurance in these upcoming team fights.
Seal used, GMXK pushes 5 bodies against the mid-tier 1, and will finally pick it up. That should open up the map quite a bit for them.
Okay, in terms of...
Dolmai's up next for Fondir.
Yeah, in terms of items, Skypiercer even purchased for QT. He's got 3 items in. It's actually not that bad, except the tanks need to be the ones who purchase the Radiant Armors on top of the on top of the Blade Armor.
Oh, even got the Brilliance out too from Zyme. GMXK have some extra window to work with. This is probably their strongest point in the game. You're ahead, the 3.3k, you have tons of damage. Todak can't engage on you unless they force a flicker or have Fondir coming from a falling star moon on the flank. So this is the best time for GMXK to try and push the envelope a little bit. Right? Not only force Todak away from the map, but try and take them down and convert it into structures.
I have to agree. And how much time do they actually have? It's 36k to 32. I think in the next minute or so they need to fight prior to the Lord. I mean, within the next like 45 to like 30 seconds, right? Afterwards, once the Lord comes back up, there's going to be a very clear indication of how the teams are going to be fighting towards this Lord side of the map. And with like objectives falling left, right, and center, I'm expecting GMXK to be the ones who predetermine what the lane states look like so they can get on top of this Lord for free and they can get there first.
This is where their macro experience is going to be tested. We've already seen how teams can manipulate. Oh, hold on, they found one! Divine Judgment in Munster. Winter Crown comes out, AOG gonna be used as well, and the Vengeance pop. Martins gets the taunt in on Lolil, forces him to flicker out safely. Nice Fondir is still holding on the front line. Traction pulls in Dreams. Fondir dropping low. MQT chases down the Kacha, gets the mega kill. Zayed going to be the next target. Double kill going over. The Skypiercer stacks really building up on this Kimmy Gold.
Man, Lolil just doesn't have enough damage yet for the full kill. Not to mention the Winter Crown making all of the difference, because that would have been a 2-for-1, a 2-in-1 package for Todak. Dreams and Zai, they did try. Zai even saved Lolil with great energy eruption on the Lancelot, but again, the damage was just not enough despite Zyme Senpoi being 5-1 on this Lunox. So, Lord number 2 for GMXK. See if they can do some damage to the inhibitors, because the wave clip from Todak actually is not the best.
Yeah, it really isn't the best. Even so, they found the fight that they were looking for. I said that they needed a fight within the next 30 to 40 seconds, and they found the fight that they were looking for with the combo that was intended for them. Right now, Zyme Senpai, he's not getting enough peel. Munsters is still getting on top of him, which should not be the case. Zion as well as Fondir need to do a better job at eating the curtain calls against Munster first, because Zion is going to be the main damage dealer because Lolios can't walk up. If he gets hit by the curtain call, it's almost guaranteed that he's going to get hit by the AOG. And we've seen how Jaja has been able to kind of slip through the cracks again on top of his targets, and it doesn't help that IMQT is so far ahead. He's like 5-1-1 so far.
We expressed doubts about this Kimmy gold lane, but so far Todak hasn't really been given a chance to actually stop him. So MQT farming super well. Lord has crashed in top. Going to be doing a good amount of damage. Dreams comes in from behind, misses the Divine Judgment on MQT, finds Jaja, but there's no damage to follow up on it, and now Fondir is gone. Just being pelted by damage from MQT. It's a monster kill. The Lord will drop. Tower still standing, but it will definitely fall to the next wave, and Todak still have to try and hold this defense. Now GMXK collapsing into the mid lane. Once again, a lot of damage coming out from Zyme Sempoy, but it's not quite enough. Jaja dashing around. Tower goes down. They find an immortality. Abilities are starting to miss. Todak actually still holding firm, but they found Lolil, the Traction Pulse! Locked him down! Most important target for GMXK! This could be it! Zayed gonna try and hold on for as long as possible, but MQT is legendary, and that means the rest will very soon follow Todak. They have dropped the ball! We are going to a game number 3!
Started with something that looked very minuscule in the top lane. Todak trying to push the lead by finding solo kill moments, but GMXK a lot more composed in this game to really play, leveraging on the fact that the CC was ahead and they have an Angela, and just being able to weather the storm. This Lunox carry that was supposed to be the solution didn't have enough output to even take Mundins down. The itemization as well from GMXK was on point.
Yep, I mean the combos were just a lot cleaner from the side of GMXK. It's just very, very clear that they're landing way more abilities, getting way more value out of each interaction in comparison to Todak, who again, a little slow on the call. And yes, you had multiple outs to burst your targets, either through the carry or even the Lunox. Didn't find as many as I thought they would. I thought they were going to be very proactive this game to try and find that initial lead and immediately start getting involved by forcing out the, at least at the bare minimum, the heart guard every single time. And then you can just back away after. The only targets that we've seen, Munster. He is a problem. So just play on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and fun fact as well, shout out to our stats team. The only time that Gatot has won, coincidentally, was with Angela and CC. So perhaps that is a hidden formula, and he's in MPL MY. This is the second win for Gatot with this very specific combo.
Well, it worked out here because the CC was actually able to pop off in lane. If Todak had stopped Munster from scaling up, didn't even need to completely dumpster him, just needed to make sure that he was somewhat even, it would have been fine. But the moment that Munster became an issue, they didn't really have ways to stop them. And like Gideon mentioned, they didn't really go out of their way to be particularly aggressive or to avoid fights against the CC to find space on the other side of the map. No, they just kind of kept 5-manning into the CC, which could work if you had the burst. But I also don't feel like their team fight positioning was the best, so there's a lot to say.
Yeah, props to Jaja too. Forcing away Lolia from a lot of these fights, a lot of the late game moments. We saw these early flickers. Lolia wasn't able to really be interactive. Not to mention having Mundins just standing in his face. Like Mundin was willing to die for the cause.
Yep, he was willing to die for the cause, which is why I was like, okay, interesting that you're going for carry this time around when it could have been something else. And honestly, I agree that carry is like pretty good at like bursting down his targets. But so is Beatrix. So is a lot of things. And I think that a Granger into that lane matchup against the Kimmy would have been nice. But give it up for Munsters, man. Finally, a well-deserved MVP.
Even in, like, we know that the Munster is something, like he is able to make plays with setup. I mean, this is not the most set-up-ish kind of hero, but is a hero when given the lead, like Lapu Lapu can completely destroy the game. And from the first certify onwards, Munster just never looked back. He just told Maima, you get on top of me, I am going to put this team on my back.
There's a reason why CC was so contested. Just a couple months ago in MSC, it's still such a powerful hero in the lane. We saw Esme put up a strong fight against her previously, but I think we got our answer. It's a little bit difficult to keep up without the access to the flying cloud. And once Munster got unlocked, he became a monster in the game. 100% kill participation as well. Every single victory was built on this man's back.
And this Kimi Gole somehow worked out 10-1.
Yep. Found every single, found like all the kills that they got. I mean, we're talking about Maima picking up 1, we're talking about Monsters picking up 3. Jaja, 0, 1, and 6.
Yeah, Jaja just chilling.
Just having this like, all right, I'm done, guys. The weights are too heavy, and the rest of the team is like, don't worry, we'll spot you. We'll spot you this time.
We got you this time.
Your job
We'll cover you.
Find the carry.
Find the
carry. Don't get dragged by the Kaja. Which surprisingly enough, Dreams, he got a very early fleeting time. I just wish that they utilized it a bit more. And there was even one fight where there was like a couple of bodies, and then his fleeting time came back up for the second time. But afterwards, like Sadafa said, they just kept on 5-manning, and it's not really the way to go.
You have a Kaja. You have a Kaja with Lunox and Carry. You can just bring one of them with you, find someone isolated on the map and pick him off. It can even be Maima for all we know, since we know Angela's gonna be split pushing a lot of time. But no, there was this stubborn insistence from Todak's side to keep fighting when they were all together. What happens if you all fight together? Obviously, GMX is going to do the same, and then your advantage from Divine Judgment doesn't matter as much anymore.
I think the biggest problem right now for Todak is they don't know how to play with their leads. They don't know like where they should be like pushing the advantages, and it comes at the cost of other collaterals like, oh, Zayed, that first death put him 2 levels behind Jaja. That second death put him 3 levels behind Jaja. And at that point, it's a very difficult mid-game to play. You're expecting Zayed on Fredrin to be able to walk into the jungle and just push Jaja out naturally with his presence. And even that wasn't possible. QT got away with basically murder throughout this game.
And we actually have some interesting statistics as well. Again, we said that both games that Gato-Kacha has only won 2 games. Both of them were with the CC Angela, and at least one was played by GMXK like we saw just now, and the other time he won, the first ever win actually was by Team Ray, where we had in sequence CC Angela, Fredrin, Gato-Kacha, and then a hard carry in a ton, I believe. That was the game against GMXK 2. Yeah, it's against GMXK. So they learned a thing or two from that series against Team Ray.
Again, strong combinations, strong combos, and now this pushes it to a game number 3 here. Pretty difficult overall, I'm not going to lie, but at least a lot to learn. And even our Hall of Famers now. Used to be all Todak, all GMXK.
Yep, all GMXK. Impurity, of course, richest guy. Monster, the carry. Mantis, the sandbag. Maima as the best wingman. And Jaja just chilling this game. He's finally get to relax a little bit.
I just can't believe you have a Kaja, and the opposite side has a Kimi Gold and Angela mid. And somehow, you're not getting kills left and right. There's just something missing here. And also, when we look at the highlights again, I want to revisit a little bit of how Todak were actually taking those mid to late game fights, because I do have some things to say about their positioning there as well.
We're going to have some time before we get to that point for you to collect and organize your thoughts, because we need to look at the item progression as well. I want to look at the Kimi, because started right away into a concentrated energy, and then the Sky Piercer afterwards.
He knew what he wanted, right? He knew that all he had to do was survive. He didn't want to take collateral damage from anybody, and naturally, if he sustains, when he has his passive fully charged up, the damage comes through him even without the items. I do think that it's surprising that they went for a Sky Piercer as a second, but somebody needed to finish him off, and Jaja was like, it ain't gonna be me.
Oh, so Lolia actually went for the Rose Gold. I thought he would go for like Malefic Gun or something after that.
Yeah, I think the Malefic actually wouldn't have mattered, really.
It might have, actually, because they were very close to bursting Munster from the lasso.
I suppose, but I think there was just too much of a lead on GMXK. And not to mention, like, Munster could have just popped the Vengeance whenever he wanted to, if Lolios ever got into rage. I think the hard part is that there's no way to kind of sit and burst down your targets, because it does take like a little bit of time. The window is clear, but GMXK can forcefully drag it out. Not only with the hard card, but also with the AOG. Because you're sitting there and you're like, man, if I kill this guy, I'm going to get hit by the AOG or vice versa.
And not only that, you have iframes for Jaja too. I especially like Dreams hit the timing of his fleeing time timing like 5-6 minutes, and that's where we expected to accelerate. We even mentioned that Jaja was able to kind of cash back up in terms of experience once he gets the Endless Battle into Brute Force, and when they're at their strongest point, that's where they really utilize that advantage.
Yeah, but now let's have a look at the highlights, right? Early on, the fights were okay. Not the best because Munster was already starting to get quite notable leads, but I think there needed to be a little bit more defense onto Zayed because it was clear that GMX were focusing him particularly hard. After that, there were some good pickoffs from Divine Judgment, but as we got later in, Todak kept insisting on only fighting when all 5 members were around, which allowed GMX to group together and keep key players alive. And then later on, every time that the Divine Judgment happened, I feel like they grouped up too much. There needed to be some more space between Zayed and Vondir and everyone else to deny the backline dive because it just kept happening.
I think this was the turning point, right? When Zaim wanted to go for a solo kill, which in this position, I would have done the same, but the taunt from Muntins not only saved his teammate, but turned the fight around, and the Winter Crown from Munster after that as well kind of sealed the deal, because Lolia was completely forced out of the fight, and see, for the remainder of this fight, Lolia could not get back in.
Yeah, if it's long, dragged out fights, GMXK just have a lot more consistent damage, while Todak is heavily reliant on those ults. As soon as those cooldowns are gone, that means that GMXK can start being disrespectful.
A part of me expected this to go 3 games, but I didn't, in all honesty, didn't expect it to go 3 games in this fashion. You know, we got a mid game 1, we got a pretty weird ending to game 2, where everything feels kind of slow. You know, the way that they fight is very dragged out with the Angela, sure, but even Todak felt slightly sluggish.
They did. I think it's not the cleanest so far, and for all intents and purposes, GMXK should be like, okay, we got this, right? If Todak can make these types of mistakes, all we need to do is be able to kind of stall out the game if it does end up being blue side for GMXK one more time.
That means that Angela has to go, right?
Potentially, but it's not like it's impossible to deal with. This is actually one of the few Angela victories we've had this season. There's a reason why Gideon was upset about it being a mid-Angela in the first place. So it's still something you can deal with. It just depends on what you want, how you want to approach things. And unfortunately, I think both these teams have shown that they are still kind of inconsistent. So I think we all had a feeling this was going to go the whole way.
I'm telling you, some guy out there is going to take this game too and be like, what did I tell you? Angela mid Kimigo works. Someone out there is going to do it. And you can't argue against it, at least not based on that.
Wasn't that
game.
Coach Panda in the Todak room?
Oh
yeah, it's Coach Panda. Maybe that's what's gonna help Todak win.
Secret sauce?
They say it's the secret sauce. I mean, the last time yesterday that I talked to Coach Panda, he was telling me that like, nah, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, we were
you're on holiday.
Like, well, the transfer window is open. It's like, no, I swear, I'm not joining any team.
This guy. All right, GMXK will be on blue side one more time. So I don't know if it's going to be like an adjustment to the draft from Todak, or are we going to expect to see different bans? I think for all intents and purposes, just get rid of it. Just get rid of the Angela, and then just, you don't have to think about it anymore, because it's clear that they're more comfortable dealing with the AOG than they are with the Heart Guard.
This is also a conscious choice from Coach Nafari too, to pick red side for the 2nd time in a row.
Yeah, hopefully they've been able to learn from their previous loss, because now all bets are just off the table, right? One game to determine which of these two teams actually gets that victory. For GMXK, it would be their first series win. For Todak, it would be their 2nd of the season. As we've already pointed out multiple times, neither side looking the most comfortable so far, and we're already 3 weeks in. So need this.
Funnily enough, if GMXK wins this, not only will they overtake Todak on the leaderboard because Todak has played 1 extra series, but they'll also overtake Todak by a margin of 1 game.
This game.
Oh boy.
But also the 1 point that they got off of Team Ray, because Todak went 0-2 for the rest of the other series.
Yep. Man, it just goes to show how important it is to like win clean series overall. The extra point makes all the difference. Now, Expanding Rivers going to be the random map draw. We get back into it. GMXK on blue side, Todak on the red.
Is someone wearing a Akatsuki robe in the crowd? What the hell?
I mean, it fits the GMXK colors, I suppose.
May as well, I guess.
Still a Franco ban. You ban Angela, right?
Call me a hero.
Alright, Angela
it is.
Almost 100%, right?
Todak said run it back. Run it back if you dare, Vivi. Do it! Lock in the Angela.
I hope to
There we
Yeah,
go.
alright. Lunox Fredrin? Maybe not the Lunox.
I wonder if they're going to go like, if they're going to change either the first phase of the drafting or the second phase. I feel like
Mintoda could steal CC.
They could, but I think maybe you don't review the Lunox this early, right? Like you probably keep the Lunox.
You should.
Yeah, Fredrin Arlet, more crowd control and setup. But
Are you sure? I mean, it's a good combo. Fredrin Arlet is a classic, but against Angela?
CC then. You just won the XP lane.
there is counterplay for Arlet at the bare minimum. It's just level 1's a little bit hard. I'm not gonna lie. Level 1, you're gonna get chunked. You're gonna get chunked. You just cannot disrespect the CC. As soon as you hit level 2, you have ways of getting in and out of these fights at the cost of a little less HP. But even so, it's a little interesting to see.
Yeah, until Master gets a War Axe and then the lane is over.
Yep. But Lancelot also gonna come into play. Oh my god.
Exact same start from GMXK.
Oh my god. This Arlet review is so early that
maybe it's a roam.
Maybe it could be.
Oh man.
And then they play like what, Paquito?
It
could be.
It's like another option, sure.
Cho, maybe.
I think the Kaja is still okay in this particular case, but they will need to ban out the Gatot after.
Whoa, that's such an early Kaja too.
Yeah, because again, it's like, oh, if I play Cho, you're just gonna take Purifies. Now you don't have a choice.
So they're gonna save both the core picks to get the best possible matchup.
But
ban.
okay. Dear God, please ban
They're
out
banning
the Gatot.
same stuff.
Dear God, please ban the Gatot.
You gotta ban the Gatot.
Gatot or Grok?
Gatot or the Grok, one or the other.
Like, you have to pick a poison now. Oh, Lunox ban.
I wonder why this so
Okay, so
alright.
You ban I want to say Kadita, but probably not that worried about that. About her.
The Kadita? Nah. I think they'll just, if they're worried about the Kadita, they'll save the mage for the very last pick.
Unless one like picks Valentina and just try to take hard guard. The good old matchup.
Let's take hard.
I think they don't have damage.
Yeah, I don't.
That's the thing.
If it wasn't for like the Arlet EXP, I could actually argue for the Valentina, but yeah, they don't have enough consistent DPS if they go for Valentina now.
Oh man.
Hey, in dire situations, usually Lolia will pick Claude.
That's the thing. Oh, but in dire situations, we could have had an Eastern gold lane.
Kadita ban.
Oh, they actually banned a Kadita. Okay.
But why though? Why did they?
So they want artillery then, right?
So you don't want a one shot.
Okay. Carson gets locked in. Good call.
Oh, this is a Gatot angle.
Yeah, Gatot is great here.
Just take Gatot. Come on. Just run the same draft. Gatot and...
Are they actually going to get the exact same thing
What was
like
the last...
Kimmy?
Kimmy, yeah. Kimmy Gold.
Could you run Kimmy Go again?
You could, honestly. It's a little more vulnerable since there's a Farsa now.
Or just go like Moskov, you know?
Yeah, Moskov would be really nice.
Moskov, Granger...
Unless they're feeling frisky, you know, double fighter.
Lapu right
CC
now.
Go, Lapu EXP.
That would be so bold.
That would be bold, and then it would just be like true mechanic test.
Really a test.
It would be like, Jaja, you rested enough. It's your turn now.
Jaja, put the bar down, Jaja. We got this. We'll go for the war.
That's the Lapu. I hear the Lapu.
Oh, wait, you caught it.
Okay. All right. Todak, what do you go for now?
No way, they actually did it. I didn't think they'd actually do it.
I really did think they were actually going to do it as well.
Hey, we caught the last like few picks pretty well, including the Kadita ban.
Oh.
All right.
Well, does that reflect bad on them or does
I
that
swear to
reflect
God.
bad on us?
I don't know. Is it a carry pick again?
I think you should play it safe and go Beatrix.
It's a little tough to do that, especially because like Lapu.
When there's a Lapu around.
Yeah, he's just gonna run you down.
That's
Can't
true,
pick Moskov.
but at least you could shotgun, right?
Yeah.
you know what? Claude is like your safest choice.
I think you gotta go nature, right?
Yeah. Oh, unless you wanna like outplay them with Harif.
Maybe. No, but then there's still the current call.
Oh,
Guess it's Harif. Okay.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I mean,
I think the logic is, look, guys, he can only AOG one of us.
Well, to answer your question, I don't think it looks bad on us. We just read the teams well.
I
mean,
oh, it's Lapu Gold, by the way.
It's okay, actually. I mean, CC wins hard into Arlet. Lapu just needs to hit level 4.
Hey, mind you, even Innocent couldn't win with Lapu Gold.
Yeah, but is he MQT though?
Yeah.
You're right.
That's true. All right, I'll hold my opinions until after this game is done, because I don't know why such a big change for the gold lane for games Y Kalanta. And I think that they could have gone for the exact same draft and would have been completely fine with it. This time round, it's going to be a little bit harder. Yes, the Arlet is in play, but it's a true test of raw mechanics.
5 seconds.
Well, this is going to be a true test for both these teams now, because one singular game separates them from defeat or a victory. And based on the fact that no one is moving, it is going to be jumping into a quick technical pause here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, a call from Todak's side. I believe that's Fondia. Type 1 issue, so nothing too serious. We're gonna get that fixed very, very quickly and get back into the game, especially for Fondia, who is going to have a pretty hard matchup ahead of him.
Hey, look, I think that Fondir, he's been in hard matchups before. It feels good when he's in a winning matchup for the entirety of his team. But I think right now, against Munster, it's pretty 50-50. It's a 1-to-1 right now between them.
Yeah, he dies one in that lane and it's over.
It's so over.
If he dies once, just once
That's
that lane.
the state of the EXP lane right now, basically.
Also true.
That's true.
Whoever recalls first,
you lose.
Lane done.
Who flinches lose.
Yeah. It's a game of chicken, fortunately. And even then, I don't know. I'm still thinking about these comps, and it's like, where's the logic behind it?
I can see why GMX might go double fighter, since there are a lot of heroes they can punish with it. But it also unnecessarily sets a time condition on yourself.
That's the thing.
It's sort of the same with running Angela, right? You also have a time.
Yeah.
Like a time restraint.
There is a time restraint, but usually that's why they have the insurance policy of some kind of like late game scaling hero of some sort. And Lancelot doesn't usually fit that build. Maybe last patch's Lancelot, but this patch's Lancelot doesn't make sense.
And perhaps the goal is just end the game before he goes late.
Also true.
That's basically the win condition.
And not to mention that these between the two teams, I think we've seen the most amount of like straight up brawls between GMXK and Todak compared to every other matchup we've seen up to this point.
Yeah, it's like very honest, right? Like no shenanigans, no one comes in from behind and gets a flank angle. It's just someone throws a punch and you just brawl it out.
I know,
like a good old riot.
I know that honesty is the best policy, but maybe not here.
I mean,
no, there's gotta be a little bit of trickery at play.
Maybe there is something that we don't know, right? Maybe MQT is the reason Lapu wins for the first time in the goal lane. Thank you, Marshall, fixing the problem. We're back in game 3. Yeah. GMXK blue, Todak red.
Yeah, maybe the person Kid Bomba was talking about was MQT, right?
He is one of the rookie candidates.
He is the rookie candidate. Dude, Kid Bomba, huge fan of MPL. He knows all the players by
He knows MAL because that's where he was back then.
I'm telling you, Kid Bomba lost, like, beat us once and never again.
Oh, God. I missed the EEC. Yeah, I gotta catch up on what they're up to. Even so, let's look at the emblems so far. Okay, Lethal Ignitions, nothing too out of the ordinary. Wilderness Blessings, alright. Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary. Pretty standard so far. Although I do say that, yo, Martins, don't die. Martins, don't die right now. I'm trying to explain why Jaja is going for Swift instead of the traditional extra adaptive attack. Getting pretty close to it though. Alright, he's gonna back away. But yeah, Jaja does like to actually go for Swift. And this is like personal preference amongst Lancelot players.
Yeah, well, it does do a good amount of damage early on here.
Yeah, it's the damage reduction passive that is keeping Dream slightly healthier. But, I mean, unlike the previous game, Dime Senpai can actually clear the way better this time.
Yeah, isn't too dependent on having Dreams nearby, and now he can roam around the map, and now he's just making sure that he's keeping tabs on where Jaja is going to be. Now, Zion is on the top side, and oh wow, even gives the EXP over to Fondir. They want to create an advantage for him.
Not only that, he managed to freeze the wave. I would assume with the help of Zayed's earlier visit there. So you need to bring Martins in to free up Munster. This is already a better start.
I'm pretty sure Martins just spotted both Zayed as well as Dream blocked
He
out.
should have, logically. Yep. Yeah, Zayed gonna show himself. Both Munster and Martin's gonna keep their distance. Dreams will eventually pop out. Martin's walked a little bit too far forward. Still has to revitalize, but here comes Zaim Sempoi as well. Not gonna commit the Feather Dare Strike.
Oh, they gotta be careful.
Munster is not gonna hit 4.
He's here.
Here he is. I'm QT. Jumps in with the Heart Guard, and Todak just instantly scatters away the Flicker. Landshaker at the same time as the Flicker final slash, splitting the fight in half.
Wow.
But the one who comes out on top is MQT. He gets the first blood on Zayed.
Holy cow, just straight up solo kill Zayed, gets the turtle. GMXK suffers no losses from that.
Even though we did see that Fondir forcefully flickering forward, going for the final slash, I don't know. I don't want to say that Zaim Sempoi was slow on the feathered airstrike, but like if we look at it, I'll have to wait for an instant replay on that to see whether or not that was the case.
I just feel kind of bad for Zayed this series. He keeps getting shafted at the very first turtle fight.
Yeah.
All that setup to get Fondia a minor lead goes down the drain.
It's completely gone at this point. Now, at least for IMQT, he's doing well. He knows how to play this matchup into the Harith at least.
This is already looking a little bit better for GMX, but the gold lead is still not very big.
If they are thinking of ganking Munster, 9 out of 10 times it would not work as long as Maima is quick on the hard guard. So XP lane is out of question. Can't really gank MQT also unless you really like full send it.
What can they actually punish? It's the real question. I mean, they could look for Gatot, I suppose, but he's got Revitalize to keep himself alive, so they have to like somehow lock him down before that point. They might go for another one, but Zaim, he's getting bolder and bolder with each passing game.
Surprising that he can do that, considering his performance so far.
Hey, don't call it a KDA machine for nothing.
KDA the opposite side. Jaja did not take kindly to that. there's the attack speed from the Swift right there. Killing Zaim just a little quicker.
Oh, I can see the Facebook post coming, dude. I can see the Facebook post taking 2 different screenshots with a 30-second interval and be like, huh?
Oh,
Zaid!
So painful, so painful. Even Zaid was like walking over to try to save his life.
Man,
there's no point.
You know you're not worth it when the Lancelot just straight up auto-attacks you to death.
That's like the biggest definition of karma I've ever seen. Header way. Jaja's on the turtle. Revitalize comes out on Martins. Munster gonna get stunned in. Divine Judgment catches MQT into the Feather. That's why he just jumps in regardless. And Heartguard comes out. He's under the tower, but guess what? Heartguard actually heals a lot. And they kill Zaim Sempoi! And he gets out.
At least now we know, even when they full send their abilities, they just cannot kill this Lapu when Maima is up.
I don't understand. He was already out. He was already out. Why go back in? Why go back in with the Angela thought? I was so confused.
I have to listen to the BM broadcast. Are they also losing their mind?
I think they're being very professional about this. You know, they've got a full audience to watch the game. They've got everything going for them here at the arena in Dewan Sri Putra. By the way, you can buy tickets. Might as well get them to join the fun alongside with us.
To be fair, there's a lot of things that they probably want to say, but they can't because they're two big speakers broadcasting it. I bet you LaFell will share the sentiment. Man, I want to say, but I can't do it.
Yeah, it's not like we have big speakers broadcasting to the world on us, right? Either way, Landshaker finds Dreams inside the bush. That is so much damage for MQT. Feather Deathstrike comes out. It's a 4v2 situation. AOG comes in, but MQT is finally finished off thanks to the Summon Force. Revitalize a little bit too late, but Zayed gets caught out, and Dreams is tied to him as well. He flickers away, uses the conceal. Here comes Jaja. Looks like he won't force the issue.
Dear God, do these guys just not talk to each other at all? Like, at all?
Only saving grace was that MQT missed one of his swings. That's it. If not, he would have straight up killed like Dreams,
dude,
and got out.
Has GMXK done the impossible and broken Todak's mental? Like, absolutely shattered it? Because what the hell was that? Zion was like, oh no, I'm getting hit by the curtain call. Dreams is... Why are they going in 2 opposite directions?
Hey, I don't think we have to give GMX too much credit, you know? I think it was already broken.
Oh! I'm in so much pain!
I don't know, if I have to be honest, if I lost game 2 like that, I would be feeling something.
You know that Japanese art form where they fill in cracks with gold?
Yeah.
Yeah, Todak might need to look into that right now.
Oh, I thought they do it with like rice or something. Is it like a... Are we on different...
No, that's a different one. That's a Chinese trend.
You've been watching on that red note.
The small red book, you know?
Been keeping up with that Douyin over there. Oh boy, this game is out of control.
Martin's on top of Lalil's. Heart Guard comes out. Diamond Force gonna be used as well. Moonster gets the curtain call.
Oh
only
my
on
God.
Dreams. AOG comes in, knocks out the Harif, and Lalil is chased down with the Raging Slash. Zyme Sempoy, there is no point popping that now, my friend.
I'm telling you, if I'm Loliao, I'll be looking at my teammates and be like, I don't know what you want me to do. I really can't do anything, you know?
Like, help.
You know, it's like that disappointed fan meme where you just like,
They're still fighting. Martin's under the tower, survives it all with the Revitalize, and yeah, nothing's gonna happen here.
Yeah, I think that at this point Jaja is really starting to get involved. He knows that the rest of his composition can clean up any messes that he inevitably starts or the rest of the team inevitably starts, and it goes both ways. Now GMXK, as we mentioned before, are on that timer. If we look at the item list so far, they're doing phenomenally. Wow, 2 items already complete coming in from Jaja. We already have, sorry, I was about to say Bloodlust Axe again, but I'm still living in the past with Mobile Legends, but truly the War Axe on all of their members.
I am slightly surprised that MQT didn't go like extra greedy and just go Hunter Strike, right?
Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
You still can.
You still can. You literally can run them down with the Angela too. So the first lore is going to be the biggest like breaking point, right? If GMXK can get a first lore, you take all the tier 2s, and then you starve Todak out of their own jungle and just have Jaja and Mandis sit in it, I think that would be what wins them the game.
Yeah, and at this point, now, I'm guessing that Dreams is looking at that leading time and thinking like, man, I'm getting like no value out of this. I'm getting nothing.
Everyone I drag just kills my team.
It's either they're impossible to kill or they end up just killing my team anyway. What am I supposed to do about this?
Yeah, he may have...
I think MQT is like the only guy he can reach.
I mean, technically you can go.
I mean, he can reach him because MQT is reaching for him instead.
That's true. MQT is like standing in front. Well, Brute Force from Monster 2.
What do they call that painting? The one where it's like they're like touching.
Oh, I know what you mean. I don't know the name.
Worse. Oh, that one hurt. Oh, that one hurt me so bad. It really shows my age. Woo!
Not ready for that one. But hopefully Todak's a little more ready for this Lord fight. Currently GMX in control of the river. They get the Litho. Queen's Wings just completed on MQT as well, so now even easier for him to dive into the back line.
I mean,
dude, GMXK is playing even better. Now they're even getting a side lane push with Maima.
Maima having the time of his life.
Well, Martins is already in the back, gets a 2-man taunt, Revitalize keeps him alive as well. MQT jumps in, Heart Guard comes through, Final Slash pushes them closer to Zayed, which they're perfectly fine with. Zayed gets the Lord, Divine Judgment comes in, MQT! Whoa! MQT with a 3-man land shaker! And Todak is dismantled in an instant. Maima even escapes from Fondir just to add insult to injury.
Dang.
MQT ate everything.
He did.
He did. He ate the full-on buffet from Todak.
And then he threw it right back at him.
Wow. Dang, let's look at that one more time because I was surprised. At this point, he's already jumped. He got pushed into the middle of the fight. He used the first land shaker. He gets a second one because of the short cooldowns thanks to the help of those Queen Wings. Oh my god. I thought for a second there that he was like, man, he's getting oddly close to Zai himself. Is he really going to try and cancel him out?
Oh man, you can't even blame Dreams, right? He drags him in just in range for the land shaker to land on the 3-man.
You know, maybe I was right about the Kid Bomba thing.
Kid Bomba knew about I'm QT before GMXK knew about him.
I'm telling you, Innocent can't win with Lafu, but this guy can.
Oh, what a comparison.
It's like we say, humans can't say the Gatot win rate, but you know who won the first game with Gatot?
Mandin.
No, it's Team Ray. It's Nova Escobar, and then Mandin.
And then Mandin.
Maybe after this, he needs to change his name to Emerson.
Emerson with double M. Emerson QT. Oh, who knows? That might be his like in-game profile name.
Maybe, right?
Actual account. Oh boy, man, this game has been interesting to say the least, but it's kind of also over. It's an 8.2k, and the only way that Todak really has a chance is if GMXK like really throws it hard. And here's the thing about double fighter compositions. They're less volatile when you get a 6k lead, specifically 6k, right? Because every every 1,000, you're expecting like, oh, an extra component, an extra item, but specifically at the 6K mark, half a component is huge for these fighters.
Not only, at least well, for Todak, the one thing that they can bank on, at least for the next few minutes, or inevitably if GMXK gets another Lord and starts pushing in, is the high ground defense, right? You got the Barca, double fighter comps, not the best at sieging. More so when you are running the Lancelot instead of the YSS. Todak now looks to make a move, but Martin sees this.
I think they have an option. And I'll call it once the siege starts. First, we got to see whether or not they get the Lord. Lord is a large part of the sieging plan.
Yeah. And Munster is going to slowly set up the top wave. So let it naturally push out. It's going to have a double wave. Jaja will deal with the bottom side of the map when the time comes. But he does see Dreams.
Oh, Hunter Strike finally completed after the Queen's Wings for the side of MQT.
The Oracle next.
BOD completed on Jaja as well.
Wait, is Munsters also going to go for a Hunter Strike next?
Oh, and no, Jaja just finished his 4th item, Malefic Roar too. Wow, they are so rich. Oh, hold on, they found a Divine Judgment onto 1, but here comes the backup plan all the way, and MQT still alive! Olio's already dead! They're just dumping them! Todak has been shanked in a back alley by GMXK London, and they are completely scattered. Zayed trying to run home, not realizing it's the complete opposite direction. GMX, they don't even really need to focus on the Lord anymore. They have the numbers advantage. They're pushing into bot inhib. Final slash only hits the minion wave. But Zayed has been able to recall, and they are clearing it up pretty well. GMX not going to be able to continue pushing here, but they do get the Lord for this.
I need a replay of that. We saw Zayn go down, but what happened to Lolio? Did he just get like 2-tap by Jaja?
I think so. Jaja is in that 2-tap range. He's got 4 items. That Malefic Roar makes a huge difference. It gives you a lot of damage. And I mean, Lolio's already doesn't have any armor, so he's Jaja's basically doing true damage at this point.
11.2k gold lead.
This is so wild.
I mean, Toda hasn't even reached critical mass yet.
Yeah, alright. Now that at least GMXK was able to get the Lord. Oh my god, he got Hunter Strike and Mima Fun.
Wow, holy crystal for Mima.
Jeez. Alright, I mean, the shield's gonna be a little bit bigger this time, but now here's what I'm expecting, right? I want to see GMXK, like, really disrespect. I want to see the AOG right under the turret.
Well, you might get your wish depending on how things go. Lord will collide bottom. Final slash pushes MQT in the base, but he just dashes right back out. Bottom inhibitor has already fallen. Luckily for Todak, the rest of the waves aren't really synced up. Meanwhile, Martins dives in. Revitalize comes out. Zayed gets locked down. Immortality burnt away. Another Bravest Fighter comes out as the Feather Deathstrike is instantly cancelled in the back line by Jaja with the Heart Guard. And Todak cannot do anything to stop them. There's too much. It's a 13k goal lead for GMXK London. They are melting in their presence. Jaja is unstoppable. Ladies and gentlemen, GMXK London secure their first victory of the season.
Woo! What a victory for GMXK London. First time ever. Not only do we get to interview them as the winners, but the coaching staff celebrate. What a way to start. You take down Todak and find yourselves ahead of them on the standings. There's more work to be done, but you have to start somewhere.
Oh my good.
And last season we talked about the low point of Todak. We might have just witnessed that same situation for this season. Game 2 was kind of like, okay, GMX, they got something else, something going on, but Game 3 was just a complete outclass.
Yeah, man, this is a devastating loss for Todak, a huge win for GMXK. A well-deserved one, might I add. They truly fought every time. They took every single fight and said, you know what, we're better, we've got the lead, and there is nothing you can do about it.
This is the confidence we've been waiting for, right? We've already said these players have the potential. They just need to be able to realize it on that stage.
With that being said, congratulations to GMXK. Let's send it to Rose on the stage alongside with Mima and Jaja.
Dua berbalas satu kemenangan pertama untuk GMXK London. Akhirnya
akhirnya di minggu ketiga mereka dapat merasa kemenangan juga. And yes, memang betul Rose dah pekat lepas Mars berjerit-jerit tadi dalam telinga Rose. But with that, congratulations Jaja dan juga Maima. First of all, Jaja, welcome to MPL MY. I know dah agak lambat nak welcome you, but welcome. How are you feeling selepas menang game pertama anda?
Macam ni perasaan menang Best juga.
Best juga, rasa lega lah.
Yalah, rasa lega.
Now, sebelum Jaja masuk MPL Malaysia, actually Rose dengar beberapa podcast di luar sana di mana beberapa orang actually tengah cakap that Maima ni adalah satu hidden gem di MAL sebagai jungler. Sampai bos Simon pun pernah cakap that actually dia nak try out Jaja. So, apa perasaan bila dapat recognition macam tu, Jaja?
Rasa dia macam takut jugalah sebenarnya sebab orang expect saya ni tinggi kan. Tak tahulah.
Tapi I rasa you actually live up to the expectation. Walaupun korang baru sahaja dapat kemenangan, tapi kita boleh nampak dari segi prestasi Jaja that he's actually a very good rookie jungler. And I'm pretty sure ramai orang yang setuju dengan statement tu. Now Jaja, ramai orang tengah cakap awak ni padu hidden gem, tapi kenapa awak pilih stay dengan GMX?
Sebab Kelantan.
Anything yang you nak cakap dalam bahasa Kelantan sebab Rose tak reti?
Saya hitong makan budu.
Thank you very much, Jaja. Okay, now Maima pula. Depan sikit, Maima. Sebelum Rose start tanya betul-betul lah, mungkin Maima boleh ceritakan apa yang terjadi di game pertama. Comms macam mana? Game plan macam mana? Kenapa kena end dengan minion macam tu?
Game pertama, kita orang lebih kepada kita orang planning tu ada, cuma maybe sebab something happen out of our planning, so kita orang macam ada a bit of time lag untuk kita orang adapt lah dengan situation tu. So kat situ Todak kan kita tahu player-player diorang lebih berpengalaman kan, and diorang lebih adapt dengan laju, and sebab tu diorang macam lebih ada orang cakap backup plan lah untuk execute kat dalam game tu.
So I rasa it's just more towards experience kot untuk mendapatkan execute lebih baik di masa tu. Alright, Maima, and of course secara realistik kalau kita tengok daripada match win mereka, it's not looking too good, but playoffs masih lagi, kita boleh nampak dia belum dim tapi dia actually terang lagi. With that, secara realistik, do you think you guys have what it takes untuk mendapatkan satu playoff slot untuk GMX?
Pada pendapat saya, walaupun ni kita orang first season kan, tapi bagi saya benda tu tak mustahil lah. Sebab macam kita tengok juga semua tim yang masuk daripada MPL ke MPL memang orang cakap proses lah. And kita orang belajar match by match, kita orang dapat satu by satu dengan pertolongan coach, pertolongan kadang-kadang netizen juga sometimes bagi benda tu, benda positif yang kita orang ambil, and benda tu dapat build our team untuk ke arah yang lebih baik lah.
Maima pasal cakap ni memang padu lah. Rose suka interview Maima. Alright guys, kita dah tengok perlawanan 2-1. Tetapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. And with that, mari kita tengok MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP of the game jatuh kepada Jaja! Okay, Jaja sekali lagi. Macam mana kemenangan ni boleh membantu mereka untuk next matches yang akan datang? Oh, dia kena translate dalam... Okay.
Boleh lah.
Maybe game ni boleh membakar lagi semangat kita orang untuk fokus next game.
Jaja, apa yang you rasa masih lagi kurang yang korang boleh lagi perbaiki untuk match yang akan datang? Mental ke, disiplin ke, draft ke?
Maybe confident kita orang sendiri.
Okay, confidence. Guys, bagi tepukan sikit, bagilah semangat tu. Alright, thank you very much guys. Anything yang nak cakap kepada friends dengan family yang datang? Nampak ramai family kat sini juga.
Okay guys, kepada semua yang datang support Games My Kelantan dan juga support Todak, terima kasih sebab meramaikan dekat Dewan Sri Putra ni. And kepada fans-fans MPL MY kat luar sana, jangan lupa datang and support semua game yang ada dekat Dewan Sri Putra ni. And itu saja, terima kasih guys.
Terima kasih and congratulations sekali lagi kepada Games My Kelantan. Thank you very much Maima dan juga Jaja. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters untuk dissect apa yang terjadi di dalam perlawanan ini. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you, Rose, Jaja, and Maima. And congratulations to Jaja for becoming our MVP of the game and helping his team secure the first ever series win for the team to keep their playoff chances alive.
Big chances. And I mean, overall, his GPM, ridiculous. Wow. Absolutely ridiculous. 887. I would like to see his GPM on average throughout the games, but generally speaking, he was pretty much untouched in game number 2, untouched in game number 3 as well. And I think this time round, he got a lot of confidence from the rest of his squad to get involved in these fights.
Yeah, confidence really is the name game here, because I think after the momentum of game 2, GMXK looked a lot more comfortable going into game number 3. They knew exactly what they wanted to achieve. They knew where they had to attack to do that. And it certainly helped that Todak were once again playing a little bit sus overall. Besides Jaja as well, I feel like MQT really deserves a shout out for this. It's not just his incredible Lapu gameplay this time around, but his Kimi from game 2 as well was the thing that really solidified the late game for GMX.
Yeah, I mean, game 2, it was Maima and Munster that really opened up the game with, Muddins being in the background, but game 3, it was MQT and Maima. They really just put themselves forward, those dives and the full focus, right? I think the expectation was, we go for Zion Senpai, we take him out, but for GMXK, it was Zayed. Zayed was the prime target.
Yep. In a lot of these fights, you would have expected that Todak were going to be the aggressors at some point in time. But again, very good smothering motions coming in from GMXK. Good communication to kind of make sure that, hey, we are expecting Dreams to be on this side of the map. We saw Zaim Senpai actually rotating up there alongside with Zayed. We have to not give them these early kills. And as soon as they come down to these turtle fights, then it becomes a lot harder, right? Because again, just the raw staying power of GMXK in prolonged fights is actually unfavorable for Todak's side, who solely depend on, I use my ult, I connect with my ult, I take out one guy straight away.
Let's look at the statistics here. The overall damage taken by the members of GMX is actually insane, right? MQT and Muddins are both tanking almost as much damage as Zayed did throughout the entire game, and even Munster was absorbing quite a bit himself, and then they're also all doing just as much damage out.
Yeah, the only difference is that Zayed dies almost every time, but for MQT and Muddins, no, not really, right? MQT only went down once, and that was like a dive or something along that lines. I think overall Toda just... We knew it was pretty iffy when they were like, yeah, we will keep the Lunox, which was something that we discussed, but then they Fredrin Ireland.
Yeah.
And then they started going downhill very quickly.
I was hoping a little more from Fondir, right? And it's not like he didn't hit these final slashes. He was finding a couple of decent final slashes, but not enough to really show what he's capable on this hero. And I think that there were definitely moments where he was like, okay, I can peel for you. I'm able to stun the Lapu Lapu. I'm able to kind of displace him if he ever gets a little too close. But as the game progressed, he just lost a lot of value because his enabler, Zayed, was just too far behind.
Not just Zayed as well, almost everyone else was falling pretty far behind at that point. Even if Andia was able to get the initiation, by the time it actually happens, Zayed is like at what, 20% HP, Zaim Senpai is probably dead in a ditch somewhere. It's just very unfortunate for Todak and really speaks to how inflexible their early draft ended up being. As a result, Jaja, Rich Guy, nearly 900 GPM, Munster as the carry, once again on the EXP CC, not even having the hard guard most of the game and still popping off.
It's just unlike last season where you could like just blind pick like a Arlet or Hylos or Gadot and put them in that flex role, or like even the Badang. Right now, if you pick a hero that locks the draft in the first phase, you are setting yourself up for a very hard like second phase, and that's sort of what we saw from Todak, and not just Todak with this Arlen pick. We've seen like the AERO smooth first pick, Uranus on blue side as well. Something that I think these teams need to think about a lot more going into later games.
Hey, but to be fair, at least GMXK got away with it twice.
Yeah.
Twice! Not just once, 2 times!
Same sequence.
In the same series! How ridiculous were they able to get away with it? I don't know whether this is going to be the case for the rest of the matches that we'll be seeing for the rest of this week, but I think that it's an interesting outlier.
Is it going to be an outlier, or will GMX be able to keep this consistent though going forward? That's the question, right? So far, they have been the most successful team with Angela, which is not much to say because Angela has had a rough time here. But if they can keep pushing this forward, will other teams respond? Most people are already banning Angela. Will they specifically make sure to get rid of it when GMX is their opponent?
Yeah, I think that would be like the best approach to it because Angela, CC, Gatot, this trio is still undefeated.
Yep. 2
of them came from GMXK. This was like the first turtle fight, right? And to Gideon's point, he did say Fondia was able to get the setup. We saw some of that. It's just very unfortunate that, like what Sadafa brought up, Zyme just straight up dead, right?
Yeah.
Dreams also kind of got destroyed. This was the closest one that they killed MQT. Yeah, this was the only time that he went down.
Yeah, and as we see the game continue to progress throughout, Zayed has no means of escape. But the same can be said about Fondir. But even so, Fondir was able to, like, I recognize a bad scenario, I'm getting out of here. Without the help of Zayed, he doesn't really have anybody else he can fall back to. Maybe like Zyme Senpoi, I suppose, but that's only when he has his stun up. I was expecting a little bit more from Loleos, but then you have moments like this and you're like, oh, that's why.
Man, Dreams unintentionally killed his team. You can't even blame him.
Yeah, you can't even blame him.
Yeah, poor dude. I want to see how like Loleo pop. Okay, we don't even have to on highlight.
Yeah,
way too.
It happened too fast.
They just powered through it.
I feel like Todak should have banned Gatot. I feel like it's a bit of an oversight. It's understandable they'd get rid of Grok maybe, but the global presence from this AOG, especially when you're also intending to pick up Harsa afterwards, is a bit of an oversight.
I mean, okay, if we had to criticize the draft, then we have to look at the Badang, right? Because Badang is probably the only one that seemed a little out of place.
Yeah, I mean, James did get a good read with the Kadita ban too, because I feel like Zyme might gravitate to that. But I want to hear what you have to say after that series, Gideon. So, stage yours.
All right, here we go. Let's put on a minute on the clock. You know exactly what is going to happen here. It's another hot takes here on the English desk. This time around, we're going to be talking specifically about double fighters. Is it a yay or nay for you? As an EXP laner myself, obviously, it's going to give me a lot more options if I happen to be filled into the gold lane when I want to have those fast rank queues. However, it does come with a couple of conditions, but is this healthy for the game? Personally, I don't think this is. I think that double fire is actually pretty unhealthy for the game. I think there should be specific scenarios and cases where you should be able to allowed to be able to do it in the first place, but that should be more of the support's role than anything else. Late game scaling should always be a part of the game. Early game phases of the game should not just be about fighting. 20-second cooldowns might just be a little bit too short. I will be expecting nerfs to be coming through specifically for fighters to give them slightly longer ult for the foreseeable future. That's just me. Those are my hot takes with still 7 seconds left on the clock. There we go, boys. 7 seconds. I'm getting faster with these.
You're getting faster with the points. Really concise. Thank you for the insight, right? Double fighters is something that a lot of us didn't really think too much about. We looked at it and we were like, okay, it has happened before, but we're going to come back to that in a bit because Sith is going to go backstage and talk to the players of Todak about the earlier loss. Sith, take it away.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada caster kita dan anda sekarang bersama dengan saya Sid dan juga dua pemain daripada pasukan Todak kita ada Zaid dan juga Zaim Senpoi. Alright, kita tahu sekarang ni korang kan berada dalam kedudukan yang terbaik. Korang datang ni sebagai pasukan yang pernah menang 3 kali champion untuk MPL Malaysia. Soalan pertama, macam mana korang boleh kalah dengan GMX dan sekaligus berikan kemenangan pertama kepada diorang?
Mungkin kalau nak cakap kekalahan kita orang dengan GMX ni ada banyak faktor lah. So salah satunya mungkin kita orang punya decision making as a team lah.
Alright, bercakap tentang team kita bercakap tentang sekarang ni ada patch baru dengan adanya hero baru untuk Todak. Ini kita boleh kategori as a new era Todak. Since Momo dah keluar daripada Todak, ini adalah the new era untuk Todak dengan new management. Korang rasa susah tak nak catch up dengan gameplay sekarang?
Untuk patch baru ni bagi saya dia fun. Cuma mungkin adaptation kita orang tu mungkin slow lah. Kalau boleh saya rating 1 hingga 10 mungkin saya bagi 6 atau 7 lah.
6 atau 7 pun agak tinggi sebenarnya. But it's okay. Okay, orang mengatakan yang pasukan daripada Todak ni memerlukan someone yang agresif. Kita tahu Todak ni terkenal dengan Todak langgar. Dan especially alang-alang kita ada dekat sini Zaim. Bila kita nak tengok Zaim yang agresif?
Tak nak cakap lah. Dia depends on gameplay team jugalah. Mungkin kalau sekarang kita change gameplay kita orang lah. Mungkin sometimes kita kena balance langgar and objektifnya part.
Faham. Alright. Kita masih lagi berada dekat dalam transfer window. Adakah kita akan melihat muka baru untuk pasukan Todak ataupun korang rasa korang percaya dengan roster sekarang ni?
Kalau saya masih percaya lagi roster sekarang sebab kita orang ada berbaki 4 match lagi dan playoff is still possible. Kalau nak cakap player untuk transfer window tu, it depends on our coaching staff punya decision lah. So nanti kita orang akan talk balik satu team, then they decide together lah, coaching staff.
Alright, thank you. Zaid. Stress kan kalau banyak kali kan. Alright. Boleh tak convince dekat fans Todak kenapa diorang kena datang? Sebab sekarang ni saya tengok dah ramai fans Todak dekat dalam internet. Ramai fans Todak, tapi bila kat venue macam kurang. Boleh tak suruh diorang datang dekat venue ni? Dan mungkin anda boleh bukan janji lah, mungkin boleh bagi sedikit sebanyak glimpse apa yang Todak bakal lakukan untuk next match.
Untuk fans-fans Todak, saya pun tak tahu masih ada lagi ke atau tidak. Tapi dengan berbaki part match ni, selagi kita orang dalam Liga MPL ni, season ni, kita orang akan buat sehabis baik kita orang lah. Menang kalah kita tak tahu, kita dah buat yang terbaik untuk korang. So korang tetap support kita orang di mana kita orang sekarang berada.
Ya, tak ada siapa yang datang dekat MPL ni nak kalah, betul tak?
Betul.
Asal aku ke depan. Tapi terima kasih diucapkan kepada Zaid dan juga Zaim Sempoi. Semoga kita nampak sinar baru lah. Baju dah baru, kena ada sinar baru untuk pasukan Todak. Jadi saya dah tak nak buang masa, kita akan terus pass kepada caster kita. 2-3 game yang panjang tunjukkan sebentar tadi. Jadi ayo bersama dengan caster English dan juga caster BM untuk sambung apa yang diorang cakap sebentar tadi. Let's go.
Thank you, Sid, Zayed, and Zaim Sempoi. The brutal reality sets in for Todak as Zayed isn't wrong. It's a tough pill to swallow. I think Todak fans, even from last season, has been evacuating from the fandom, and even outsiders can understand the reasoning of doing so. But Todak, at least for Zaim Sempoi, still confident that with their remaining matches, they have a chance to make playoffs, but it will definitely be on the lower seeding end. They still have to take into account aggregate points. So 2-0 from this point onwards are absolutely crucial.
And it's going to be so difficult to do too. GMXK, we've already mentioned, they're not a bad team. It is not a complete loss to know that you have been defeated by them, but in the manner that it happened, as well as all the efforts that have been seen by the public leading up to this, which haven't really amounted to much, you can really say that Todak is facing a crisis.
Yeah, no, the growing pains might just be a little too intense for them, right? I think with this roster, on paper, it should look good, but I think there are bigger issues at hand, and I don't know whether it's just nobody wants to take responsibility for it, or everybody thinks it's their fault. There's 100 different variations that could lead to the same thing that, unfortunately, right now, Todak are just not winning their games.
I mean, they're in the same spot that they were in the previous season. But that wraps up our second best of 3. We'll go for a short break. When we come back later on, Master Vicious takes on Team Ray. We'll leave you with the mic check of this series. See you in a bit.
Sabar.
Bawah kita jelek tapi ya.
Mati Harik guys. Balik boleh guys.
Tak bisa balik tapi kita.
Nice try. Dia dah minion tu guys. Aman sih ada. Lah tubik. Ada yes. Let's try. Get try.
Mati. Let's go. Kau mati ya.
Apa boleh.
Go in.
Tadi aku tunggu retri aku sebenarnya. Tak apa.
Nice.
Let's go.
Kimi dulu.
Late, Kimi.
Mati.
Nice. Teker.
Gua tarik.
Tarik.
Gua tarik.
Nice.
Aku tengok mid.
Dan Jadi ulti gue.
Aku inter.
Kuatan carry.
Gua ikat.
Carry ya. Lo. Carry lo banget.
Depannya.
Carry lo banget. Tak ada spell.
Depan.
Mati gak ada.
Nice.
Aku
Halo. Compete dia bos sama gua bos. Aman ya bos? Aman bos.
Esme target.
Aku TB guys. Jom. Aku TB.
Orangin lagi orangin. Nih, Esme dulu.
Nice dah. Itu loh, Cah.
Tunggu dia pusing karena wave aja guys.
Ya dah. Tengok aku. Tengok aku.
Aku ikat.
Kena tarik. Hero. Aku cari yang was ini. Hero target.
Aman.
Kejar Ferry belakang yuk. Ferry belakang. Kejar. L. Ada tak?
Tak ada. Bawa aja yuk.
Tak aku kongsi guys.
Tak ada tarik aja guys.
Ayo. Depanin.
Cycle hero. Dengan aku cycle hero.
Jom guys. Gua kuat guys.
Tahu. Aman. Alhamdulillah.
Bye.
Saya boleh ni.
Semangat nombor 1 ada dalam diri kita semua. Bukan atas usaha sendiri saja, tapi sokongan dan harapan yang dikongsi bersama. Sebab nombor 1 lebih daripada jadi yang terbaik. Ianya memikul impian mereka. Inilah semangat nombor 1. Inilah prepaid nombor 1.
Welcome to the Project Next patch preview. We've got a lot of great content to show everyone, so let's get into it. New hero, Obsidia. The Sovereign of the Abyss has risen from the ruins of a forgotten age. As a gold lane marksman hero, her core gameplay revolves around building up bone shards to unleash devastating single-target burst. Her bone shards automatically hit enemies struck by her basic attacks, and she tethers herself to enemies hit by her ultimate. We can't wait to see your spectacular plays with Obsidia. Abyss heroes Alice, Dyroth, and Thamas have all been revamped. We've updated the visual designs and backstories of these three heroes and completely redesigned Alice's skills. We buffed her early game while preserving her signature life drain mechanic. Our goal is to elevate the gameplay experiences for these heroes, and we're excited to see how they'll perform in the new patch. The annual map changes feature is also coming this patch. Each match will get a random new map mechanic. Each time the meta cube flips, the battlefield will be transformed, opening up new opportunities and challenges for even more strategy and tactics. The achievement system has been revamped. We've added all new season achievements. Based on your playstyle and match performance, you can unlock varying levels of prestigious flares to show the world your skills and abilities. Plus, the new Wall of Honor lets you showcase your achievements for all to see. Let's see who has the most elusive achievements. In this patch, we've refined the feel and responsiveness of the game's controls. Many of these improvements came directly from your feedback. Through these targeted optimizations, we hope to resolve many of your gameplay issues and deliver a more fluid and responsive combat experience. There are many more adjustments that you can read about in the upcoming patch notes. That wraps up our Project Next patch preview. Project Next launches on September 17th. We hope everyone will enjoy the new content. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Everyone, and welcome to a special preview of our annual map change. In this video, we'll explore more about this exciting new gameplay feature. Now, let's get started. When the annual map change launches, details of the feature can be found here. When a match starts, players will be notified of the battlefield mechanic that's in effect before hero selection. You can view info about the mechanic anytime during hero selection to plan out your strategy. Are you ready for the Broken Walls Challenge? The old walls across the battlefield have crumbled, revealing new paths and giving heroes without blink a chance to shine. We can't wait to see the optimal routes you'll come up with. Danger lurks in every corner when dangerous grass is in play. The battlefield has been overgrown with bushes, so proceed with caution. Will you be the hunter or the hunted? You'll need new strategies to survive this deadly jungle. Have you ever dreamed of soaring over the battle like a cloud? With Flying Cloud, rideable clouds will spawn on the battlefield. Just hop on and take to the air for swift lane rotations, or plunge down for deadly ambushes. Come, ride the wind and own the skies. The river will bring you to victory with Expanding River. River currents will expand into the jungle areas, and new currents will appear when the Lord spawns and when it's defeated. Travel with the current for a massive movement speed boost. Master the flow of the currents and drag your enemies into a whirlpool of defeat. We hope these new battlefield mechanics will break stale metas and deliver new experiences and challenges to everyone. See you all on the new battlefield.
CeraVe, baharu, blemish control, membersih. 2% salicylic acid untuk membersihkan pori dan 3 ceramide untuk melindungi kulit, memperbaiki. AHA, BHA dan niacinamide untuk menangani jerawat, untuk kulit bersih dan sihat. CeraVe.
Hai semua, selamat datang ke sedutan Patch Project Next. Kami ada banyak kandungan yang menarik untuk berkongsi dengan semua. Jadi, mari kita mulakan. Wira baharu, Obsidia. Sang pemerintah Abyss telah bangkit dari sisa-sisa zaman yang telah dilupakan. Sebagai wira marksman laluan emas, gaya permainannya fokus kepada pengumpulan serpihan bon untuk melancarkan serangan letusan sasaran tunggal yang memusnahkan. Serpihan bon miliknya terkena musuh yang dilanda serangan asasnya secara automatik dan dia juga mengikut musuh yang terkena ultimate-nya. Kami tidak sabar untuk menyaksikan aksi anda yang menakjubkan bersama Obsidia. Wira-wira Abyss, Alice, Daerah dan Thomas juga telah diperbaharui. Kami telah kemas kini reka bentuk visual dan latar belakang cerita ketiga-tiga wira ini dan mereka bentuk semula teknik Alice secara menyeluruh. Kami telah buff fasa awal permainannya sambil mengekalkan mekanik life drain yang ikonik. Matlamat kami adalah untuk meningkatkan pengalaman bermain bagi wira-wira ini dan kami amat teruja untuk menyaksikan prestasi mereka dalam patch yang baru. Ciri perubahan peta tahunan turut akan diperkenalkan dalam patch ini. Setiap perlawanan akan menampilkan mekanik peta baru secara rawa. Setiap kali meta cube berpusing, medan pertempuran akan berubah. Membawakan peluang dan juga cabaran baharu untuk strategi dan taktik yang lebih mendalam. Sistem pencapaian kini diperbaharui. Kami perkenalkan pencapaian musim yang serba baru. Berdasarkan gaya permainan dan prestasi anda dalam perlawanan, anda boleh membuka pelbagai level gaya yang hebat untuk menunjukkan kemahiran dan keupayaan anda kepada pemain lain. Selain itu, Wall of Honor yang baru membolehkan anda mempamerkan pencapaian anda kepada semua orang. Mari lihat siapa yang mempunyai pencapaian paling sukar diperolehi. Dalam patch ini, kami telah memperhalusi pengalaman dan tidak balas kawalan permainan. Kebanyakan penambahbaikan ini didorong oleh maklum balas anda. Melalui pengoptimuman ini, kami berharap dapat menyelesaikan kebanyakan isu permainan yang anda hadapi dan memberikan pengalaman pertempuran yang lebih lancar serta responsif. Ada banyak lagi peningkatan menarik yang bakal anda temui dalam nota patch pada masa akan datang. Itu sahaja sedutan Patch Project Next kali ini. Project Next akan dilancarkan pada 17 September. Kami berharap anda menikmati semua kandungan baharu. Dan sehingga lain waktu, kita akan berjumpa lagi di Land of Dawn.
So much talk of AI and tech today. Virtual worlds, what are they going to look like when we get there? I would like you to meet Ares, the ultimate soldier.
What are you?
I'm looking for something. Something I do not understand. A malfunctioning program who wants to live. Fascinating.
What's up, MPL and Y viewers? Getting to you here with another report from last week's games. Now, the NXT patch had already dropped in, and big changes have come to the Land of Dawn. One of the few changes happens to be Bane Gold. With the change to his skill 2's force multiplier, his magic multiplier has increased, and it looks ridiculous. Here's a simple example here that we can see specifically from SRG facing off against Todak Innocent with no completed items whatsoever. Maybe a component at most. We see that Dreams loses 50% of his HP. Gone just like that. A ridiculous showing to see how powerful Bane could be in the earlier stages of the game and eventually scales to one-shot his opponents in the later stages of the game. That's been one of the very few changes that we did get to see in the gold, and maybe it's already affecting you in your pub games, but that's not all. Blessings have changed for specifically roamers. Not only does it give you gold, it also gives you EXP. A minimum of 4 people need to be revealed to hit an early level 2, and we see this in one of the applications in our game in Vamos versus GMXK. Now we see that Jaja is dealing with purple buff, and Zorn on Fanny Roam specifically is able to hit level 2 way earlier and forcing Jaja to actually use his retribution early. Now, most people are going to be thinking, why is Zorn playing Fanny Roam? Well, that's because he can roam really quickly on that Fanny. Contest, reveal his opponents not only on the purple buff, which he did, but now he's going straight towards the orange buff to contest against Jaja's Ishin Shin's red. It's not the greatest thing in the world, but it's just one of the few applications that we do see in the game itself, because multiple MPL regions have already given this a shot. Maybe not with the Fanny Roam specifically, but hitting level 2 early definitely skews the lanes, especially when we're talking about the gold or even the EXP, which is a lot more volatile in comparison to the jungle. Now, out of the big changes, our 4 annual map changes also come into play, and I specifically want to talk about the broken walls. In this example here, we do see Kodak facing off against Untitled. Now, most of the time, these fights usually happen on this side of the river. And that's what we usually know. But with a missing wall here that does not exist any longer, now this opens up a new line of play where you're looking to play on this bottom side, or specifically on this side towards the bottom lane. And it's kind of scary. We'll see in this particular fight that Todat, keep in mind that they're missing their mids tier 1 and bottom tier 1. So fighting in a position, especially this close to Tribrush, puts them in a lot of danger because their only runaway path is down by their own bot side. So Untitled can essentially force Todat into an all-in position just because they missed their first engagement. These are only a few of the changes that we did get to see from last week. We are monitoring the other impacts from the other lanes, if not the drafting phase from every other region. But keep in mind that this particular week we will be seeing Allison as well as Obsidia come into play, and that itself could change the meta a lot. So that's my report here. We'll catch you on the next one.
I see desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap the strong rise, the weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall meet. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Tujuh tahun, 16 musim, perjalanan yang dianggap sekadar permainan di telefon, kini menjadi isukan paling berpengaruh. Inilah MPL Malaysia. Era permulaan segalanya, titik mula sejarah apabila Malaysia dan Singapura menjadi tuan rumah MPL pertama di dunia. Di musim pertama, kita melahirkan legenda, Solos, Penjahat dan Fredo. Dari musim ke musim, MPL NYSG menjadi pentas lahirnya pemain tersohor. Musim kedua mengukir cerita untuk pasukan yang tak disangka. Sayan Rimau, Nung bangkit dari kedudukan tercorot di tangga liga, mengharungi satu demi satu halangan hingga akhirnya menjulang piala pertama buat Malaysia. Musim ini menyaksikan kebangkitan luar biasa pasukan Todak. Ciku Guys dan Moon menggoncang pentas M1 World Championship, menamatkan saingan di tempat ketiga, mengharumkan nama negara. Momentum itu memuncak di musim ke-6, detik bersejarah apabila Toda menjulang trofi pertama mereka. Dari detik itu, bermulalah era kompetitif. Dari musim 7 hingga musim ke-12, setiap musim nama baharu diukir di trofi. Tiada pasukan yang kekal di takhta. Di sinilah Toda membina legasinya. Bersama Ciku Guys, menjulang trofi sebanyak 3 kali. Puncak kegemilangan mereka hadir di SEA Games ke-32. Gabungan superstar team Ripo, Chibi, Zod, Ciku Guys, Zarami, Momo dan Gary menakluk pentas Asia Tenggara dan membawa pulang pingat perak. Satu detik bersejarah yang mengangkat nama Malaysia ke mercu isukan tertinggi di era ini akhirnya mencapai noktahnya apabila musim 12 Homeboy, pasukan yang sebelum ini tidak pernah menjulang trofi, mengangkat piala buat pertama kalinya dan membuka jalan untuk babak seterusnya. Sorakan peminat bergema bukan hanya kerana nama, namun kerana SRG menjadi pasukan Malaysia pertama menjulang MSC 2024 dan mara ke Grand Final 2 tahun berturut-turut. Sekaligus menyemarakkan api harapan baharu untuk MPL MY. Era ini diterajui oleh Cram, Stormy, Yums, Skies dan Innocent. Bukan sekadar juara, SRG menulis sejarah daripada dominasi di peringkat liga sehingga ke detik terakhir mereka mempertahankannya dengan penuh megah. Musim ke-14 mereka terus membuktikan kekuatan, memecahkan lagi sumpahan menjadi juara bertahan. Musim ke-15 repeat bersejarah yang menobatkan SRG sebagai pasukan paling dominan dalam sejarah MPL MY dengan barisan pemain yang sama memperoleh kemenangan demi kemenangan. Tapi musim ini pentas akan digegarkan. Wajah baharu muncul menentang gergasi. Wajah lama kembali membawa dendam membara. Medan tempur terakhir sebelum segalanya berubah.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadang. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan, harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama, lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rundung tak basah, api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita sehaluan, jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. sedang mengalah. Kami luar biasa, semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 16 is powered by Moonton. Presented by Celcom DG. Stream, game, vibe on social media, and more to your heart's content without missing even a single moment. Power up with lightning-fast 5G speeds. Stream all day long with Celcom DG prepaid 5G. Our official sponsors. Official gaming smartphone Infinix GT30 just launched. Comes with a free magnetic cooler, even more affordable than the GT30 Pro. The only phone in its class with GT trigger, 1.5K display, and 144Hz refresh rate. Supports steady performance with 120 FPS in MLBB. Available in 2 exclusive colors for the GT30, green and blue. Perfect meals for gamers, Grab. Grab food for one. When eating alone, enjoy meals from 10 ringgit. With just 1 ringgit delivery fee and no minimum spend. And group order. Get 15% off when eating in a group. Bigger gang, bigger savings. Our esports partners, 100 Plus, Ferry, and Yamaha. And thank you to all our strategic partners, CeraVe and Playaz.
Tron Ares in cinemas on 9th October. A visual spectacle action adventure. Tron Ares follows a highly sophisticated program, Ares, who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. Catch Tron Ares in cinemas 9th October. Keep an eye out for special ticket bundles that reward you with in-game diamonds when you purchase Tron Ares movie tickets for 4DX, IMAX, or ScreenX.
Supported by KBS, Rakan Muda, ESI, MESF, and PSM.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 16, Week 3, Day number 2. We have one more best of 3 coming up, and this one is also quite a banger. Monster Vicious will take on Team Ray to see who will gain a win that will be crucial to contributing to the chances of making playoffs. My name is Husky, and alongside me are the 2 gentlemen. I have Gideon and I have Sadafa. Now, right off the bat, I gotta pull the needle out of the skin, or whatever terminology they use it. We're gonna
I've never heard that one
quick
before.
And painful. All right, these 2 teams have a similar trend: inconsistencies. Is that going to be the main factor that affects the result today?
Yes, unfortunately. Which is also what happened in the previous match as well. Unfortunately, we have a lot of teams dealing with stuff recently, but it's okay. Because in this case, it's just a matter of who throws late game less.
Ooh, I don't know, because I feel like the inconsistencies is a force multiplier to mistakes that happen within the game, right? I think that it's clear what MV is good at, and it's... I think there are areas that TR are a little bit better at, and for the most part, MV, the early and mid-game seems to be solid. They know exactly what they want to do, and I think a lot of it just comes down to Uni making those calls to be selfish, and I think it's completely fine to do so because he is generating the majority of their leads. Now, considering that this is the first time that I am live here in Dewan Sri Putra to watch these games firsthand, specifically for MV, I'm excited to see how it plays out because I've seen a lot of TR, and it's going to be a fun time, Uni versus Dusk.
Yeah, and that has also been a hot topic, right? Not just because he has a lot of fans now, growing fan base, they're pretty popular, but his in-game mechanics, right? His first debut completely gapped Zayed in the retribution battle. Of course, there are other junglers who were able to match up to him, Gary, Jaja, but overall, Dust pretty consistent, can play the assassin, can play the utility, very team-oriented, even when he's on that assassin, compared to Uni, who likes to be individualistic a bit more.
Yeah, I think it's very interesting to see how many local junglers have been popping up more recently in MPL MY, and it's great to see that trend. But Uni definitely has more experience overall and should be an interesting matchup to watch.
Let's introduce the members of Monster Vicious. We have Ruff, Leone, Bondos, Uni, and Momo. And so far, Monster Vicious, they've had their highs, but they've also had some pretty down lows, especially every time when we talk about late game, people now have the perception of, is Monster Vicious actively trying to troll the late game?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just something that they need to overcome here, right? With only 2 of the original members coming in from MV, Union as well as Ruff being the only ones left. Momo, huge pillar for Todak, now moved over to MV side and looking to be an absolute rock for this team. It really begs the question of how Uni is actually incorporating himself in the mid trio alongside Bondos around Leone as well. I think this is the biggest pain point for them.
And of course, up against Monster Vicious is another team that has gone through some rebuild. In fact, it's a full re-roster, which is Team Ray. They brought back Joam from the Philippines. We got Nova Escobar previously on Monster Vicious, Zacuity, Dusk, and Dur. And we have sort of identified the big playmakers on the side of Team Ray, Dur and Nova Escobar. Huge initiator for the team. Does good with the retribution, and Joam always reliable.
Yeah, Joam always going to be that late game carry, the guy you can depend on to get that farm and get those kills when the going gets tough. Similar to MV, I think Team Ray is a squad that likes going for mid-game team fighting. They're very solid in terms of 5v5, but I think their focus overall is a little bit different from MV in that they want to go for objectives. They generally want to play off momentum, and I think they're a little bit more adaptable once we get into the later stages of the game, but it's still not perfect.
I have to agree. I think that Team Ray is a lot more malleable to a lot of different scenarios, but I think the main win condition as of right now, especially against MV, is how Dur is going to perform against Momo. And it's not going to be an easy battle as well, right? Momo has known to never lose his lane. Even though he goes a level down, he makes impact during those 5v5s. Similarly, we've seen quite a okay performance from Dur, but when he loses lane, you really feel that impact for Team Ray.
Yeah, and majority of the time, Dur wins his lane and is the major setup guy for the team. And the topic for today is about the jungler, Dust, the Malaysia's jungler successor.
Wow.
And he was outstanding despite being a rookie. I mean, there are some great Rookie of the Season candidates.
Yes.
Umzik being at the top of the leaderboard right now. But for Dust, how's he faring so far?
He's faring really well. When Team Ray played their very first matchup, I believe it was against Todak, we already got very impressed by Dust because even when he was being zoned out of Turtle Pits and Lord Pits, he was still somehow able to walk up and get the retreat timing on point. So the question started, right? Is this consistent, or is it just so happens he matches up very well against Zayed? And he has proven it is the former. He is consistent. It doesn't matter who he's up against. He's so good on that Brethren. He knows how to position. He can get the jungle timings really well. And he's even proven that he's actually capable on heroes like Lance as well. So honestly, I want to see him being pushed further.
I'm glad that you brought that up because I think that he is a phenomenal Fredrin player, and I've seen content on the internet already. He actually hates playing the Fredrin. It's really, really boring for him, but it's for the team's sake. And considering that his performances have been pretty consistent overall on Fredrin, and he's been making major steals when he had no room and honestly no business stealing it in the first place, I would like to see whether or not the Assassin is going to be enough with the steals, with still performing mechanically.
Absolutely. And of course, we have another question for you guys. You can scan the QR code to join and answer. Question is, who do you think will win in a retribution battle? Right out our alley. Is it Uni or is it Dusk? A, Uni with steady hands and ice in his veins. B, Dusk, the precision and patience. And C, it's going to be neck and neck. They both are monsters with retribution. It's going to be a tough one.
A tricky question.
It is.
I am if we're just talking about retribution battle, I'm actually leaning to Dusk.
Wow, you are?
Yes.
Alright, I want to hear more on that. Why on Dusk?
Okay, in terms of direct 1v1, I think Uni will win out most of the time. But if we're talking about objective control, I think Dusk might be one of the best in the league, just straight up. Uni's retry typing is good, don't get me wrong, but no one has been as consistent as this rookie.
I think it's going to be a real test, but I do agree with Stafa here. I think that Dusk, if it's purely, we're talking about retry 50-50s, I think that Dusk is a little bit better. But it also depends on the hero that he gets. Because so far, we've only seen him play Fredrin, and you know how Fredrin is like, oh, in the pit, outside of the pit, he has ways to kind of skew it in his favor. Let's see if he can get away with it with Hayabusa, or maybe Lancelot, or even Joy. I think that Uni, what he's great at, he takes a lead, and he knows how to run. Last season and the seasons before, as soon as he joined the MPL, he's very comparable to Chibi. They have extremely similar playstyles in the early game, the way that they think about it. Wow, really tip-top.
And I think this also boils down to the enablers, right? Let's talk about the enablers, because both junglers have very distinct playstyle. When we talk about Team Ray, we have Dur and Nova Escobar. When we talk about MV, we have primarily Leone and Bondos, right? So how does this, like, these two players interact?
Okay, so this is an interesting one. I think Novak, Kobar, and Dur generally operate quite independently, right? Because Nova has been already known not be very active early on, and Dur likes the dive backline. Nova takes more of a supportive secondary initiator role, but from Leone and Bundles, they actually work really well together. They like starting fights together, they work really well with big team fight heroes. I still remember Bundles' debut in here with the Eve, that was really good, and I think that also leans in the way that their teams like to play as a whole.
Okay. So that means that I'm guessing that the only outlier at this point is going to be Ruff, right? I generally think that both sides have a decent idea as to how to kind of maneuver around and making decisions, but the inconsistency is where we see the problems. I feel for Team Ray, there is hesitation on making those choices, and they've made it very clear that, hey, we do struggle with making choices. MV, sometimes I'm not sure whether they really believe those choices are correct.
I think it's the best way to describe it is also Team Ray, when they hesitate, it's very obvious, but when they commit to it, they go as one. But for MV, they just full send.
Whether it's right or wrong, I don't know. But so far, MV has been looking really good on blue side. 100% win rate.
And with the 100% win rate, we also talked to Coach Sora regarding the state of MV, and he says that the current issue lies in decision making. Based on their preparation in scrims, everything including chemistry was good. But in the MPL matches, it felt like nobody was making quick decisions, and instead they kept getting initiated on.
I love it. Every single time we bring up a quote, the person who gives the quote always looks at the screen and is like, was that me? Is that me? Did I send that over? Did I really say that?
It's like, are my secrets being revealed?
Yeah, it's like, come on, you're the guy. We asked you, you texted it back to us, you told us that this was okay.
Well, I do agree with Coach Sora though. While it's what we were discussing, right? MV, when they lock into a decision, they just hard commit. But sometimes they're not able to make that decision in time, and it really comes down to the later stages when they have to adapt to situations, because this team is quite used to snowballing to victory, and they want to end games quickly while they still have pretty notable leads. If they're not able to do so, such as in their matchup versus CG, I believe, then they hesitate a lot.
And which actually also kind of gave us one of the quote-unquote trolls of the regular season, right? Like Game 2 against CG. But aside from talking to Sora, we also talked to Dirt from Team Ray regarding Momo, and he says that having faced Momo in scrims, he thinks that Momo is a very good player in Malaysia. He knows how to pressure the backline and poke his opponents, and Dirt feels that Momo and the whole of MV are a real threat, so proper respect given over to MV, which I want to quickly draw a parallel, right? So that's why you mentioned that, you know, Monster Vicious, or at least Gideon brought out the idea that when they full send, they commit to a decision. Is it fair for us to draw that parallel from what we saw between them, that playstyle against with what we saw earlier from Todak, where they're also sort of doing kind of the same thing, or is there like a stark difference?
I think there's a very
stark difference.
One is, oh, there's quicksand, everybody jump. And the other is that quicksand, question mark? Everybody stick a foot in and we'll find out. They're very big difference between the two and how they make their decisions. And I think that at least MV, this problem is solvable, right? Yes, there is a little bit of hesitation. Nobody's making those quick decisions because they're scared that, like, oh, this might not pan out the way that I imagine it to be. Todak, I have no clue. Sometimes they're like, I have no clue what's going to happen, but if we poke the bear, maybe we'll know how tough they are.
Maybe. Honestly, I think Todak themselves don't really know what's going on, but let's leave that in the past. Let's focus on MV versus Ray. Let's see what the map they're going to be getting, and it is broken walls. Currently 0% win rate on both sides. Can't remember which of these teams haven't played on this map, but MV so far hasn't had as many matches, so I'm inclined to believe that this might be their first time.
Yeah, Team Ray has played it a couple of times in the season already. Right now, I think that MV actually likes the broken walls or even the expanding rivers, because based on how they play early to mid game, if they can take down the tier 1s of where the neutral objective is going to spawn, whether it's top or bottom side of the map, that's a huge advantage that you're walking into. No place to fall back, and the access to the back of the Lord Pit opens up a whole new level of possibilities for the Lord Dance.
Yeah, something that teams have also been gravitating towards on the drafting phase after watching Team Ray play the debut match is ban out utility junglers, right? They felt like they have a slightly better chance dealing with, Assassin from Dusk rather than the Fredrin Baksha, which he has found great success on. So, 4 jungler bans so far.
Yeah, 4 junglers, 1 ban on the blue side. Certainly a little bit rarer, but we are seeing a decrease in this pick overall. And now the Joy, 5 jungle bans.
Man, that's not good.
It's either Lance or Hayabusa.
Yeah, that's it.
You go down the list, there's Akai, or in MV's case, Lucas. They played it once, didn't win, but it's in there.
It's in there. It's something that Uni has on the back of his mind. But I think right now, it's a bit of a trap, right? Red side has a huge advantage now that there's like 5 jungle bans, including the Wanwan. Because if you go an Assassin first pick here, it's an instant Kalia coming up from the side of Team Ray.
So they take the CC first. The Angela is also still up, right? Still up for the taking. I know that Team Ray also played the Angela. Yeah, they did. The Angela, Gatot, and CC, which in this case, no CC for them. Jusin is still up. We haven't seen Jusin as well. Even just now in the previous series, Jusin was left untouched. No one picked her up.
Yeah, no, I don't think Jushin is, is a little more situational compared to like must pick, must ban within the first phase of the game. It heavily depends on like how many tanks there are on the opposite side. But now we've seen huge prevalence to like anti-CC. The Groks have come into play. Not to mention, worst yet, Lapu forces out your almost guaranteed. So it's just a lot of problems to deal with.
I think Lapu is something that Team Ray will probably consider going forward. Maybe not in the first phase. Valentina Arlet?
What is the hard read here?
Arlet could be a flex. They've done it once against GMXK. They lost that game, but it was a far-fetched idea. But Valentina,
I think they're 100% expecting
the Angela. Yeah, I have a feeling it's a deterrent.
I hate this.
More than anything.
Yeah, I don't really like it.
Because like as soon as you get to the later stages, you're never going to get the heart guard.
There's also, you don't have to pick it this early.
Yeah. You could have just waited.
You could have just gone Kalea.
Could have gone Kalea.
Kalea, Lancelot.
Okay, to be fair, if they do pick up the Kalea, that just means it's guaranteed for MV to go for the Gathon, and then they've got like a natural combination. But now, Kalea kind of shakes that up. They need burst, they got the Lunox to get that burst.
If they pick a Tot here, it basically takes away the flex factor that they have shown before with the Arlet, which I sort of feel like is fine. It doesn't really matter much. They could.
I think it matters a lot.
Unless they run like Gatot XP.
Because no matter what, Arlet has a pretty bad time in the early game. Into the Kalea as a roamer, there's nothing you can do. Oh, sure, I dash on top of you at level 1. I hit level 2, I might be able to get out, but Kalea just punches me to death. And then on CC side, same problem.
Yeah, not really liking the Arlet suddenly popping up again. I thought we already leaned away from that, and they go Moskov for Jome. They do know that a lot of teams like banning Jome's hero in the second phase, so I can understand grabbing this now and maybe banning goal laners after.
We also have a fun fact about Dust. He once idolized Gary and made Gary his main inspiration throughout his career journey. Now they compete on the same stage, which they did face off against CG already. So sometimes, you know what they say, it's good to meet your heroes.
Okay, it's interesting to know. It'd been nice to see them see that pop up when they're
I feel like the timing's a bit.
They're like, oh, we don't want to embarrass you now, just a little later.
We'll do it first.
All right,
Ranger ban. There's one more pick that Ruff also goes for. That is aside from the Harif, it's the Nathan. also in his back pocket.
I think the Natan is okay, but they do need some like raw burst, and I'm not entirely sure where they're gonna get that raw burst from. They could go for the Beatrix in this case to kind of make the gold lane a little null and void. They're also banning out
Wow.
High, really doubling down on focusing on junglers.
6 junglers. So Lance and Haya are still up. And Team Ray is going to get priority regardless.
Oh, you know what? I think MV might want to play Lucas jungle.
Yeah, I feel like that
I feel like they're setting it up.
is very possible. And that kind of solves the burst damage, right? You really load the damage up front.
But then the Valentina is on the other side and gets way more value
Yeah,
out of
that's true.
stealing the Lucas
You're
ult
right.
than anybody
Right.
else.
I
So,
mean-
this could be the hard read from CJ to
It'd be like
fair.
so hard, right?
Yeah.
It's like it's either Andrea or Lucas. We're ready for both.
But then you just lock in like either the Haya or Lance at this point. Unless MV are banning those two, then we've got a bit of a question mark on our heads.
Oh.
Banning
Looks
Harif?
like a Harif ban. Makes a lot of sense. Just
Yep.
get rid of Ruff's comforts.
Okay.
Put him in a tough spot.
Yeah, force him onto something like Arlet with a Purify, and then you're in a lot of trouble. Won't be a val because again, red side will get first pick on the second phase, so banning out one of the big assassins isn't too great unless they're comfortable to say, you know what, unless we get we're going to go for one of our pocket picks. We don't mind either you having the Lancelot, or in this case, I would say that the Hayabusa is probably a better matchup. A better matchup for Uni if he does get the Lucas compared to the Lancelot, who can kind of like, oh, I can iframe out of your abilities and I can still create a lot of distance given the right conditions. Oh, but they get rid of the counter pick at the very end to the Kalia. Nicely done.
So again, both of the assassins are still up on the table. MV still have like Beatrix if they want to go for the very straightforward combo, or the and what's the hero again? Natan. They want to go the other way.
I think right now, Team Ray, they can lock in their jungler, they can lock in Grok, one or the other, doesn't matter what the order is going to be. MV, they're going to lock in their jungler. Probably, I don't think they're going to go for double fighters. It wouldn't make sense.
Yeah. I mean, the Grok looks good, but no, actually, they pick Hayabusa first. I was thinking that Grok is okay. Like, traditionally, he's already not the best dealing with magic, and Lunas could be a minor deterrent, but not that bad, right?
Yeah, it's not the worst, right? You won't be able to get... You're going to get poked out quite a bit, but you combo really, really well with the Arlet. And not to mention, it's clean disengage mechanic, and it's raw peel for people like Moskov if it ever gets to that late in the game.
It makes sense that they go for Haya first, because they want to keep this Arlet as a flex, even though that they've only done it once. This could be the second time that they put an Arlet roam, potentially.
Yeah, and they probably want to steal Hayabusa away, since Uni is pretty comfortable on the hero overall. Force him onto the Lancelot instead. But no!
Whoa! What?
It's a Suyo jungle!
Wow, back from the dead.
With Esme Gold, it looks like. Either Esme or CC Gold. It can still be flex, but it is double fighter, which is very risky. You are relying on Lunox for late game damage.
Holy cow, this changes a lot.
This does change a lot. The Moskov will be fine into either one of these fighters. At least he has his own way to kind of peel and deal with the waves. He shouldn't be chunked out too hard considering Jones' playstyle. But I think this is a difficult decision for TR, right? Because now you're looking at and thinking about like, oh, I want a Grok, and then you look at this lineup, it's like,
Is this
wow.
a chip angle, maybe? No, it's Grok anyway.
It's still Grok, again. There's so many... man, I don't know how hard of a read this is, but they completely deterred the Angela. They made sure that the Lucas didn't come through as well. I think this Suyo is very risky.
Yeah, it is. It's a coin toss. I much prefer the Lancelot. Suyo, last time Suyo was picked was aeons ago.
Yeah, at least with Suyo, you have access to iframe. Same thing goes for Lancelot, but he has an engage tool that gives clear direction. I want to kill this guy specifically.
You think it's a broken wall thing that it just allows him to navigate better?
Possible, actually. That is one angle we didn't really think about. Unfortunately, there was no joy in this game. But I think one consolation is that Suya won't have as much magic damage to worry about, since it only is the Valentina. But still, there's a reason we haven't seen this hero in a while.
Yeah.
It's quite an interesting approach from Monster Vicious. Let's see if this is going to pan out the way that MV wants. They desperately need some points in the back. Let's head to the land of Dawn for game 1 in this best of 3 between Monster Vicious and Team Ray. MV on blue side, Team Ray on red.
All right, let's jump into this straight away because again, we need to start breaking down how the compositions actually work. Traditionally, when you have a Kalea on your side, you want to use that Tsunami Slam to burst down one target. But the main damage dealer in this particular case has to be Leone. So as Sadafa mentioned, the duo that we have here in the mid is going to be the main driving force. And yes, the composition is missing a little something. Sometimes a little bit of damage is missing, they don't have somebody to clean up, or they don't have somebody to look for the engagement. That's where Uni comes in. He's got the toolbox, the tool set to make it happen.
Leone and Baldrils will be able to open the map quite a bit here. Kalea Lunox is a very high regen combo in the first 2 levels. Very unlikely ZQT and Nova can actually poke them out here. So that'll allow MV to play for their level 3 spike if they want to be aggressive.
See the proxy early on too from Ruff. Oh, thought he would try to go further, but does good pull into the bush. So no disruption will come through, but this lizard will be quite a contention point. So Nova needs to be there. Yeah, forces Ruff away.
Yep.
Good coverage.
Yeah, very good coverage. Now, notice that they're not taking Festival of Blood on Ruff. They made sure that he did take Wilderness Blessing, so he's going to rotate a little bit faster to get to these turtles. And I think he knows that he's in a decently good position. I just don't know whether or not Joem clears faster than him, or... Because no matter what, no matter how much life Ruff actually loses, as long as he's above 75%, he can heal back to full with the Frost Moon Shield when he gets back to his lane, if not moving towards the turtle for the very first fight.
I think Ruff definitely clears faster. Like, you put 2 levels in a Frost Moon Shield, you just destroy the wave in like 2 procs. Though, Joem, once he gets the item, it will be a different story. For now, Ruff gains priority.
Speaking of priority, Team Ray currently on top of the turtle first. MV actually willingly giving them that space. Uni and Ruff now showing themselves. Literally the entirety of MV is here. It's going to be a test of Dust's ability. Can he continue securing this? Unfortunately, the wall block. Not going to get the reset. Nova wanted there. Tries to jump in. Tsunami Slam comes out. Uni secures the turtle away. Tsunami Slam going to be used. Nova dragged into MV. And first blood goes to Uni.
Okay. Now, here's another important pack that Uni is going to utilize on this Suyo. Now, when Suyo first came out, the biggest problem was that he basically, you can never lose a retreat battle to him with the Soul Sever. In this case, Dusk does not have any CC to deter Uni, so therefore, securing these neutral objectives should be in Uni's favor 9 times out of 10. And that's why Nova Escobar is trying to time it perfectly with a Tectonic Charge to give Dust the advantage.
But they were able to cut their losses, right? Only losing Nova is like a whatever. As long as no one else goes down, Team Ray are willingly going to take the trade.
Thought that they might initiate there, but looks like Team Ray is playing it slow right now. They understand they don't really have the items yet to do the Did Joe hit the crab throw?
Yes, he did. And that's good.
That's a new one.
Yeah, you don't get to see these interactions very often. I'm surprised how much damage it actually did to begin with through the Frost Moon Shield, but so far, I think Team Ray, they're only going to fight when Nova Escobar actually has his ult, right? They're so ult dependent.
Nova in trouble once again. Tsunami Slam onto the Grok. Doesn't even have time to ult. Dust goes in with the Yogi Shadow kill. Leone very low, but 1 hit away. Heals back up.
Match. It could have been an even trade if that Tectonic Charge came out, or maybe even the Mighty Swing. Oh, wow. Cancels the recall. Rough. Ruining people's days.
Even forcing him to use the Stolen Brilliance as well. This is not the first time Ruff has played the Esme. He actually played it very early on in the season, and he was able to do very, very quick rotations with it. So far, we are still seeing that.
I think overall, like MV, they got 2 kills and a turtle, but Team Ray, they're not really falling behind, right? It's like, okay, we hit a bit of a speed bump. Joem is still farming well. We lost Nova twice, but nothing substantial for MV. But if they get this turtle, then maybe it will be slightly different.
Well, we'll see, because right now Ruff is doing an amazing job keeping Joem in the lane. Despite having the global presence of the SOD, he's not throwing it out. He always has to deal with these waves.
When Tectonic Charge comes out only on Leone. Final Slash connects as well, but Uni still gets the turtle. Team Ray trying to fight back. SOD going to connect as well, but they're all very, very low on HP. They're gonna try and back this up. Ruff comes in to fight again, and Zach QT will be wailed on. MV still not letting up the chase, forcing them back behind their tier 2s.
Really good peel coming in from Team Ray. Zach QT sacrificing his life in for Joam, because if he didn't do it, Joam probably would have been run down.
Unfortunately, Zach QT had the brilliance, I think, didn't get to pop it in time. Joam came in with the SOD, but he jumped onto Leone. Worst possible target to jump on without any items.
Well, I mean, Leone was like almost 1 HP, right? But Leone was just holding on to his passes. Yeah. As soon as Joam comes in and goes for immediate knockback, then he has the green light to actually take the fight to him. Now, so far, as expected, early game falling into the hands of MB, 2.8k. But we'll see whether or not this is going to be a persistent problem.
Yeah, they can convert that into an actual win. It does still. He's 2 levels down. They're losing 2 objectives, and Uni getting 2 kills and an assist. Bottom tier 1 goes out to MV. The early game going exactly according to plan.
MV, they've always been the stronger team around these timings. And once we get into the mid game as well, they're going to be a very powerful 5v5 comp. Team Ray are a little bit better in terms of late game scaling, but not by all that much. And a lot of it is dependent on Joam as well. So MV are going to want to focus on limiting this Moskov's farm.
Yeah, and I think the biggest problem is that Dusk is not really going to be able to play the game, right? And there's nobody who's assassination worthy. Everybody has some form of counterplay, like Ruff is too tanky, Momo has Vengeance, Uni has iframes, Bondles has iframes, and Leone, he's just going to grab him into MV, so he definitely doesn't want to be anywhere close to him.
Yeah, one way or the other, Team Ray will have to look at the in-game resources that they have, right? Tectonic Charge and Final Slash, you probably couple it up with Flicker. Team Ray still want to contest this? I feel like you just give it.
This is kind of dangerous. Nova gonna get grabbed once again, has the Flicker out. SOD does connect, but just a bit too early. Uni picks up his 3rd turtle of the game.
Yep, just focus on that wave clear.
Flicker minus Slash, they found Bundles! Tectonic Charge kind of misses, but they still get the kill anyway.
Oh, worthwhile. They find the mistake. Again, position of that wall. MV just have to be just a little careful with how close they group up. As much as they can take out Nova pretty much whenever they want to, because it's really hard to telegraph Kalia's grab. I mean, if you've got great reaction time, then sure, maybe you can like auto attack through it, maybe you can just like mighty swing through it. Either way, Leone has the advantage of making that first move.
Yeah, it's not as easy as it was back then. Although Team Ray, every time they get their hands on this Joel Moskov, it does force teams to look at the side lanes. And MV have been doing a pretty good job with both Momo and Ruff to match this Moskov movement. In fact, I'd say they are the ones that's forcing this Moskov to be in a comfortable spot.
Right now, it's just beautiful trading coming in from MV's side. Oh, we see pressure down on the bot side. Let's instantly go to top. We're backing off now. Conceal as well, knowing that there's 4 people here. This is the macro that we expect to see at this level.
So far, MV doing a great job. Even though they have been known to typically group together, having Ruff on an Esmeralda means that it's a lot safer for them to farm the map independently. And they're using that in order to force Team Ray back, not really giving them space to get vision or even look for pickoffs.
Joe, 1 item away from the Holy Trinity, just needs the Golden Staff now. So Team Ray needs to hold out until then. The problem being that Lord is the next objective coming out.
Leone's got his eyes on Zach QT. Purify is going to be used, and that's going to be it.
This is some good timings, right? Because now Leone will probably get his ult back faster than Zach QT can actually get his Purify in time. If they can catch that timing, that would be great, but Joam still active on the map. They're going to sacrifice a tier 1 for a tier 2. Still, it is MV who is in control of this game, this next neutral objective, and more importantly, it is the Lord. The overall kill score is pretty low, but the second item power spikes are coming in for MV faster.
Yep. And Ruff, instead of going for Talisman into Oracle, he went Dom Ice.
They're in trouble. The Curtain Call locks him in. Defiance Slash not going to do much. Tectonic Charge is pretty good. But Ogi's Shadow Kill, you can see, is just not really doing anything. Team Ray does not have enough damage, but they are able to walk out. Dusk in trouble. No more Quad Shadow. Uni with the killing spree.
And while this is happening, Joam split pushing on the opposite side. A 2 for a T1 down bot, and even the Lord falls into the hands of MV. So as expected, right, Dusk can barely play this game, and this is a huge punish coming in from MV's side, taking away important structures and has the Lord to start walking in on the tier 2. So this is going to escalate, and I'm predicting maybe a 7 to 8k gold lead for MV by the end of the Lord push.
Very good eye for opportunity from Momo too, with the curtain call onto Dur, forcing him to you either die or you force an engage. Team Ray tried, but they, again, like you said, they just don't have the item. And right now, it's all stalling out time for Joam, but MV have done enough damage to everyone else from Team Ray that Joam is going to start feeling the heat.
And we can see that Joam not able to comfortably split push anymore now that the tier 1s on the side lanes are gone, and Team Ray just not really able to hold the base without him. MV slowly but surely closing the grip.
Yeah, Holy Trinity out for Joam, stolen Tsunami Slam. ZQT doesn't have the flicker, so is completely reliant on his dash or to find MV diving. It's not an easy feat to do. He doesn't have the health bar. There's a chance he just straight up dies mid-grab.
Yeah, ideally if he can grab the Kalia, that'd be great. But it's a battle of who presses their buttons faster or who presses it first, the bare minimum, right? Holy Shielding is already going to be taken away. And at this point, with Lord already pressing in, they're probably not going to get an inhibitor turret, but at least they're putting some good damage.
Here comes the conceal. Lord will collide with bottom side, but Joam has enough damage to deal with it. Unfortunately, the waves are not as synced as MV would like, but it looks like they're still sticking around. We're 11 minutes in. MV really wants this tower. They do not want to let this game last too long for Joam to scale, but Team Ray with a good base defense.
MV will have to wait until the next Lord, so Team Ray holds the line for now. And the threat of ZQT having a Tsunami Slam on top of you standing right in front of an inhibitor with a Croc on the enemy team is always a risky move for MV, even for MV. So for Team Ray, they get some breathing room, but the problem still persists. Dusk cannot really go out onto the map, and you need Nova Escobar to be the one that is checking these bushes, which also means that not having a tier 2s makes life hard for Joam.
Wow, we got that. Wow.
He's so good on the retry, dude. 2 levels down and he still got it. Undeniable. He's undeniably good. I don't know. These types of junglers makes you think that, like, does this eye see in, like, I don't know, 240 frames a second or something? Like, it feels like he has, like, an unfair advantage somewhere.
It's like in anime, when you train enough, you see the world in slow motion.
But right now, we're just waiting for MV to make this next move, right? 20 more seconds until we see the next Lord actually spawn. And I think this is the point where it's do or die. If they fail on this next engagement to end the game, Joam will have Trinity build already complete. If not, I think that Joam is already at a point where he's very close to getting it.
I think he probably has Winds of Nature or Rose Gold, because he already got his Trinity like 10 minutes in.
Oh,
yeah.
4th item then.
Yeah, they were able to get him out of the base for now, Momo.
Oh, they actually want to fight this. Momo can eat a lot of damage with the Oogie Shadow kill. Vengeance already used as well.
Nice.
Good.
13 minutes in. Resources baited. Lord still being danced around. Uni currently in control of it, but Team Ray waiting for an opportunity. They still have most of their ultimate. Falling Star Moon onto ZQT in the backline. He has Tsunami Slam ready. Tectonic Charge misses. Nova Escobar messes that up a little bit, and that means MV can go in. Curtain Call catches 2. Final Slash only hits 1. ZQT gonna be melted away. Joam also gonna be caught with the dive in from Uni. Dusk finds 1 kill, but he's already lost basically his entire team in exchange. Triple kill for Bundles. And Dusk can only wait and buy time because MV have won this one.
All right, they've wiped them out. Wow, Leone showed the instant replay there because the counter engagement was actually looking pretty good for Dur. I'm not sure if it would have made a difference there, but I think he was about to catch 4 people on a flicker final slash that was canceled out by Leona's tidal slam. Really good work from MV.
And on top of that, props to Momo too. The curtain call of all the people he could find, he tied Joam down. So Joam couldn't navigate around the team fight like he wanted to. I feel like that would have been the biggest difference maker for Team Ray. But a clean game from Monster Vicious.
Literally clean and calculated. Name of the game right there. We talked about this. MV is a strong early mid-game team. They drafted double fighter. They want to end the game as fast as possible, and that's exactly what they did. It's exactly what you want to achieve with a draft like this.
Everything was telegraphed here. Everything was played really, really nicely. Hats off to the boys. Team Ray have to hit the drawing board one more time because, again, it was a difficult drafting section, but now that they know the direction of which MV is going to attack them for the upcoming game, they got to get Dusk on something that is more impactful than just the Hayabusa.
I think it's either that or you have ZachQT back on a hero that can provide that impact, right? I think this game with the Valentina first pick, they sort of put both the mid and the jungle in a spot where when they start falling behind, they just cannot be functional, and you cannot have both roles in the kind of take that risk.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I also feel like Novak Skovar was not playing a good Grok. He was missing a lot of ultimates. His walls weren't as effective as some other roamers we've seen here. And having to rely on an Arlet once again to be the primary initiator just doesn't really work out. We were suspicious about the first couple picks, and well, those suspicions proved correct.
I think it's just not as snappy as we've seen some of the games they play, where Dur would just straight up press flicker, start a fight, and Nova follows up. That's sort of how they beat Todak, right? Just very snappy engages, very decisive moves, but perhaps against MV, who has a lead, TR didn't want to take that chance.
I think that also that, unfortunately for TR, they were nervous not only about the lead, but the tempo of which they were playing. They didn't know when MV was going to make the attack in the first place. Like, what are the conditions to get it right? And luckily this time around, the small opportunities that were being presented by Momo with the help of that curtain call really set the tone. This is why Momo has been an exceptional EXP laner.
And Ruff as well seems very comfortable on the Esmeralda. We already knew he would probably win out the lane against Jomanda and Moskov, but he knows how to translate that into the rest of the map as well. I like that he's using his aggression, right? That was something he used to be punished for. Now he's utilizing it.
I mean, allowed to be aggressive without the risk of dying. It's a 2-for-1 offer. But MVP of the game is going to be Bondos on this Lunox, just straight up destroying every single member on the side of Team Ray. I think Team Ray has some good ideas. They have some hard reads. And now you go back to the basics, right? Just draft normally, stop reading into it so hard. I think the Valentina Arlen was definitely quite a stretch for Game 1.
It was a little bit of a stretch. Ideally, they would have liked to have a tank jungler in that particular scenario, but MV was already on top of it. Good job from Sora Payongs to enable Bondols with a good pick, and more importantly, completely negating the effect of Hayabusa in pretty much every single role.
I think Zora already knew exactly what was going to happen the moment he saw that Valentina show up at the very beginning of the draft. It's like, okay, you're gonna try and deny stuff like Angela from us. We're just going to deny this Valentina any useful purpose in this game, drafting heroes like Lunox, like Suyo, who are not going to give good ultimates away.
Yeah, I think even, and not only that, I feel like Valentina was still like slightly forgivable if they didn't second pick the Arlet into it, and that's what really sealed the draft. They wanted to really kind of hang it in front of MV as a flex, but most teams just don't really care about it when they have the CC first pick. Wow, first Suyo pick ever in a long time, and it's a win.
Leave it to Uni, I guess.
I would imagine that the upcoming game, is he going to get away with this Suyo, right? And I think with the setup that Sora Payong has put for him, sure, he's going to get away with this one time, but I think that TR are going to learn their lesson very, very quickly. Uni's hero pool, if it wasn't for the Suyo, was going to be what we were trying to predict ahead of time. In this case, was going to be the Lucas. And even so, great deterrence with the Valentina, but is that the way to go? I think that their opener needs to change if they end up on that red side. Hopefully for Team Ray, they're going to take blue side so they can almost predetermine, hey, we're going to get something off of this. Then maybe MV might try the Angela.
Yeah, I think the impact, the impact picked was presented a bit too early, so it loses, I think, the function of it. It could be that warm-up game in MV and TR, we came into this sort of having expectations at their best. MV is probably going to win, and they definitely didn't kind of drop the ball this time. They didn't let it affect them. For TR though, they have been in a losing spot before, and even they went 0-2, they got sort of stumped, almost a 10k goal, actually a 10k goal disadvantage. TR still has some very good protocols that they follow.
And unfortunately, the draft was not doing them any favors. Again, we've seen this multiple times in this meta. You cannot lock your draft in so early. Flexibility is key right here. and that did not quite work out for them. Hopefully they will learn from this. I'm hoping that this was kind of an experimentation, and I personally do believe as well that the Suyo was probably a specific pickup just for this particular situation. I'll be very surprised if it ends up being a regular option going forward, because it really was the right choice for this game.
Yeah, no, again, hats off to Sora Payong, right? It's great to see him like draft live. You can see the thought process and a lot, again, a surprising amount of preparation from both sides right from the get-go. Once again, our Hall of Famers, Rich Guy going over to Uni, the carry going over to Zach QT, Novex Khobar as our sandbag, and Leone as best wingman.
Both teams have very different approach, right? They have a very core identity of how they want to play the game. NTR really leaning into the big setups from Nova and Dur, whereas for MV, it's all about the tempo. And in this case, the tempo did win out. Oh, so for TR, for me, I want to see them go back to the basic drafting, you know, don't do these hard reads, but is that approach going to cut it?
I think it will. I think it is necessary because now they know the direction in which MV attacks their draft in the first place. All of this was to guarantee them, hey, we've got a winning matchup at the EXP. We made sure that the impact specifically coming in specifically from the Hayabusa is basically zero value, and now you've got the whole game in front of you, right? Mid lane already is pretty self-sustainable. Gold lane, you saw how Ruff played it. He made sure that Jom not only was slow, but minimized his impact overall, putting a huge brass tax on him, even on these after he SODs and gets into the middle of this fight. Watch, he's gonna come in right here on that top side. He's already lost a good chunk of his health.
It's just impossible to fight this early on if you're Team Ray. There's too many heroes with good burst. There's too many ways for MV to escape from situations. There were times when they were able to get good setups, like here where they pick off bundles, but otherwise, it is always MV setting up the charge, and there's just not enough damage to respawn from the side of Ray.
The lack of damage here was very, very apparent, and I think even Team Ray had to second guess it, but this is the greatest curtain call of all time. You catch Joem in the midst of it.
Yeah, the best possible outcome as well. And you can see that Dur, he gets cancelled out there. It feels so bad. That could have been the peel that they were looking for. Even so, I feel the worst for Dusk because he basically didn't get to play the game at all.
Yeah, he gets dunked on by the Falling Storm in the end. So once more, perfect game, near perfect game from Monster Vicious. Very by the book, right? Nothing fancy, nothing, you know, out of this world. It's just back to basics, like how we wanted to see from a lot of our teams who loses games because they struggle on that facet. You want a team ready to go on blue side? Blue side or red side for you?
For me, I think the side matters a little less as long as you're able to approach the draft smartly. What I think matters here is identifying that MV plays a very specific style, and we've already figured out how to deal with that. It's just whether or not you can do it.
Let's see what the crowd thinks about the jungle matchup. Well, 53% of you guys say that Uni is going to win because he has steady hands and ice cold confidence. He did crush that game 1, but also 41% thinks that it is going to be incredibly close.
Okay. I thought people would lean away from C and go as late. It's either A or B. I thought people learned from yesterday, but apparently not. Or maybe Dust's fan base isn't as big as we thought it was.
I mean, it's good to know that our fan base, some of them can be on the fence, you know? It's not always clear cut, so shout out to you guys. But after game 1, maybe opinions will shift a little bit. We have to see if Dust gets to do a lot more in game 2 because circumstances in game 1 didn't really allow it.
I mean, yeah, give him a more fair match.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like, the poor guy can only do so much. I think even he's like regretting. It's like, man, Hayabusa would have been good, but like I could have played Lance.
It's the first time he's been attacked this hard.
Yeah.
Other teams have tested him before by banning Fredrin, and he can just go into Lance or Baxia. But here, MV banned like what? 3 or 4 junglers against him, and they themselves even
banned all the tanks actually. Kai, Fredrin, Baxia.
The Kai, Fredrin, Baxia took it. Oh man, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
I feel so bad for him.
I mean, down blue side, they get to dictate it a bit more. But before we hop into the drafting phase for game number 2, I'm here to tell you guys some great news because you can be the pioneer, the first world champion from your region, because the wait is finally over. Join the MCGG Magic Chess Go Rising Stars, the stage where everyone can compete, rise, claim the honor of becoming the first ever world champion. So if you have been an avid fan of MCGG or are thinking of getting into it, this is the best time to do so. It's season 3. It's been very fun.
Yeah, it has been very fun. Manage your resources, and who knows? It is an open category, so anybody. There is no threshold of which you need to qualify. You just join and see how far you go.
If you play Eruditio, I hope you never make it to open qualifiers. But everyone else, all the best.
Actually, if I'm not wrong, Eruditio doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, former Eruditio players.
Former Eruditio.
They have a new one. Oh, there was a new. What's the new Eruditio? I forgot.
I
think it might be Aspirants.
Wouldn't be surprised. It sounds like what Aspirants would do.
Yeah, sounds about the same. Now, back into meditation. MV had a clean game and they just need to have that clear mind. But I think that right now, Team Ray, if they want to have a chance in this game, not only do they need to get Dusk a proper hero, but they also need to figure out, hey, how do we make sure that we can actually protect a Joam properly? Oh, whoa, okay. They're giving MV blue side one more time. I think they want to change their opener.
MV still maintaining 100% win rate on that blue side. Definitely seems to be the place they're most comfortable with. At this point, I think most teams understand MV. Very solid in those early rotations. Really good at 5v5 team fighting. The way that CG were able to deal with that was by playing hyper late game macro control. So either you match their pace and win out in the first few minutes, or you play like CG, which I don't think a lot of teams can right now.
Yeah, it's a pretty tall order. We saw some glimpses, right? They were trying to circumvent that with the Moskov, but MV, they've got it covered. Rough, Esmer with the Rhythm's Blessing sort of plugged that hole. So let's see, in the drafting phase, we start with the map picks first, or the map roulette. They don't really get to pick the maps. We had Broken Walls for game 1. Let's see game 2 is going to be any different. We go to Flying Clouds.
Ooh, actually, this is pretty decent because whoever is struggling in their lanes or potentially is put low enough to dive, just recall, right? If you get a good recall timing, you can circumvent a lot of the problems that some of these laners have in the early phases of the game prior to level 4. But same opener coming in from Sora Bayum in terms of his ban, both tank junglers banned out, Yishin Shifani alongside it from CJ. They're gonna do it again.
It's the most jungler bans I've seen in a series so far in the regular season. I think from the previous game we had like 7 jungler bans.
The Joy,
Joy, Akai. Actually, I could maybe
3 tanks and then Yisun Shin, Joy, Fanny. I think it was 6.
Yeah, 6 in total. That's too many. That's too many. What are we doing? Who do you think we
if
are?
it works, right?
I mean,
was this Kyle TZ versus Carl TZ? Like, what? What's going on?
Like, locally, we call it when you're up against Hazel.
And personally though, I imagine that from the coach's perspective, it's always a really nice feeling to be able to do this. Like if your jungler has a deep enough hero pool that you can just directly challenge the opposite side and ban in this way, I think it's a very fun thing to do.
Well, it's the same ban sequence. Let's see if MV sticks with the same opener, the CC.
Or is Sora gonna change it up? Is he gonna change it up?
If it's not broken, don't change it, right?
I mean, that's what I believe in Sora, but he's matured from those times. That's the thing. With his time with MV, it's
maturity is recognizing when you can go back to those times.
Here we go.
That's nostalgia, man. That's people who are like, oh yeah, the Dreamcast was the best console ever. No, it's not. No, it was not.
Or it's like, are you willing to gamble? Like you're winning. Are you ready to do it again, you know?
One more time, baby!
It's like that bell curve meme, right? When you're a rookie, when you're a veteran, and when you're a true veteran, you know?
That's when you're a true veteran.
True veteran. They still go for the Valentina, which... I don't really...
I think it's for denial more than anything else, but at least they got the Akai.
At least they got the Akai, yeah.
And they can set up for the Arlet as well.
If he doesn't get tied down by Curtain Call. Which you can't really get out of.
Don't suck.
Get good.
Get good. No, it's a tough matchup overall, and I think that maybe they might have to change their outlook on how to deal with the CC because they could, for all intents and purposes, they can go for the Lapu Lapu if they wanted to. They could have gone for like a Ruby if they really want to sandbag that lane. Uranus probably not the best option out there. Benedetta not too bad as well.
That's true. Or you have someone with Purify eat the current call and then you press it if it ties you down with someone.
That works as well. That's also a good shout.
That is a possibility. Let's see. MV, they are going to shift things up. They grab the Grok and the Kimmy. So actually having some scaling. Not going for the Lunox. Team Ray still stick to the Moskov.
Okay, so Tectonic Charge can be stolen. Curtain Call can be stolen.
Even the
traction
traction
pulse.
pulse is not bad.
Would I rather a traction pulse or a tectonic charge? I feel like I want the tectonic charge just a little more.
I think if they didn't they didn't remove the slow from traction pulse, the
Yeah.
value would go up.
The value would definitely go up.
They removed the slow.
But sometimes you might want to stay at range, right? In which case, the traction pulse might be preferable.
Look, tectonic charge isn't easy to use, right? Like Zyme held it for 7 minutes and 40 seconds. I heard.
That's a him problem. That's a Zyme problem. That's a
isolated case.
It's an isolated case. Because I think it's super easy to use. The only thing that people tend to forget is that there's a little bit of a wind up to the tectonic charge, right? And most people are like, oh, I'll just use it at 1 HP. I'm like, no, you have to use it at like 10 HP. It's a big difference. You're gonna die mid-charge if that happens.
Yeah, I think it's just muscle memory because old Grok
was
charged so fast.
Yeah.
They
Also,
do ban Uranus though.
It's another hard read. They are thinking that there is a chance a double fighter comes through just because there's a Kim in mid.
But why Uranus?
Yeah, why Uranus?
Why Uranus? And more so, why Uranus when you already have CC? Why Uranus when you don't even see what the opposing matchup is going to be?
I guess maybe
Better you ban Esma and then
maybe they ban Esme too.
Or did they just pick the Esme at this point, right?
That's possible. Actually, it's possible, right? Because it's flying cloud.
Yeah.
So you could put her in lane against the CC.
Or like Gideon suggested, Benedetta.
I think Benedetta might be a little bit... Wait, let's see these last two picks, right? Because the Arla gets banned out for the side of MB, so they're really now turning a lot of their attention towards the EXP side.
There's still the roam that they haven't picked yet. I know Nova also played one game on the Kaja. He plays the Cho too. A Kalea is still open. And Envy has no more room for the Kalea, so Team Ray could probably consider that as well. But they don't have burst.
They ban Granger, so I'm hoping that their intent is to take the Esme, because if you give that to Ruff again, then you're kind of asking for it at that point.
They don't have damage, that's the thing.
Some damage, man.
It could be a situation where they just try to stall out the early to mid game.
Or joke's on you, Natalia.
I'm pretty sure they tried to do that in game 1.
I mean, do it better.
Do it better.
Alright, I mean, they could go for Lapu if they wanted to. I think that's like the safest option in terms of EXP laners. I think that MP probably should think of... Oh, never mind. I'm sorry, Sora Bayong. I didn't mean to step on your shoes, bro.
Alright, I mean, Lapu for Team Ray is not too bad, right? I wouldn't be surprised if MVP Lapu.
Lapu is not bad. Lapu's okay.
I mean, now that Arlet is gone, it's like you might as well.
Yeah, if MVP picks Lapu, I feel like Team Ray probably, like, this game is just like half done.
If you're particularly confident CC is EXP, you could also go Paquito, but they'll keep it safe.
Yep.
Go for Lapu.
Anti-CC is always good. That Grok's Mighty Swing. Really, honestly, there's so many times where the Mighty Swing like clips you at the edge. You don't really know it because you have to be like within a specific range to get knocked back a fixed distance. So if you get hit by just the edge, you barely notice the knockback and you think you're just walking forward. And then you're like, wait, where's my ult?
It's always nice to one-shot the enemy backline, I'll tell you that.
Right, let's see. Currently, we're at a situation again where there's not a lot of magic damage from Team Ray, so it's not impossible for Suyo to pop up a second time.
Alright.
If MV are still looking for a fighter gold lane, they can fall back to Ruby, otherwise a classic marksman is probably the choice, but nope, it is the Ruby and the Lancelot.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Again, MV understand, we're good at the early game, we suck at the late game, let's double fighter and end it quick.
I respect the team that can understand that.
Any hopes of a Kai Flex roam is now out the window.
I mean, there's no point, because even if you play like a traditional assassin, well, how are you dealing with the Ruby, right? You steal Hayabusa, like, okay, good for you, I guess. Your only target is Kimmy.
Can't got taught here. It deters the Cho too, thanks to the Ruby being around. Oh, I mean, again, Sora just very...
Do you just... No. Even Chip doesn't feel that great.
Kufra? Classic.
Goni will pick Kufra in a heartbeat.
Yeah, you know what? Mincetar, right?
Nope, that's how it is.
Okay, so at least now they have a guaranteed disengage mechanic. Or 2 disengage mechanics, in a matter of fact, depending on how the team fights eventually break out. Because for all we know, Derm might jump a little too far chasing bundles in this game, and that could put him at risk. Therefore, somebody needs to fill in that gap create that space, and Nova X Kobar and Dusk are looking to be the ones to do it.
It's looking slightly better for Team Ray in Game 2 in draft-wise, but I think overall MV still got the read right. Sora Pion really on the ball with the hero picks this time.
He's had the time to understand what exactly his team wants in terms of drafts and where they are going to be the strongest once we enter the Land of Dawn. I do like the direction that MV is going in once again. As you mentioned, Team Ray has a little bit more solutions, but we're once again in a situation where their early game burst damage is going to be a little bit lacking. So the question remains, can they hold it out? Can they beat MV in their own game? Only time shall tell as we return to the Land of Dawn for game number 2.
Let's find out how they're going to break this down, right? It's still going to be opposite sides, mirrored starts from both. Now, even the supports just focusing purely on, hey, I just need to make sure that we get mid-prio. We get mid-prio, we can start doing stuff. Oh, that's so dirty! Oh my god, that's so dirty!
So much damage.
Dude, what a way. Leone walks up, baits Nova X Kobar, and then uses the wall to push him into turret range. That's, oh, who thinks of that?
But at the same time, good composure from Nova to not panic press the Revitalize. He's going to be able to get away without using that.
Wow, Quantum Charge for Leone.
Quantum Charge rock.
Oh.
Interesting, interesting.
No way it's damage roam, right?
I don't think his passive works the same way anymore. Yeah, no, you don't get like, oh, all converted attack damage. Attack damage is turned into like physical defense for Grok any longer. Now it's just I get anti-CC, I get a mild shield and a lot of stats and walk away.
Reinforcements once more is going to come in a lot faster thanks to the flying clouds mechanic. We just got a glimpse of Nova Escobar literally coming back into the fight after a quick recall too.
I am curious though, because like if we are, oh, okay, decent trade here as Bundles and Leone are doing a really good job. They're good on the 2v2s, and now I want to see whether or not, like, if any lane advantages are generated, how fast, how much does it actually matter? Because we see that, at least for Dur, he gets a free rotation up towards that top side, and I'm pretty sure that Momo is trying to freeze him out under the tier 1.
Hold on. In the mid lane, ZachQT in some trouble. Gets locked down by Bundles. Gonna have to dash back into the tower. Dusk is on the turtle, but he doesn't have his mid laner available anymore. Still holding on to that heavy spin. Bravest Fighter comes in as well. Heavy spin gonna be used. Uni secures the turtle, but Leone gets pushed into Team Ray's half of the map. He flickers out, but still gets caught. First blood to ZachQT.
Okay. I'm surprised Dusk rolled out of there. Maybe he was still in range for the retribution, but Uni just quicker on the trigger finger. Not a problem. First blood for ZachQT.
I don't think he was quicker. They did it at the exact same time. You can see that the cooldowns are moving like exactly the same. It was an honest 50-50 for once, and Dusk, his main goal was to try and catch Bundles out. So yeah, he had to split his focus a little bit.
Yeah, it's a small matter still. I mean, at least we saw the stolen tectonic charge, and also saw the wind-up time, something that could be taken note of. More of getting some extra gold too. I mean, he's quite far ahead, half a level ahead of Joel.
Yeah, he's just fighting for every single one of these gold crabs, and unfortunately for Joel, he just does not have the raw damage to steal that away from him.
It's the sacrifice he's going to have to accept here. The only consolation is that compared to Esmeralda, it'll be a lot more difficult for Ruff to rotate the map on a Ruby. So Team Ray might be able to take some fights a little bit more easily, but it's still not going to be a simple task.
See a full clear from top side down to the bottom side. I don't know if Uni... Where does Uni go from here? I think he's going to rotate back into mid because it feels like there's nothing going on down by gold lane. And that's why even the EXP laners, it's pretty sandbagged as well.
Dusk wants to look for Bundles, but nice anti-grav thruster gets him out. Now Traction Pulse pulls in the Akai. They want him to use his heavy spin. He gets locked down. He's not going to use it. Phantom Execution finishes him off. Revitalize a bit too late from Nova.
Yeah, Dusk using it a little too soon, and Uni waiting until the very last moment to actually go for the Phantom Execution. Right now, mid-trio domination from MV.
At some point, you have to press the button. Have to press the button. There's a tectonic charge. There's a revitalize. I mean, hell, you could AOG that. I don't really care. And you give out the next turtle, which is something that TR would have to inevitably do, even if they get Dusk out of that situation. Now this turret is a no contest. Ooh, good dodge for the SOD.
I'm not sure if that was going to connect anyways, but then again, the hitbox of the SOD sometimes be a little wonky. Now, NovaXKobar, he can't just be taunting in people's faces.
Goodness, that poke.
I mean, he'll live, don't worry, but he can't just be taunting in people's faces, specifically in front of Leone, who just punts him out of the animation.
Oh, Leone has come down to Jome. Jome doesn't have dash just yet. We'll get it up now, but Leone's just gonna stand there and let Ruff take as much of the gold shield as he likes.
Free resources all day.
Just a great early game from MV's side, right? They know how to influence the map. They know how to kind of like chain one thing into the other after the pressure has been applied. I mean, I wish that MV could have kept this up all the way into the late game, but we all know how that goes.
And it's not gonna get any easier.
Oh, Flicker Tectonic Charge only catches NovaXKobar. Looks like they're not gonna full commit. They know he has AOG still.
Yeah, that's good. And Nova, still very patient, didn't use the Revitalize at all. It's almost a 3k lead for MV. Just like game 1, it looks very slow. There's not too much happening, but behind the scenes, MV is quickly taking out space.
Yeah, because if every lane does evenly and you have a winning mid prio, just look at Uni, right? He's 2 levels ahead of us. He's been stealing camps one by one, every single interaction, and it's starting to compound in its interest.
Ruff is just standing underneath the turret to slowly chip the health bar away too. Life doesn't get any easier for Team Ray here. It could just come down to Joam again, getting his Holy Trinity and hopefully hard carrying the game.
Yeah, it's only an 800 gold difference, but it's starting to add up compared to everybody else's lead. The most even one so far has to be the EXP lane. It's just 200 difference, but a 1.8k lead for Uni so far. So, I mean, and the worst part is that as much money as he has, he literally cannot do many things by himself. It's just too dangerous to commit to an engagement, knowing that Dusk at any time could heavy spin him into a wall.
That's why it's a good thing that his team is already doing so well on the map. He doesn't need to be the one making things happen on his own, since Leone, Momo, all gonna be walking around. Even Bundle's getting some really good catches and pokes. Turtle gonna be contested once again. Nova goes in for the taunt. Revitalize comes out. Traction Pulse locks him down and bursts him. Dur with the Landshaker into the back line, but ZachQT has been flanked from the back. Uni with the double kill with Ruff even chasing Dust down. That means Dur has been abandoned. And MV in quick and successive fashion take the fight and the objective.
ZachQT missing the Tectonic Charge too. Literal airball. Not really sure who he was trying to knock up. Was it Uni? It was like in a straight line.
I think that... I don't know. I don't know whether ZachQT's logic is correct or not, but I'm guessing that he thought that he could like ult into the ult to cancel it. But the problem is that Grok's natural passive, anytime he's using an ability, he has anti-CC.
Uni 1v3. Trying to iframe all of it, but PR is here. All 5 members, they get the stun and the shutdown.
Yeah, Uni was not... Well, actually, he might have been able to outplay it, but he couldn't get the Phantom Execution off in time, so just let it happen. They get the shutdown, a small amount of gold, but enough to keep TR believing that they have a chance in this game.
I mean, if it makes MV feel any better, the shutdown went over ZachQT, which needs to go the least compared to everyone else on the team. Because Shield was broken.
Yeah, looks like Team Ray doesn't want to fight this. They're going to be able to disengage from MV and they'll send the message to Jome. It's time to go home as well. Gonna see the game even out just a little bit, but still a 5k gold lead for Monster Vicious.
Yeah, and now considering all the games that we've seen here today and yesterday, this is one of the few games that is pretty low on the kill count, considering we're 8 minutes in. MV is the one trying to play an early style of composition, so I would expect them to fight a lot, but it's not happening. And this is allowing Uni to hit level 15, if not ahead of time, or at least for international standards, at a reasonable time.
You could give credits to MV for making that space, for making sure that all the boxes are checked, but also Team Ray not really jumping the gun, right? They, unlike game 1 where they have snap engage tools like the Arlet, like especially the Arlet with Flicker and the Grok, they don't really have that for this game. To be a bit more conservative and careful, focus on just peeling for Joam, and even ZachQT needs to do that.
Now, here's where it starts to get scary. Ooh, 990 to 841 in terms of just how much roam gold bonus they were able to generate for themselves. Leone just getting a little bit much, and he's a full level ahead of NovaXKobar.
I don't think Dusk can even contest this Lord, unless they somehow get a great teamfight win.
Right. MV right now in control of the river. TR doing a good poke. The flicker tectonic charge finds Dust. And now the Dragon Pulse pulls them in, but the backline being dived over. Ruff gets the CC. ZachQT gonna be bursted down in an instant. TR trying to escape. AOG cancelled, and Nova not able to escape. Phantom Execution from Uni! Chases Dust down. MV showing us how it's done.
Oh my goodness, ZachQT, another tectonic charge that hits the wind. It's not even the current call that limits that restricts his movement, it's just...
He was just short.
Not enough distance.
Yep, he was just short of the wall. He was literally an inch away from it.
And that was about to be the turnaround of the fight.
Oh, dude. Oh my god.
That was close.
Yo, if he stole that. How is Joel not the goat of Team Ray?
Man, you see Uni, like he jumped on his seat. He's like, oh, he almost got that Kelra moment.
That was a nervous laugh from Uni right there.
Almost botched that one.
Oh god.
They would say I throw the game if we lost that Lord.
Look, the vibes are still high on MV's side. They have a 7.3k lead and Lord pushing on. These tier 2s don't stand a chance against them. And unfortunately for Team Ray, it's come to a point where they got to start sticking together.
Yeah, I mean, ZachQT, you have the tectonic charge. It has to connect. You already missed 2 big ones. The third one that goes wide is going to lose them the game.
Yeah, to be fair, he is a mid laner, so it's not like he's expected to know exactly how much distance the tectonic charge now that has been recently changed from wild charge to tectonic charge. So a bit of forgiveness, but you can't go 3 for 3. You gotta hit one of them.
I will admit, it does take some getting used to though. When I first started playing with the new Grok, I missed the more tectonic charges than I'd care to admit, for sure. And now, MV knocking on the front door of Team Ray. Mid inhibitor charge. Oh, beautiful! I'm offended! The tectonic charge does land though. Cancels the momentum for a little bit. Team Ray looking to counterattack. Revitalize comes out. Jome picks one off. Actually doing a lot of damage right now. SOD misses, but MV have been forced back. That's what we were looking for from ZachQT.
Beautifully played. Beautifully played. I mean, ZachQT could not have missed that no matter... Oh, actually he could, but it was really unlikely with 3 walls directly close. Let's not forget, in the instant replay, you'll see it. 3-man locked it down by Dust. Look at that.
Not only that, the AOG follow-up too was perfect from Nova. This SOD, if it hit onto Uni,
they're all dead.
No one would have went in and clean up house. Honestly, the only way for ZachQT to mess that up is that he died mid-charge.
I mean, and that's not even his fault if that were to happen. Even so, this does not really change this scenario, right? Oh, we got some huge kills. We got some big shutdowns. 8k gold differential. About to turn into a 9k.
Yeah. They gotta do that again.
Yep. They need to find another one. It's not really the momentum reversal Team Ray hoped for, but it is the foundation to a momentum reversal. But will they be able to achieve it again? MV so far has been doing a good job of not repeating their mistakes from earlier in the season.
I don't know, it may have slowed down the checkmate, but MV still not really got the check on TR. 8.5k, if it turns into 10, it's a big problem, but they're about to hit the 42k mark, which that's when we're expecting like full item builds, or at least all core item builds from some of the side laners here. 17 more seconds, so not a lot of time for TR to scale back up.
Yeah. And this next Lord is coming up too. Dusk is still level 12. Again, another godlike engage. Good news is they all have their battle spells. And like ZachQT is willing to show his life, you know, flick a tectonic charge, 3 guys, and get that combo off again. It's highly unlikely TR will get this objective.
Well, if they can catch Joam like how they did in game number 1, this game instantly becomes over because TR putting everything in the Joam basket. They're giving him all the resources. Even the orange buff is going over to him.
MV controlling right now. ZachQT gonna be walled in. Here comes Lancelot. Uni from behind secures the Lord. Momo buying a lot of time, but he's gonna be pinned against the wall. It's a 1v4 on both sides as Momo and Dur are both traded away, but the Distraction Pulse comes in. MV looking to extend their lead. Revitalize not gonna be able to save Dusk as the Panda goes extinct. Nova, the next one to be chased down. Ruff finds the I'm Offended, pulls him back into his squad. Bundle's a little late to the party, so the AOG allows him to get away safely. But his 2 members down in exchange for 1, and MV have the Lord.
Felt like they could just kept running. Not really sure what the intention was. Maybe they felt like they could save more of their teammates, but now this defense should work out. Dur is going to come back in 5 seconds. They have enough wave clear for the mid wave.
Oh, that is rough right there. That's for Team Ray.
So disrespectful. ZachQT, you cannot be that close. You just can't. I thought he would have learned after the first time, but now that it's happened twice, he is uncomfortable with that range.
And unfortunately this time, no tectonic charge to reverse the momentum. Now MB going to look to push. They don't care that the Lord's about to die. They want this mid inhibitor, and they will get it. They are 5v4, another 6 seconds before Zacuity comes back. That's enough to clear up the entire base, which means only the Crystal left standing for Team Ray. MB, do they want to force this right now? Nope, looks like they will play this safe.
No way they drop the ball at this point of the game.
Yep.
It is highly unlikely, but I think Joam is maxed out. Malefic Gun is now out. You give TR just a sliver of an opening, they could easily come back with this game on Joam's back. It's something that MV needs to take into account. Although Rough Day, he does have the Winter Crown. That could make the difference. Probably going into an Immortality next.
Most likely, most likely. But in terms of the timing and the checkmate angle, like, yes, you have an 11k lead. That's phenomenal. That's great for you. However, TR is about to hit the 42k mark. And once you hit that 42k, you may not have, like, item swaps, and you may not be max items, but the core items is the most important for any hero in MLBB when you are looking to build your hero. And I think at this point, if MV, they drop the ball one more time, they would be in so much trouble.
Yeah, this is a position we have seen Monster Vicious in before. Of course, they have a much bigger goal lead than those other circumstances, but it's not impossible for Team Ray to turn this around. There have been leads like this thrown away without proper care taken. MV should still have control of most of the map. Waves are pushing in. Lord is coming up in 25 seconds. As long as everything is played correctly, this should still be a sweep for them.
Yeah, close to impossible to lose this game. Even if like they run it down and lose like two, 3 members, they don't even need to rush for the Lord. It's TR that needs to make the move.
I don't know. Because if Bondos dies, if he dies again, they're gonna lose a lot of damage. And I think that even for Uni, it's just a lot of boys on the side of TR that can just eat up what he throws out.
MB currently controlling the Lord. I'm offended onto Dust. They lock him down with the Kimmy. Nova comes in with the tectonic charge from Zacuity finds 4. Bundles has been locked down and taken out, but MB still looking to fight back. Uni with the mega kill, dancing all over the backline. It's a double kill. Where the last blood. Now Momo chasing. Vengeance comes out. Joe not going to be able to continue the assault, and it's a 2v2 situation. Landslot. Oh, the Winter Nature comes out. AOG going to be dodged entirely as well, and now Uni and Momo backing it up. Dur still locked in a 1v1 death battle against Ruff, but with the rest of MB coming in, that's a monster kill. MB take control.
That is just unlucky. If Joam hit that SOD, I 100% believe Team Ray would have won that fight. It was a 4v5 the entire time. Joam could not land the SOD off his life.
Dude, Uni is playing a crazy good game right now. I can't believe that we managed to salvage after losing bundles in such a terrible manner. Holy cow. Hey, at least IQT is made up for the other missed wild charges.
Yeah, he held on. But now this Lord is gone for sure.
I mean, they can't really contest it to begin with.
Oh, careful. Oh, that was close. If Zacuity didn't stop moving there, he would have 100% died once again. But the Lord will go to Uni, and MB will regroup.
Okay, good calls here. Because at least Momo is like, you know what? I gotta make sure that Dusk doesn't get anywhere near this Lord. We really need this Lord to close out this game. We really need the empowered minions to start pushing through. They're missing all of their inhibitors. There is no way that we lose this from this point onwards.
Impossible to lose.
We say that now.
I mean, I feel like MV has thrown games like this before.
I know, right?
Yeah.
That's the scary
part. In fact, now that you've said it, I'm a little bit worried.
Not this one. No way.
No way, no way, no way. They've got situational items. They can start swapping out if necessary. Okay. Now with this Lord, come on. Let's see it.
All right, here it comes. Here it comes. 18.5 minutes in. Lord pushing in mid lane. Dirt tries to dive in the back line. Gets controlled instantly. Tectonic charge going to be used by Leone. And the heavy spin won't save them. Another tectonic charge used by Zacuity. He gets a nice knockout, but it's not quite enough. Joam's going to get the shutdown on Uni, though. He's not able to get on top of Crystal in time, which means that the fight has been pushed back. Zacuity going to be flickered forward. And Ruff with the killing spree. But MV, they've lost most of their main damage. They're still trying to push this. Joam still fully alive. Still immortality intact. They try to catch him, but he is dashing perfectly out of range, and MV, their health is dropping to SOD! Joam looking for a chance to re-engage. We lose one immortality. AUG gonna be used, but it's not quite enough. Nova goes down. Dur fighting a losing battle 1v4. He trades for Leone, but Vandals pick up the double kill. Jome had to be left in the base to clear up the minion wave. He couldn't follow up on the SOD, and now he's 1v3. He gets the two-man pin. Jome goes forward, but he loses immortality. Skypiercer found him, and that is going to be it. They tried so hard, and it looks so close.
I'm sorry, the
But Dust, he's the only one left. Heavy spin comes forward. Zach Cutie gonna respawn as well. 3 members of MV still inside the base of Team Ray. They're trying to go for the crystal, but Team Ray is still holding. Dust still alive. He wants to go back, but here comes Uni. He's back. This is such a long, drawn-out battle. Team Ray back pushed against the wall, but despite their best efforts, Monster Vicious take the clean sweep.
A clean sweep that got very messy to the end. And once more, TR could not have Joam join the fight. It was the same at the Lord Pit, SOD missed. It was the same at the base defense where Joam had to deal with 3 super minion waves. But that aside, it was a damn good game from Monster Vicious. Perfect, clean, and composed. TR had some moments of brilliance, but the gap, the goal difference was what allowed Team Ray to win. And you can even see Haru in the crowd. Just overall, a euphoric moment. 3 full points for Monster Vicious.
That was so close. That was disgustingly close. And the whole crew from Monster Vicious side out to watch their boys take this 2-0 against Team Ray. Oh, this could have got to a game 3 for certain. Uni got distracted by Dur for some reason when he could have been sitting around with the next spawn of the wave to infinitely dash around.
Well, with that being said, congratulations to MV. We'll throw it to Rose on the stage.
2 berbalas 0, 3 mata penuh untuk Monster Vicious. Congratulations, boys. Nampaknya dah bangkit daripada kekalahan minggu kedua, ya? Now, Uni, hari ni sehat? Tak sakit?
Ya,
sehat tak sakit. Patutlah menang hari ni. Now, let's talk pasal minggu lepas. Mungkin Uni boleh share sikit ataupun Raf pun, kedua-dua boleh share. Kenapa di minggu pertama you guys nampak sangat-sangat dominan, tapi ke minggu kedua pula berubah sangat-sangat pasal gameplay korang. Share sikit. Apa yang jadi di minggu pertama, minggu kedua dan minggu ketiga? Why so many changes?
Saya rasa itu sebab kita orang kekurangan satu pillar lah, sebab Uni demam. So Uni ni antara kita orang punya salah satu call decision lah. So bila dia just main senyap, some of them ada macam ragu-ragu juga lah. Sebab tu yang membuatkan nampak kita orang tak sekali lah main.
So macam kalau Uni demam tu, Uni tak beberapa banyak cakap, decision making agak susah sikit, shaky sikit sebab tak sekepala.
Yes.
Alright. Now Uni, ini adalah soalan penting. Kenapa setiap minggu kedua demam je? Apa you buat sebelum minggu kedua ni?
Tak ada.
Now Uni, kalau kita tengok daripada match up korang kan, you guys are the team yang baru sahaja habis 3 match. Tapi kalau kita tengok daripada pasukan-pasukan lain pula, diorang dah 3-4 match dah kan untuk 3 minggu ni. Adakah you rasa benda ni adalah satu benefit untuk korang? Tak banyak match di early fasa regular season?
Maybe benefit juga lah untuk kita orang sebab setiap minggu just satu game. So either kita orang menang atau kalah, kita orang maybe boleh belajar. Kalau kita orang kalah ke apa, kita orang kat situ boleh remake balik lah.
Okay, now you cakap it's a benefit and you guys boleh remake balik kalau korang kalah since you guys play 1 game a week. Tapi di situasi yang korang kena main 2 perlawanan di dalam 1 minggu, in an event korang kalah, macam mana korang boleh bounce back secepat itu?
Buat saya dah sihat.
Mantap! Since dah lepas minggu kedua, dah sehat. Alright guys, so kita dah tadi nampak dominating game daripada side of Monster Vicious. Tapi hanya seorang yang boleh menjadi MVP of the game. So with that, let us see MVP of the game in 3, 2, 1. MVP of the game jatuh kepada Uni! Wish, memang Uni dapat pegang mic lama-lama hari ni. Uni, I think one thing yang I nak highlight is that tadi pun Castus tengah tanya, kenapa you suka overextend? Kenapa you suka shing-shang ke dalam? Tak takut ke mati? Lepas tu kena come back. Sebelum Sora tanya, I tanya dulu.
Salah percaturan agak.
Ke you macam suka flashy play macam tu?
Tak, memang salah percaturan.
Okay, tak apa. Nanti I bagi Sora lah. Ajar you macam mana. Okay, now Raf. Hello, Raf.
Hello.
Raf. Okay, come here. Okay, very good. Now, just now you baru sahaja jumpa your ex-teammate, Nova Escobar, di dalam Team Ray. How does it feel like going up against him? Sebab korang beberapa season juga kan main together.
Rasa puas lah sebenarnya menang dengan ex-teammate.
Oi, rasa puas? Yes. Tak rasa rindu?
Rindu tu luar game lah.
Luar game. Now that kita dah luar game, is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada Nova Escobar?
Untuk Nova golak ke depannya and semoga kita jumpa kat playoff lah.
Oh, that's very sweet. Hopefully korang boleh jumpa dekat playoffs. Now, Raf, one last question. Your next match, you guys akan lawan Untitled dan juga Homeboys. Ini adalah kedua-dua pasukan yang top 3 untuk musim lepas. Are you guys feeling any pressure?
Tak.
Tak pressure?
Tak langsung.
Tak langsung. Why?
Sebab korang ada King Uni dan King Bondol.
Sebab Uni dah sihat?
Ya. Yeah.
Okay, hopefully Uni tak sakit untuk minggu depan. So kita boleh nampak lagi banyak shing-shang daripada Uni. Now Raf, is there anything yang nak cakap kepada audience, friends and families of Monster Vicious?
Thank you untuk supporter-supporter MV, family, kawan-kawan yang datang pada hari ini. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Raf dan juga Uni. Congratulations sekali lagi. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi di game kedua. Casters, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Rose, Uni, and Raf. And Uni, our MVP of the game, literally saving lives and puncturing the hearts of Team Ray's fans with its 2-0 win on that Lancelot. It's a masterful display.
Some great stuff being shown from him, right? We always knew that he had the mechanics, but now that he is in full health and he's not sick and he doesn't have a fever, he's making some really good shot calls. And now MV feel like, all right, we make decisions together. The late game's still a little iffy because a lot of things are going on and it can't just be on Winnie to make those calls. But even so, that early to mid, so good.
Yeah, I really like the discipline that was shown by MV in this game. They understand, okay, we don't need to push our advantage that hard, even though we won the end game early, because that can cause some risk. It wasn't perfect because there were definitely cases where they could have been turned around, but they understood that, okay, we need to end this now. We're just going to stay, we're going to try and make this work. And it worked out in the end, though that was a really tough base defense from Team Ray.
Yeah, it really was, and you gotta feel bad for Team Ray when they got those big moments. They were losing out just because they were too far behind in gold, and Joel couldn't participate in the most important fights of all, and it just happened to be the last two fights that decided the game. But still, I think for Team Ray, they put up quite a showing. We kind of saw where the weaknesses for them are, is that early to mid as compared to MV, who took full advantage of what they're good at.
Yep.
Is that something that Team Ray needs to look at moving forward, that early to mid, polish it up a little bit?
Well, I think a lot of it just comes down to like how exactly do you want to play this, right? Because they're putting a lot of eggs in the basket of Jom, and when the execution doesn't go through, it doesn't leave you with a lot of options because your composition is so alt-oriented, right? I think their trades need to be just a little bit better. When you know one side of the map is going to get attacked, you should be looking on the opposite end to generate advantages, right? Because there are moments where you could have looked to maybe attack Momo a couple of times. He was very far up in his lane, trying to make sure that the damage that he applies on Dur is permanent to force him to go back and pick up the Nimbus.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that Team Ray should have understood that MV is going to go fight their gold lane. Zome is probably not going to have a good time. A focus on the EXP lane or to help him out would be very good. The issue is they didn't really think about this draft like completely true. I still don't really like the Valentina 2 games in a row, even if it did get some good plays in the end. because they basically surrendered mid-prio over to MV both games, right?
Yes.
And when you don't have mid-prio, you don't have control of the river, you cannot rotate. So there's no ganks coming out.
Yeah, best part yet, because of that mid-prio, that's how Uni got such a whopping lead over Dusk. It's just, what do you even do? You're facing against a man disadvantage. You don't want to use your heavy spin because of the Lord or even the Turtle is coming up, so you're put between a rock and a hard place and nobody can really bail you out.
That and also your role matchup also was a losing matchup, right? Because this Nova Gator can't really be in the face of Leone, doesn't want to show up, and a lot of times couldn't find a good AOG angle too.
Dependent on everybody else to kind of set it up for him.
Yeah, and in fact, it actually comes down to ZachQT to set it up, funnily enough, with the tectonic charge. Hall of Famers for this game, we got Rich Guy, Uni, the carry goes over to Momo, Dur as the sandbag, and Leone on the Grok is the best wingman for MB.
Really good Grok setups here, especially playing around with that wall as well. We didn't get to see a lot of objective resets, but we got to see a lot of great catches and path cutoffs that made Team Ray have to reposition themselves instantly and gave a lot more space for people like Uni to get farm, for Momo to be split pushing on the opposite side to get the macro going so that MV could keep control of their lead.
Yeah, I'm just happy that even though Momo has switched on over to MV's side, you still see his personality shine through in-game. He just loves to control space and he does such a good job at it, taxing everybody who passes his territory.
Yeah, you gotta pay that RFID if you want to come through in terms of health. Is it fair to say that even though MV got a 2-0 over Team Ray, it was a satisfying display from Team Ray?
I think it could have been a little better.
I don't think so. I don't think it is very satisfying for the side of Team Ray. You can chalk up Game 1 to being like, oh darn, they knew what they were doing, you know? They cheesed us a little bit. Game 2, not so much, because there are moments in the execution where Dur is like, I hit the big one, there's no follow-up. Or ZachQT hits the big one, Dur is the one who doesn't follow up. So there is like not all the pieces lining up in the right places.
It's slightly unfortunate, but either way, congratulations to Monster Vicious with this 2-0 victory. It's going to help them on the leaderboard as well with 3 full points. For Team Ray, fortunately, they got a lot more thinking to do behind the scenes. So overall, we will see what the players of Team Ray, I gotta say, have to say. For now, we gotta prep for some hot
spicy,
stuff. You guys like spicy stuff?
Yeah, I used to be not a fan of spicy stuff, but it's grown on me over time. I can't take the most intense heats, but I can take a good amount.
Yeah, I know.
I'm the opposite. I used to really like spicy stuff. Then as I got older, my stomach decided no.
No more.
Yeah.
Even like basic nasi lemak, no.
It's gotta be the sweet sambal, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Man, so I was about to I was about to reach for like, is samyang the limit? You gotta sweet sambal, not even the.
It's risky. You know what? It's inconsistent. I'm still testing the limits.
It depends on the mood, but
yeah.
Alright.
Because spice lovers, I'm a big spice lover, but Gideon here is also a big spice lover, so I'll hand it over to you. Cook us up some spicy stuff.
Hey, no worries. It's time. Pull the camera onto me. You know how we do this. Let's put that minute on the clock and start going right now. Now, Angela has been a big pick. I don't think it's that good. Most people are looking to fight as many times as possible, but I also think that the alt-timers are just way too short. 20 seconds seems to be the case, and as much as I've been dissatisfied with this current patch, we haven't seen a single Obsidia or an Alice. Does this mean these two heroes are awful? Ugh, gross dog water? You're absolutely right. These two heroes suck in the meta right now. There is no use case for them to scale in a proper manner unless you're almost guaranteeing that the game is going to go at least 15 minutes, and that's way too much time. On average, we've seen that games are pretty short here in the MPL MY, despite us and looking towards the Brawl server or even Polish server. Both sides have longer games than we do, despite all the fighting or non-fighting that's happening. So MPL MY, I beg of you, please, if you are going to go for these bigger fights, take into consideration 2 things. Don't go for Obsidia, don't go for Alice. And we're done. 2 seconds left on the clock.
Right on the dot. Thank you very much, Gideon. Yes, no Alice, no Obsidia. Fundamentals is the game. It's the name of the game for MPL Malaysia at least. We gotta master the basics before we could go further. For now, let us take a bit of a breather and appreciate the games that we just watched and throw it backstage to Sith, who has an interview on standby. Sith Lord, stage is yours.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada para caster kita. Dan sekarang ini kita bersama dengan pemain daripada pasukan Team Ray dan juga bersama dengan saya. Kita bersama-sama dengan Nova X Kova. Lebih dahulu, sihat Nova?
Alhamdulillah sihat.
Okey, Alhamdulillah sihat. Soalan pertama, berharapan dengan X teammate. Korang dah bersama-sama dah lama daripada Tier 2 masuk ke MPL, banyak suka dan duka. Apa perasaan jumpa dengan pasukan Monster Vicious kali ni tapi bukan bermain dengan MV?
Perasaan saya excited lah sebab lawan X teammate, but agak sedikit frust sebab result hari ni 2-0 lah kita orang kalah.
Alright, bercakap tentang result, kita dah lihat bagaimana sekarang dengan patch baru, Roma pun ada dapat sikit kelebihan. Dan kalau kita bercakap tentang patch, kita masih lagi tak tengok Joem bermain menggunakan fighter dekat bahagian good lane. Adakah masih lagi simpan ataupun korang memang rely 100% dekat dia punya damage kalau dia guna marksman?
Sebenarnya kita orang dah ada practice lah pasal fighter ke mage dekat goal lane. InsyaAllah untuk upcoming kita akan cuba bawa lah.
Alright, sekarang ni untuk pasukan daripada Team Ray sendiri, siapa shot call utama untuk pasukan Team Ray?
Shot call utama kita orang Joem lah.
Oh, sebab tu korang kena rely 100% lah. Alright, tadi kalah dengan MV, ada pernah terfikir nak balik dengan MV satu hari nanti? Ataupun sekarang ni rasa memang dah selesa dengan Team Ray?
Nak balik-balik tu tak lah. Saya just fokus dengan Team Ray lah sekarang.
Alright, okay. Berkenaan dengan comms korang sekarang ni untuk pasukan Team Ray, comms korang 100% in English
Ya, in English.
Okay, senang nak adapt dengan, saya boleh katakan new comms lah untuk Nova ni? Senang tak untuk nak adapt dengan patch baru dari segi berkomunikasi? Macam mana, senang tak?
Nak tak nak kita kena adapt, but senang atau susah tu kita kena try juga lah.
Alright, okay, thank you so much Nova. Good answer daripada anda. Kita harapkan kejayaan untuk pasukan daripada Team Ray untuk maju dan insyaAllah ada peluang pergi ke peringkat playoff. Terima kasih diucapkan. Jadi ini merupakan interview kita yang terakhir pada hari ini. Esok kita akan ada banyak lagi perlawanan-perlawanan yang lebih menarik, tapi kita akan terus pass kepada caster-caster kita untuk bagi tahu, nak tengok siapakah yang berada di tangga yang pertama dan siapakah yang berada di tangga yang paling tercorot. Jadi ayo kita bersama-sama dengan caster kita sekarang juga. Let's go.
Once more, thank you very much, Super Sith alongside Nova X Kobar. Let's take a look at the standings after today's matches. CG Esports still stands at the top with 4 match wins, 0 losses, perfect 12 points, followed by SRG OG Esports in second with 8. Vamos ties, but does lose out 1 extra match. Envy in 4th place with 6, followed by Team Ray in 5th. Homeboys, Untitled, and AERO tied from 6th to 8th. GMXK and Todak in the bottom 2.
Oof, this is a tough standing to look at, I'm not going to lie. Envy, I'm happy for them to actually jump back up over onto the left side of the page, but the right side of the pages, man.
So many names you've grown to know and love in the bottom half of the standings. Todak taking a huge hit as well last season, not making it to playoffs the first time, and now sitting at the bottom of the standings for the first time in such a long time. Ooh, it's tough.
It's the last season, we're gonna have like aggregate points being such a big deal, but man, -6 is it's pretty tough to look at.
It
but,
really is.
You know, 3 weeks in compared to last season, by the week 3 of last season, actually we can kind of already see a hierarchy. It is still apparent in this season, but it's not that clear cut on the second page, right? It's pretty tight.
Yeah, I think that at least for tomorrow's schedule, right, it's going to affect those standings because GMXK might have another opportunity to get even higher up, or Homeboys might get back on towards the first page. SRG will also face off against CG, Untitled versus Vamos.
That's going to be the series of tomorrow, SRG against CG. It's going to determine who finishes regular season in first seed.
Man, so sad I won't be around to cast for this one because this seems like a hype matchup. I think a lot of people at this point are expecting CG to be the team that is performing closest to SRG, but they're definitely not quite perfect yet. Have they had enough time to prepare for the Red Giants?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but were you the one who said that even though CG is playing super well. It's still not enough to take SRG down. Oh, did I remember the wrong person who said it? Or maybe I said it.
Yeah, I think you're just.
Well, now I don't know.
I'm sorry, guys.
Or is he gaslighting himself? We don't know.
I don't think I said that.
Okay, it's a strat. It's a strat. Either way, we'll figure that out tomorrow. We are very excited for SRG OG against EG, but I'm going to put that aside. We're going to focus on Untitled Vamos.
Yeah.
I think that also requires some attention with how Untitled has been performing.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I think that Untitled was looking pretty okay within the first week, but then afterwards it was a bit of a downhill slope, right? Games that they were about to win end up being completely reverse sweeped on their heads. I'm hoping that they've kind of figured out their problems right now. Unfortunately, I won't be here tomorrow to watch those games either, even though you got 2 banger lineups ready to go.
I think it's a very interesting dynamic because the teams have kind of encountered the opposite storyline, right? Untitled started strong with the old meta, then got messed up with the new patch and is now looking on a downhill slope, whereas Vamos was looking a bit tricky on the old meta, but when the new meta came, they instantly locked in and are now looking to be pretty good.
Yeah, I think another question maybe a lot of the fans would be thinking about is, will we see AERO for this regular season? Because Chibi has been popping out so far.
He has been popping up a lot, actually. I don't know. If he doesn't show up this week, I think by week 4, for sure. For sure.
So far, we haven't seen signs of him slowing down, except for week 1. Right? Week 1 was kind of whatever.
Yeah.
A lot of week 1 wonders kind of went on a downward trend, you know, Untitled. Maybe not Todak.
We really got to work on not having a patch in the middle of the season.
It was something you said like
so
last
good.
week. Something you said last week too. We should have it in the middle of the match. I don't know. Let's make it interesting. But for you guys out there, we want you to tell us what you think of MPL Malaysia. So scan that QR code, and we thank you for being a part of the experience. You can tell us, give us any feedback, except for Dark System matchmaking, unbalanced hero, and not enough diamonds, right? We can't fix that for you, but everything else, shoot it our way. Any last words before tomorrow?
Halfway through the season, things are looking a little interesting. Hopefully more teams can lock in.
And hopefully so. Well, that's it for us on the desk. It's Husky, Gideon, and Sadafa. We'll leave you with a mic check between the 2 teams just now and see you tomorrow for more action. Goodbye.
Udah henti gerok. Perang. Bisa. Tadi gua nunggu Arut. Gua ikan dua. Masuk ke tiga, masuk. Ada beli. Oke. Mana. Ayo no saya. Ayo. Mati sih. Mati mau. Tanpa mungkin mau. Bisa langsung bawah guys, sisain bawah guys. Woi, tak mati. Gua bunuh. Bang kejar. Nice boy. Boleh. Nice boy. Nice. Nice boy. Gua kena skim guys. Reset. Let's go guys. Ikan dua. Oke. Beli dulu. Pada dulu bisa. Target ponol. Mana. Perang aja. Tengok ni. Mantap ni. Boleh. Aku ada.
Aku titik guys.
Good.
Guys. Ayo guys. Give me.
Nice. See me guys. Let's guys. Can?
Ya kan.
Ruby.
Oh, nice.
Oh, it's good enough already guys.
Sorry.
Aman kali. Boleh. Maju. Boleh. Cover dulu. Nice boy. Dol, coba beli apa-apa, rose gold atau way one.
Aman. Kasih main.
Okay.
Baik guys, I cannot go so many waves.
Oh, let's see. Nice there.
I'm over there.
No, give me. Olo. GG no vengeance.
That's if you still alive. Just push the skills, okay?
Okay. Aman. Aman. Boleh. Aman. Ikan dia.
Awas guys, terus.
Orang aja. Ada aku.
Bisa handle.
Aman. Orang dulu. Nice boy.
Nice.